All right, well, that ended abruptly. Welcome, everybody. We are here today. It is Tuesday, May 23rd. And yeah, so today we're going to be looking at some alternative history. I'm going to be doing a new style of sharing a lot of videos and such as so forth going forward of different channels. And shout out to Chuck, Tartarian Truth, Shem, reminding me of Chuck. Sadly, tragically, Chuck passed away last year, but he is a legend in the alternative history research community, and his links in the description. I highly recommend everybody still, so over 2,000 videos of his epicness on that channel to check out. And we will start out today by playing a video of Chuck that he made last year before passing of several of his highlights of different people he interviewed in the alternative history community. So we're going to start off with some of Chuck's highlights. And then after Chuck, actually, after this video, we will also then go into the Naseem Haramein Cognos presentation that I've played the first portion before live here, but we'll start off with the second and get into the third, fourth, and fifth. So this might be a 5-hour stream. We'll see how long I make it here. And then from that, I will also be doing the different Alchemy live experiments and updates, and recording the live as we go here, and playing. Yeah, exactly. Nothing to be worried about. It's all about peace, love, and building a better world together and understanding the past, and that we haven't always been this murderous, self-destructing species. And here we go. One love, Chuck, wherever you are in this realm. Bless you for all you do.
Uncharted X, Charles Koss, George Howard, Brien Foerster, Anyextee, the Serpent brothers are going to be in there. And I will leave all the links for these talks below in case you have not seen one or want to check one out. So we are going to get it started off here with Scott Wolter. The audio is a little rough in my first clip here, but we talked about the Kensington runestone, an artifact that seemed to have been placed in Minnesota in the 1360s, and Scott did a lot of work on it. So why don't we get it started with that talk right now?
Okay, now when you did the comparative weathering study, and this was really important to me because I wanted to know how old the stone was, because if it was modern, then what was on it was really inconsequential.
Right.
And you actually found out that University of Minnesota geologist a long time ago, maybe a century ago, ended up doing the same study that you did, and he found it to be an old artifact. And then this
found it to be authentic, correct?
And then this kind of got whitewashed.
Well, yes, and I'm glad you brought up Newton Winchell. Newton Winchell was the first state geologist of Minnesota, a man that had a
Well, I guess they cut my internet. That's cool. So fun times. Interesting. Just gonna try rebooting everything. Oh, it looks like I might have internet back. So let's see. But yeah, I guess they're doing to me what they've done to Dutch and to Jeremy Reese recently. Very interesting, very fun. Well, all right, let's see if this one will fire back up and get the internet. Okay, is it connected? Maybe, maybe. All three, all three. Oh yeah, I'm definitely playing it all, and it's all on my Twitter as well. Everything that we're going to be playing, and we will play everything that we're planning on playing because that's just the way she goes. And they can cut the internet all they want or interrupt it, I guess. Haven't cut it, but oh, or have they? What the? Are you kidding me? Now it's not connected again? Oh my god. Maybe they did cut it. Burning up my mobile data, so that's fun. What the? Why is it not even showing? What the bloody F? Just cutting my internet at 5:20 in the morning. All right, fun times. What? What? Sorry, I didn't realize I had a certain comment up. No, Buried Axel, all comments go through. I'm getting them all. Sorry, I didn't see what I was clicking there. And yes, you can hear me on my phone. Let's see if any of my laptops actually get my house internet back up and going, as this is ridiculous. Did you try to restart the modem? Not yet. We will see. Because it said it was working and then it didn't. So, what? All right. Oh, come on. Just another day in the life and times. Making me restart everything. Oh, was it that? Maybe? Was it this? I clicked on this link. Is that what caused me to go down? Come on. Let's get going, computers. Anywho, I built this coil overnight. It's a coil within a coil within a coil. If it will focus. There we go. Guess I could probably do full screen too. All right. Okay, it says I'm connected to the internet through the Ethernet. So let's see if it will get working. Yeah, see, it says the internet's working on this one as well. Oh, here we go. Okay. It's working all of a sudden again. Within a coil, within a coil, within a coil. All right, rejoining my live stream. Cool. It's a lot of coil. I'm back. All right. Did I ever leave? And So join the technicians. Gerald, if you guys want to join, we should be going for a little while. So by all means, if you want, let me know. I can email you the link and get things started off. Actually, I'm going to jump in straight to the Naseem Haramein lecture, as it's pretty awesome, and it goes from different physics all the way to alternative history and ancient civilizations. It's really epic work. Let's go with part 2. And I thought I was sharing screen, but no, you were just looking at my face. Back to my Twitter. Here we go. Oh, thank you, John Luke. God, John Luke. God, thank you.
Well, how did they renormalize it? What is renormalization? Renormalization is a way to cut the number. In physics, there's 2 kinds of infinities. One infinity is an infinitely small number. When you find an equation that gives an infinitely small number, you can discard it because it's a very small thing, so you can, not pay attention to it. However, there's another kind of infinity called nasty infinity in physics. And nasty infinities is when you solve an equation and it gives you an infinitely large number. When you get an infinitely large number,
it's telling me I've got great internet now. Son of.
Then you can't just say, I'm going to ignore this. And so that's why it's called nasty. Although current physics has been ignoring what I'm going to show you for almost 100 years. Because it was almost 100 years ago that they found that the density of the vacuum is infinitely dense. So when they do that, when they find infinity like that, what they try to do is find a constant to cut the numbers so they get a finite number. So in this case, they use the Planck's distance. 1.616 multiplied by 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. It's a very, very small number. It's the smallest thing current physics think the universe can do. Meaning that 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, which is a point with, 32 zeros and 1, right? Is very, 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 very small. And it's calculated using the Planck's constant, using gravitational fields and electromagnetic fields. And it says that it's the smallest oscillation, the smallest vibration the universe does, the smallest teeny weeny thing. And you can think of it as a photon going through itself. How long of a wavelength that would be? How many centimeters that would be? So they took this and they said, hey, that might be my mom. And she's like, you're talking again? Do you ever stop talking? So what they did is they took a centimeter cube of space and they said, how many of these little vibrations can we stick in there? That will give us a finite number of oscillation in a centimeter cube of space. We'll have a finite number for the density of the vacuum. So they put all those little oscillations in there and calculated how much they would weigh. What's their mass? Each one has a mass of 10 to the minus 5 grams. So now you can get a density. And the answer is 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cube. 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cube. That is a very large number. That's 10 with 92 zeros. Okay? You all notice in your bank account, when you add a zero, it's really good. Right? If you have like 4 zeros and you add one, it's like, oh, that's good. And then you add another one, it's, oh, yeah. Then you add another one, it's like, oh, now we're talking. Right? So it goes up pretty quick. Like imagine you got like some 50 zeros and you keep adding. Imagine 93 zeros. Oh. Let me give you an example. If you took a centimeter cube of space and took all of the stars in the universe, every single atom we see out there, and you squished them all into a centimeter cube of space with this huge trash compactor, you know. Imagine how dense that would be. All the universe in a centimeter cube of space, like, huh. What would be that density? The density would be 10 to the 55th grams per centimeter cube. You would still be 39 orders of magnitude off. Less than the density of the vacuum. With the whole universe in a centimeter cube of space. So the vacuum density that you're made of, that all of your atoms are made of inside your body right now, is a lot of vacuum. It has this incredible, infinite amount of energy. Or extremely large, at least. And, you know, you may have access to that. People tell me all the time, I have a hard time visualizing infinities. That's because people try to visualize infinitely big. And that is not very possible because you have limited senses outside yourself. You can only see a few miles out. You can only touch a few feet away from you. But internally, there is a possibility that you could have access to infinity towards the infinitely small. This may be why some of the greatest masters that have walked the earth have been trying to tell people, turn your senses inward. Go towards the center. Go towards the vacuum. Go towards stillness. Because there you will connect with the foundation of creation. You will connect with, they might have called it God, the Bindu point, the infinite potential, and so on. You know, to take a few minutes every day to do this might be a good practice. Just to find that power, just to find that center at the center of your existence. So you might say, well, you know, these equations are crazy. You might say, I don't believe the vacuum is that dense. Maybe physicists are doing something wrong. Well, somebody like that thought like that in 1947 and said, hey, we need to be able to measure if this vacuum density is really there. Does it really exist? His name was Casimir. And in 1947, he calculated, how can I measure the vacuum density? And he came up with this idea. He came up with this idea that if you put two plates very close together, very, very close together, you will eliminate the long wavelengths between the plates, but not on the outside of the plates. So you should get a difference between the energy on the outside of the plates and the energy between the plates. They should get pushed together. I have a small animation you can see. Hello? There we go. You can see, let me play it again. You can see that there's little waves between the plates and there's a lot of waves on the outside of the plates. So as you bring the plates together, some of the wavelengths get eliminated between the plates, so you get an external pressure pushing the plates together. Well, when he did the calculation, you realize that in order for the plates to get close enough to eliminate enough frequency so that the vacuum could push the plate together, the plates would have to be microns apart, which is a very, very, very teeny distance. 1947, nobody could polish plate micron precision. There was no way to get two plates that close together. So it took until 1990 before we could get plates that close together. And when we brought the plates together, sure enough, they started to get pushed with exactly the force that was predicted by Casimir in 1947. This is a laboratory proof that that energy is really, really, really there. It's everywhere, and it's inside you. And since it's inside you, since it's the energy that makes you, you have access to it. And remember, those frequency, these energy represent information. That means you have access to an extremely large amount of information. This starts to be able to explain many paraphysical phenomena that we see. You know, remote viewing. Obviously, if the vacuum connects all things and it's everywhere, if you go inside yourself, you can get the information of what's going on very far away from you. It starts to explain entanglement. Why particles interact. Like, for instance, new experiments were done when you can scrape a little bit of cells off the tongue of a person, put them in a petri dish, and keep them alive, and monitor their energy level and all this. And then you send the person away, and you put all sorts of devices on them to monitor, you know, the change in temperature, changes in brain frequency, and so on. And as they're going through their day, for instance, in this particular example, this lady during the day had an appointment at the doctor to get a mold removed. And everything was stable, both in the cells and in the data that was on the person, until she got to the doctor, started to get nervous, and she saw the knife that the doctor was going to cut the mole off with. When this happened, her vital signs, everything in her data jacked up, and you can see on the graph everything go up. And exactly at the same time, in cells that were 15 miles away from that person, the cells data sign data start to jack up at the exact same time. You can see the graph are exactly the same. So this starts to be understood because the vacuum connects all these things together. So with the help of Dr. Rauscher, Dr. Rauscher is a physicist that has been collaborating with me for now 6 years. We started to write a scaling law. And we, the reason why we wrote a scaling law, because when I was talking to Dr. Rauscher, she was saying, if this is true, if the vacuum is full and the vacuum is dividing to create our reality, then when we graph the objects in the universe on a graph, they should all start to line up. They should show organization. They should show that things are self-organized. And so we did this graph. This is the radius of the object. This is its energy level in hertz, frequency. And we started with the universe, the size of the universe and its energy level. Now, it is an interesting thing there. If you take the size of our universe and you put in the amount of mass we see in the universe obey the Schwarzschild condition. The universe obey the condition of a black hole. Did you know we live inside a black hole? I mean, when you look up at night, it's black. We know there's enough stars that it should be completely white. But when you look at our universe and you were to point a laser at it, the light of the laser would get curved by the gravitational field of our sun a little bit. And it would curve that light a little bit. And as it curves it, then the light would continue to go, and then it would hit another star, and it would get curved by the gravitational field of that other star. And then another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, and it would come back. Because there's too much mass in our universe. Our universe obeys the condition of a black hole. Was that expected in my theory? Absolutely. Because if you can divide to infinity everything, then all you have is different scales black holes. All you have is divisions of the space, division of the vacuum. And in each division, you have infinite amount of mass. If you can divide the atom so into smaller particles and smaller particles and smaller particles, and each particle has mass, then you can add all the mass, you will get a black hole. So we live inside a black hole. So that would mean that all the things we see inside there, we are on the outside of those black holes. So what do we see there? We see the radiative side. We see the white hole part of a black hole. We call it a star. We call it a galaxy. We call it a quasar. Now, I want to make clear, this is not the standard model. Just in case you were confused about that. Because this theory says there's a black hole at the center of our sun. It says there's a black hole at the center of our Earth. It says there's a black hole at the center of atoms. Well, when we start to plot all these other objects, so this is quasars, galactic centers, stellar objects, they all started to line up as predicted by my theory. We plotted even atoms and subatomic particles. This is the Planck's distance, 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. I'm getting a cramp in my toe from too much surfing. And so this linear progression functioned perfectly, even including atoms, which are usually not included in the, in the cosmological sense, meaning here I'm crossing from Einstein's equation to quantum theory. They all seem to line up. So obviously, the two are related. Interestingly, if you take the microtubules, which is the little entities, they're the little structures that make up the surface of your cells. They're little tubes, they look like little wormholes. You take their energy level and their radius, they intersect the scale very, very close to its center. So even your biology is part of this scale. You are part of this incredible scale from extremely large, the universe, all the way to billions of times smaller than an atom. You're right there on that scale. You're part of that system. You're transferring information from the outside to the inside, from infinitely big to infinitely small. You're embedded into the structure of the vacuum. It's communicating with you, and you're communicating with it. You're part of that feedback. You're like an extension of space looking back at itself and learning about itself. That gives you a different sense of your responsibility. That gives you a different sense of your relationship to the universe. You're no longer just an insignificant little dot in the universe. All of a sudden, every single dot is crucial to the learning structure of our universe. We know that the electrons and positrons that makes up your atoms are appearing and disappearing into the vacuum. This is why there's uncertainty about where they are and where they're going. This is how the vacuum is informed. You're appearing, disappearing, appearing, disappearing, really, really fast at the speed of light. And when you disappear, you're the vacuum. You're informing the vacuum. And then when you reappear, you're experiencing the material world. And when you take your experience, you feed it back to the vacuum. And like that, the vacuum is feeding you back your experience. You are creating that reality. You all following me? Now, you will hear that in the New Age and in the spiritual groups. You create your reality. You'll hear it very especially if you're having a fight with your partner. You created this. It's very convenient in this matter. Well, that is only half of the equation. Because if there's a feedback, if you're informing the vacuum and then the vacuum is giving you back your experience, then reality is creating you as well. So you're creating your reality and then reality is creating you. Because you see, if you only have half of the equation, if you say you create your reality, which is becoming popular, even in the physics community, if everybody created their own reality, it would get very lonely. We would never meet. Everybody would be in their own reality. Going, where'd everybody go? Right? But we have a consensus reality because there's a medium that connects us all, that's making sure that there's organization between all interpretation of reality. So that when you think something, when you interpret reality, then you feed it to the vacuum, then it's modified by everybody else's experience so that when it comes back to you, it's coordinated with everybody else. You guys follow this? Very important part. You can't forget that part. Otherwise, you could say, hey, I'm too hot today. Let's turn the sun down. And then the poor guy in Alaska is like, oh, it's cold. And so there's coordination. So the concept, you all heard about the butterfly effect? The concept that a butterfly in Africa can bat its wings and produce a hurricane in Florida is not complete. It's not complete. The probabilities of that happening is very, 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 very low. Right? Because if every time a butterfly flapped his wings, there would be a hurricane in Florida, you would have Floridians in Africa with guns, you know, going, stop doing that. You're upsetting a lot of people over there. No, it would take thousands, millions of butterflies batting their wings together to even produce a probability that a hurricane could be created from it. Otherwise, it's almost not possible. Huh? Because the whole morphogenic field has to have enough power to make a change. This is why I'm talking to you today. Because in order to make this change I talked about at the beginning of the conference, we must come together. We must gather our forces. We must all come to a different understanding together so that it becomes something in the morphogenic field that has power so that it can make that change, so that the butterflies start to make a hurricane. And that is because we are all connected in this feedback loop of creation, in this feedback loop of learning. So never, ever, ever forget the second part of the equation. Reality is influencing you. The world is influencing you. As well, that will help you because some people, spiritual people said, you know what? I went to all the seminars, even Naseem Haramein, and I read all the books, and I did all the meditations, and I still can't manifest this blue Camaro that I want. What is wrong with me? Well, in order for you to manifest something significant, you have to overcome all of the other manifestations that are occurring from all the other reality. It has to coordinate. So when you're sending information into the vacuum, when you're sending information into the space, then when it comes back to you, it's always a little bit modified. It's not exactly as you would expect it, because if it was, you would stop learning. You would have manifested the ultimate reality for you a long time ago, and you'd be sitting there going, man, this is boring. I'm not learning anything. What is going on, right? The universe would end. But because the whole system is modifying everything all the time, when you feed it to the universe, it comes back to you a little change. And so you keep learning, which means the universe keeps learning. Okay. Well, you know, if you look at this graph, well, this graph is refusing to work. Let's see. You find that these two data points can be black holes. These actually can be black holes too. But you know, the atom in standard physics would not be a black hole. If you tell a standard physicist, oh, I saw this guy that says that atoms are black holes, he will say, not possible. So this is why I dodge a lot of tomatoes, you know. Because my reality has not quite caught up with the rest of the scientific community reality. Is the atom really a black hole? Is that possible? Well, I thought about it for years. I was looking for a way to understand how that's possible. Currently, standard physics would say no. It's not massive enough. It doesn't have enough energy. But then I realized, wait a minute.
And then I realized, wait a minute, this is a black hole of a stream. I promised alternative history, but we do love Nassim. We love Nassim so much that, well, I've studied under Nassim for several years on his Resonance Academy online that they have the physical location in Hawaii, which I do wish to visit one day, but I have met Nassim myself in person a couple times when he's come to Calgary over the years, doing his different presentations and lectures, which, here we go. And just to show that, you know, I do know Nassim. There we go. There's me and Nassim back when I had short hair. My goodness gracious, it was a little while ago. But great guy. And that, let's get to the alternative history part of Nassim's lectures, which I believe would appeal a lot more to everybody tuning in right now. So we will get to, oh my goodness, here we go. Part 4. No. Yes. Is it? Oh yeah, yes. Here we go. Crop circles, pyramids, elongated skulls. This is good stuff. The alternative history, part 4 and part 5.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm gaining mass. Good Spanish food.
A little prelude as well. This was 2010 that this video or this lecture series was done, and the Cognos event or Pandora event over in Barcelona. So a lot has developed since then, but it's just as relevant today as it was then. Also, I'm going to be doing some more tweaking around of this experiment here. Currently, the Lion reactor, which is what's bubbling out in front, and then there's also Magrav coils reactor bubbling in the back. I'm going to be disconnecting them from the cathode negative wire and just leaving them remaining in this jar with no connection at all, and then connecting instead the new coils that I just made and using them as the new cathode to see how the reaction goes and what these current cathode electrodes transform into.
So it was important for me to understand, the dynamics of the structure of the vacuum that would produce charge, the dynamics that would produce, angular momentum, spin. But all these were dynamics that you could find, everywhere, meaning like from the solution that I was coming up with, was there evidence of it? Now, this would be a black hole. It could be a universe, it could be an atom, a subatomic particle, but I was, defining the structure as a double torus, as we saw, with these dynamics, and the two membrane of the two toruses interact with each other so that you get like wave functions at the equator of the system. And I started to think, there's this problem in physics where Einstein worked on it and Hubble worked on it, like the rings of Saturn or the rings of Jupiter, why is dust and matter accumulating at the equator of these planets? Why are planets spinning around the sun at the equator of the sun? Why do you look, when you see a galaxy, you see that most of the density is at the equator of the galaxy, and you get a disk-like structure? It started to make sense now that this would happen, because this would be where matter gets stuck in between there. And now you have like a ring and then space and then another ring and then space, or a planet and another planet and another planet. And this is actually the function of space-time creating that horizontal plane that's a gyroscopic effect of the two torus interacting. So I started to look at cosmological structures, and some, for instance, here is quasars. These are huge vortices that are coming out, these objects. This vortex here, big spinning vortex, is 10 to the 6 light years. That is, you know, a million light year long vortex. And when they look at it very closely, it seems like it's spinning at the speed of light as it approaches the black hole. So again, you know, we're finding the same dynamics. Now, this is a micro quasar. Those are found inside galaxy. And again, you get these vortices, you know, but now it's 3 light years long. So, you know, the same dynamics in each fractal function. But when I was looking at all this, I was thinking, well, this is one thing, but actually, let me see. Actually, if you have such dynamics, how, you know, in the middle of the double torus is the hole, right? Is the space. Now the space has this function, the vacuum has this function that seems to be stillness, right? This function at the center that is like no movement. So how does like all this movement create no movement? Like in the middle of a hurricane, what do you find? You find a hole, right? And in the hole, there's no wind. It's perfectly calm. And then around it is spinning. It can be spinning on hundreds of miles an hour, like at least, you know, in some cases, 100 miles an hour wind, but in the middle is stillness. And, you know, that kind of links with a lot of the ancient culture knowledge. You find that in many different cultures, like stillness at the center of the spin, is at the center of everything. And so I was wondering, okay, well, I have the dynamic part. Where is the stillness part of the equation? What is the geometry of stillness? The geometry of the spin and the dynamics of the double torus is more like the extension part, the expansion part of the structure. What is the geometry of the collapsing part, the fundamental geometry of the vacuum? And I start to wonder about this. And I realize, well, in some ways, the sphere, right, or the double torus is the expansion part, then is the most unstable part. So the geometry of the collapse, the geometry of the source of the stillness must be the most stable geometry, the most compact geometry. I was looking for the geometry of perfect equilibrium. So, let's see. That slide before, you know, at the time, I was studying ancient civilization at the same time as I was studying physics. And I was, you know, looking for information about the geometry. It seemed like all these different civilizations all around the world built similar structures around the world, these pyramidal structure. And I started to wonder, maybe they knew something about the geometry of the vacuum, about the geometry of the structure of space. And I opened this book that was called Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins. And I opened it so-called randomly. and it opened on this page. Now you remember that I was working with like a sphere and tetrahedrons. Now the tetrahedron is the smallest, most stable geometry of the Platonic solids. So I knew that the tetrahedron may be like a possibility for understanding the structure of the vacuum itself, the structure of stillness. But I knew the geometry had to be perfect equilibrium so that all the vectors would cancel out in the middle of the torus to create perfect equilibrium, perfect stillness. The part we call the vacuum, that doesn't seem to be anything, but that is actually everything canceling out. Just like the middle of the hurricane. So I looked into it, and so when I opened this book, I was surprised to find a tetrahedron in a sphere. And I was thinking, you know, that's very strange, because this is what I had concluded to. So I started to read where this came from in this book. And it was the result of an engineer that spent 20 years studying the ancient city of Titihunacan near Mexico City. And he studied, you know, there's the moon pyramid and the sun pyramid and the way of the dead and all this stuff. And he was doing a survey for the American Society. And so he was surveying, and the same numbers kept coming out. He was trying to figure out these numbers. And he noticed that the buildings were in position to each other so that it would make the solar system map, including Pluto and Neptune, which were not discovered by us until the early 1900s. And then when he continued to look at the math, he realized that they seem to always come back to the mathematics that describe a tetrahedron in a sphere. And the tetrahedron, if you put one point on the South Pole, for instance, will intersect the sphere on the northern hemisphere at 19.47 latitude. And it has a very specific, very interesting relationship to the sphere. If you put a tetrahedron inside the sphere, it divides it so that the sphere has 2/3 on the bottom and 1/3 on top. If you flip it around, it's the other way around, right? So if there's two tetrahedrons, you would have you have 19.47 north and 19.47 south. So this was very interesting. What I found out later on is that I wonder where that city of Titihunacan was relative to the whole Earth. And it turns out, when I looked, that it was actually, let's see, I can animate this. There it is. So, you see, this is that latitude of the tetrahedron. Let me play it again. So, by the way, here's Hawaii. This is actually why I live in Hawaii. And you can see that that latitude goes over, let's see if I can rotate it a little more. There's Africa. You can see that it goes over where Mexico City is. And so this is Titihunacan right there. So not only is all the mathematics inside that city, inside that ancient city, telling us about a tetrahedron inside a sphere, but the city itself on the surface of the Earth is where a tetrahedron intersects the sphere. Now, I thought that was really, amazing, because you don't expect that from ancient civilization that's supposed to be not very evolved. Never mind, when you look at the buildings in there and all the mathematics and all the alignments, I mean, you realize these people were certainly not savages, right? And so, I started to elaborate on this geometry because I knew that it couldn't be just one tetrahedron, because one tetrahedron is not equilibrium. In fact, the tetrahedron out of the Platonic solid is very strange. It has two centers. It has a gravitational center and it has a geometric center, which are not in the same place. And so the tetrahedron by itself could not be the geometry of the vacuum only. It had to be more than just a tetrahedron. So I started to work on this. And when I did this, actually, I was living in my van and I didn't have a computer. So I was trying to compute this in my head. So it took a lot of time and I got a lot of headaches out of it. But let's see. See if I can start this. I have new animations. Hello. Oh, there it is. Wrong screen. Okay. So here's this one tetrahedron. And, I'm really happy with these new animations. These were done by a company called Gaiam. Gaiam is a large corporation in the United States that distributes DVDs. They distribute more DVDs than Disney at this point. And they are making a DVD about my work that will come out, because the DVDs I sell right now are 8 hours long. So it takes a commitment, right? So they came to me and they said, why don't we make a 2-hour DVD? So we can put it in the Walmarts and, in the Targets and, and all this. So that's on its way. And I got access to their animation bay. And so we did these animation. I'm really excited. These are not published yet. So the animator was having fun here spinning things. And so here, what I found is that this constant that was found in Titicacaca, this constant of, the tetrahedron relationship to the sphere, matched the mathematical constant that Buckminster-Fuller, everybody knows who Buckminster-Fuller is? Yes. And so Buckminster-Fuller, which I believe was a very great genius, came up with this understanding that tetrahedron was fundamental as well, but he said it's a stack of tetrahedron he called the isotropic vector metric. And he thought it was the mathematical blueprint of creation. So here I'm showing you the isotropic vector metric. So it's 10 tetrahedron on the bottom layer. There's 6 tetrahedron on the second layer. And then there's 3 on the third layer and 1 on top. You get a large tetrahedron out of it. And so I was interested with this because I thought, not only Buckminster-Fuller thought it was the fundamental mathematical blueprint of creation. So he somehow kind of figured out that the vacuum geometry might have been tetrahedral in nature. And I think that if he would have spent a little more time with Einstein, he had a meeting with Einstein, but it was only a few hours. I think the two together would have solved unification at the time. But when I looked at it, I said, well, there's some, the first thing I wanted to do is take off the tetrahedron to see what was in between. And so I removed the tetrahedrons, and now you're seeing the space in between the tetrahedrons, and what's in between the tetrahedrons are octahedrons. You see? And the octahedron just happens to be a pyramid. And that's the thought I had started with, is like, why did all these people build pyramids all around the world? So I was thinking, now it's like, maybe this is a clue. Maybe they were building pyramids to have a resonating structure interacting with the structure of the vacuum, with the structure of space-time. And, it was really interesting because when I had that first thought, actually, I was in Isla Mujeres in Mexico, the island of the women. I thought it was a nice name, so I went there. I was single at the time. This is when I was still a ski instructor. And, I had this, I had this schedule where I was teaching skiing in Canada, and then I was teaching skiing in Australia in the summer in Canada and the winter there. And then I was coming back to Canada to teach the winter there. And so I was permanently frozen. And at one point, I was like, I need to unfreeze, right? And so I went to Isla Mujeres for a summer to learn to teach scuba diving. And so I was teaching scuba diving, and one day off, I thought, let's go and see the pyramids at Chichen Itza. And so I went to Chichen Itza, and when I arrived there, I was mind blown. I mean, so beautiful, so amazingly perfect. In the middle of the jungle, in the middle of nowhere, And I was sitting on top of the pyramid, and a tour guide came with a bunch of people, and he was telling them how the quarry is like very far away, and they brought the rocks over, and then they, with copper tool and with like vine ropes and rocks. And now I was listening to all of that, and it reminded me when I was a kid and I was learning about the pyramids. And I was learning that, that was what they were telling us in the schools about how the pyramids were built. It was like hundreds of thousands of slaves with vine ropes and all this. And to me, that didn't sound quite right. So I was really excited when I realized that inside the isotropic vector metric was pyramids. And so I realized as well that there was something strange. When I looked at all the octahedrons in the middle, let's take a look. It's gonna get there. Let's see. Make it go a little faster. There you go. In the middle of the octahedron, there was another set of tetrahedrons. Where'd they go? Here they are. And, these were tetrahedrons that didn't belong to the octahedron. They didn't belong to the other tetrahedrons. and they were reverse, pointing down, and they were rotated from the main tetrahedrons. And so there was asymmetry. And I didn't expect asymmetry because the name of the geometry is isotropic vector metric. So isotropic, you expect, isotropic means the same everywhere. So you expect it would have no asymmetry. So I knew this was not complete. It could not be complete because if it was the structure of the vacuum, it would be perfect symmetry. So I was looking for perfect equilibrium, perfect symmetry. So I knew I had to do something about it. So I reconstructed the isotropic vector metric in my mind. I was doing this in my mind, so it was, you know, a little strenuous. But so one thing I noticed is like, well, the universe is polarized. Male, female, white and black. So there must be two isotropic vector metric. And they must be opposite from each other. They must be rotated from each other so that they are polarized. So now I rotated one relative to the other. And now I had two isotropic vector metric. But you see, now I had another problem. It's hard to see, but you see, now I have an egg shape instead of a sphere, instead of a perfect double torus structure. I have an egg shape. So I was like, that doesn't work because the universe makes spheres. So I was thinking, or double toruses. So I'm thinking, well, you know, maybe I need to push one into the other. And that took me a while.
Weird.
Push the two together to produce a perfect sphere. The geometry in the middle became, okay, they were having fun with spin. Hello. Oh, there we go. The geometry in the middle became the only geometry in perfect equilibrium. This, I'm removing the other tetrahedron so you can see what's in the middle. So that, you see, those spaces that were in the middle that were reversed, that I didn't know what they were for, they were there to accept the reverse metric. And when the two polarities came together to produce the perfect boundary condition, right, like the male and female coming together, the geometry resulting in the middle is called a cube octahedron. And it was nicknamed by Buckminster Fuller as the vector equilibrium. The only geometry in full equilibrium in all vector possibility. Because you see, the vectors to the middle are exactly the same length as the vectors on the edge. So you get perfect equilibrium. There's no other geometry like this. 12 vectors coming together to produce singularity, to produce perfect stillness, perfect equilibrium. You can test this yourself by using your bicycle wheel. If you remove spokes from your bicycle wheel, you can remove spokes all the way down to 12. You know, if you're removing two opposite spokes at the same time every time, you can go all the way down to 12. And at 12 spokes, you can still ride your bicycle. But if you go down to 11, if you go down to 10, anything below 12, then the wheel will collapse if you try to ride it. Right? It's the minimum amount of vectors for perfect equilibrium. And that number 12 is everywhere in many ancient texts. It's actually 12 around 1. 1 being the singularity in the middle, which is 13. Which is a vector that's curled onto itself to infinity. So I was really excited. It was like the polarities coming together to create singularity, to create the new life, to create the new point. You know, it's like the male and female coming together, creating the child, right? The singularity, the new life, and the point of absolute stillness. Although children are not quite still. But that's after they come out. I just had a new one 5 months ago, so I know. So this was all good and dandy, but there was another problem. When I found this, I was very excited. I thought, oh my God, this could be the geometry of the vacuum. This could be the geometry I need to build this technology to reproduce the right dynamics to produce a singularity in space-time. And so, but I had new problems. I had holes up here. You see, some of the faces of the octahedron were covered, completely covered, but some of the faces were uncovered. So I had a new problem. I had a problem of asymmetry once again. And so I knew I wasn't done. I had two isotropic vector metric, which is 40 tetrahedrons. And I had to add tetrahedrons to continue to finish the metric. So I had to cover all these faces. And when I covered all the faces, I had added another 24 tetrahedrons to the 40. So 24 plus 40 is 64 tetrahedrons. And when the 64 tetrahedrons came together, all of a sudden I had realized what I had done. I had built a next level vector equilibrium, a next level octahedron on the outside. So the metric was growing in octaves of octahedrons. So it could grow to infinitely big or to infinitely small.
Key.
To create equilibrium at all levels of interaction. You could build the metrical space a little bit different as well. You could think of it as 8-star tetrahedrons. You see, 8-star tetrahedrons made out of 8 tetrahedrons each that are coming together. And you know, 8-star tetrahedrons, the tetrahedrons are pointing out, it's like the radiative side coming together to produce the collapsing vectors of the vector equilibrium. So the 8 tetrahedrons of the vector equilibriums pointing in. So I had both sides of the equation in the structure of the metric. It all kind of came together in this beautiful way. And I thought, that's it. This has got to be the geometry of the vacuum. The other thing is that it grows in perfect octave, like musical notes. Each next size cube octahedron is half the distance in radius as the original one. So it grows
That
like
is what's
musical
so key
note.
of it.
It's like the vacuum is like a big musical instrument that seeks, equilibrium at various scales. And so I was very excited about that. I know it might sound strange to you, but it was exciting to me. I thought this has got to be the vacuum structure. Oh, okay, here we go. It must be growing in perfect octave like this to fill the space of all the structure of the universe. And from it, the double torus emerge because these structures are collapsible. When you collapse them, they produce a double torus. We eventually wrote the math for this. And it was hard for people to visualize that. So we did a little animation so you can see how the double torus come out of it. Now this is a kind of a rough animation because it's not quite like that. I'm working on a better one to describe it. But here you're gonna see the linear geometry of the structure of the vacuum come together to produce the double torus. You see, when they come together, each one producing a torus, now you have the double torus. Here's the 24 other tetrahedrons. And here we're going to roughly show how the geometry actually rotates to collapse to produce the dynamics, the spin of the double torus. And here we are representing the matter production that's occurring at the center of the system. You see, in this understanding where the vacuum is the source of creation, matter creation didn't just happen in one big bang, so long ago, but it actually is occurring all the time. Matter is being produced all the time in our universe. This is why we are expanding and accelerating. Our universe is accelerating this constant matter production because the universe is constantly learning. So there's constant new information occurring everywhere all the time. I know you guys might have questions about this, but we don't have time to get to too many details. However, we'll try to have a question and answer session at the end of the day today. Is that good? So this,
where exactly
is occurring everywhere. It's this dynamic of the vacuum collapsing, producing these perfect equilibrium in the middle, which describes the spin around it. The reason why I'm telling you all this as well is that when you meditate, when you turn your senses inward, this is where you want to go. You want to go towards stillness. You want to go towards the singularity at the center. More you experience the stillness, stronger the hurricane is going to be around you. Right? Stronger the energy is going to be generated around you, stronger your field will be, stiller you can become. You are the shaft of stillness. You are that point of singularity at the center of your existence. That is actually what holds your information. in an infinite universe of scales, from infinitely big to infinitely small, you are the center of the universe, because if there's infinite amount of scales, every point in the universe is the center, right? You can't define a center. Every point becomes the center. Now, I'm not saying that just figuratively. I mean it literally. If there's infinitely large sizes of universe, you know, there is a universe out there that you are actually the center of. And it's not this one, because we know approximately where the center of this universe is. So it has to be a larger one. Much, much, much larger. So, you know, when you meditate, when you incorporate your black hole nature, integrate that universe that you're the center of. You know, integrate that. It might take a little while. But then realize that that universe that you're the center of is the center of even a larger one. And that one of a larger one, and so on. That is why all points have the information of all other points in it, because it's all embedded. So as you realize that you are the center of the universe, there's one thing you must not forget. That is that everybody else is the center too. Otherwise, you might have some serious difficulties. So, you all learn about crop circle. Crop circles. Now we're going to come into a field of information that might be a little difficult for some people. That is the field of information that says we may not be alone out there. It just happens there might be life elsewhere in this universe. And these other beings elsewhere in this universe might be more advanced than us. You know, these things have been occurring in England for a very long time. And so at one point, a bunch of people that study these things, study crop circles, said, maybe we should, if somebody's trying to talk to us, maybe we should talk back. So they went out there and they stomped around and made big letters. I guess they wrote it in English. They assume they must know English by now. And they wrote, what do we need to know? And the next crop circle that occurred was this one. Now, this is exactly the geometry I've been just showing you. What do we need to know? You can see that the way the hay is bent, the way the hay is woven, you can see that it was made so that you get dark, you know, shadow and less dark, you know, reflective surface, so you can see that it's a three-dimensional tetrahedron structure. You don't do that so easily, stomping around at night in the middle of the night. It just doesn't happen that way. Never mind how big it is. You can see here, this is 1997 that this happened. I had already described the 64 tetrahedron grid of the structure of space-time when the question was asked, what do we need to know? You know, imagine that you were an advanced civilization out there and you found a planet like ours. Remember how I was saying that we have a limited amount of time to get off the surface? So this advanced civilization would have got off their surface on time. They survived the whole thing. And, you know, you found a civilization like us. People always say, why don't they just land on the White House lawn and get it over with? Well, in order for that to happen, we would have to stop shooting, right? Like, imagine you show up with your ship to this planet, you know, that's not so advanced, and you tune in to their little, you know, satellite feed of CNN, right? And you're listening to the news and you're going, oh my God, what are they doing to each other, right? And then you turn to your crew and you go, okay, who's volunteering to go down there and land on the White House lawn? You'd get the guy who's in the corner, he's like, well, I have an appointment at the dentist on the other side of the galaxy. I'm sorry, I cannot go. So what would you do? Well, if you have advanced technology, doing something like that might not be such a big deal, right? So you'd find nice fields in modern countries that have good media and everything, and you maybe give them, you know, information to try to help them along. Understand the geometry of space, understand the geometry of the fundamental structure of creation, so maybe you can help them get off the surface on time. So then 2 weeks later, they were insisting, or a few weeks later, they were insisting on the pattern. They did another one. And this one, they put another piece of information in the middle. And when you look at that new piece of information in the middle, you get a whole new set of information. And guess what it is? It's the same geometry, but going inwards, going towards the vector equilibrium, going towards the collapsing part of the equation. So in two crop circles, after the question was asked, what do we need to know? We have, you know, the fundamental principle of the expansion and collapsing function of the structure of the vacuum. For somebody like me that was doing that kind of research, you can imagine that I was ecstatic. I mean, I was jumping around when I found this. Jumping around in my van, you know, from the outside must have looked bizarre. What's happening in that van, you know? And so it happens as well that if you put the octahedron structure on top of this, it matches nicely. And then other crop circles occurred. Look at that. That's a perfect 64 tetrahedron grid. You'd think they're trying to tell us something. So, you know, there's much more on the crop circle thing. And actually, there's crop circles. There's one crop circle that's very impressive. It's a reply to the Arecibo message that we sent in 1972, I believe, from the largest telescope on radio telescope on Earth at the time, Arecibo. And you know, Carl Sagan and a bunch of other scientists put this message together that it's like a time card, it's like a binary code that says we're made like this and we're made like, we have like this table of elements and all this. And this crop circle showed up anyway near a radio telescope in England, you know, with the reply. But if you get my DVD, it's on my DVD. It really helps us when you buy DVDs because all of our research is done in non-profit mode. And actually, I'm not sponsored by any other people than the people themselves, you know, like this is for the people, by the people. And we're, you know, the foundation is doing the best it can to like continue to do research and to continue to get the help of other physicists and so on. And so, you know, everything you can do to help us is very, very important. We're going to start a member section to our website now so that you can participate every month and you get newsletters and you get archives of our phone calls. I do a phone call every month that you can participate in and you can ask questions and so on. And so you'll have access to archives. So please help us. But you know, these pyramids that were found all around the world, they seem to have a connection to this knowledge about the geometry, to this knowledge about the structure of space-time. And the pyramids themselves represent something very amazing, very remarkable. That is, they cannot easily be explained with conventional means, right? It doesn't work out. It really doesn't. When you try to do the vine pulling, you know, slave guys with like logs and everything, there's a whole bunch of problems that happens. It was a good idea in the 1800s when the English archaeologists got there, but when you do the math, it doesn't work. It really doesn't, right? First of all, if they were rolling all these stones on big logs, when you go there and you check it out, you're in the middle of a desert. No logs, no trees, right? Where did all these logs come from? Right? And then Grand Pyramid of Giza, right? 2,300,000 stone. All right, 2,300,000 stone. And when they were finished placing them, so it's not just a problem of carrying the stones, when they were finished placing them, the apex of the pyramid is 1/4 of an inch off center from the 13-acre base. 13 acres, okay? The point 5,000 years later is like almost perfectly in the middle. After placing 2,300,000 stones, right? Now, that doesn't happen with farmers. It just doesn't. Actually, if you had all the means in the world, all the engineering in the world, all the money in the world, with our current technology, we can't do that. Because you have to divide 1/4 of an inch by 2,300,000 stone to get the accuracy of placement. Okay? And those guys, they didn't have walkie-talkie. So imagine the dude that's on the first level, right? They're making the first level. Now they gotta have this thing like perfect, right? Because if they off like a teeny bit on the first level, then you forget it, right? So like the guys on the first level is on one corner, and there's the slave over there on the other corner. He's putting a rock down, and like the guy's like he's eyeing it. Yeah, right. Okay. You're a quarter of a micron off. What's wrong with you? You didn't sleep enough. What's wrong with those slaves? It's an amazing feat of engineering. Never mind that when they were done, then the faces of the pyramid is aligned to the north, like very high level of accuracy. It's not like you can build it and then like pick it up, and kind of line it up. You got to calculate all that ahead of time. It's amazing. And it doesn't happen with a bunch of slaves pulling on vine ropes. And you know what? Finally, there's more and more archaeologists that are saying, well, yeah, there is issues. Thank you. One of the issues is that the Egyptians loved to write at the time. They wrote everywhere. In all of the temples, in all of the tombs. They put hieroglyphs everywhere, telling us about everything, what they ate, how they went this, how they did that, everything, how they made love, everything. No details were spared, right? For some reason, supposedly these pharaohs built these pyramids to bury themselves in it, right? Well, in all of Egypt, there's nowhere where it says, oh, by the way, on our spare time, we build the pyramids. What, they forgot to mention it? They built the most amazing building, the largest feat ever done, and they forgot to mention it? There's no at the entrance like, this was Pharaoh so-and-so, and we built this to bury me in it. The other thing is, all the archaeologists assume that pyramids were built to bury pharaohs. However, most of the pyramid, actually, all of the pharaohs were not found in pyramids. The mummies were not found in pyramids. They were found in underground caves in the Valley of the King, which is not where the pyramids are. Many pyramids were sealed completely. It was very difficult to find the entrance. They had to dynamite themselves in or, mine the pyramid to get in. And they would hope that they fall into one of the passages and then backtrack to find the entrance. Because typically the entrance was plugged with 20-ton boulders that were perfectly fitted so you couldn't tell. And so they would do that, get in the pyramid, get to the sarcophagus. Typically the sarcophagus would have a lid of a 20-ton that was sealed. And they would open that lid and they wouldn't find anything in there. What was their conclusion in their report? Tomb robbers. Tomb robbers got there before them. They opened the 20-ton block, got in there, opened the sarcophagus, remove all the stuff in it, right? Because they really love old bones. And then, put everything back in and perfectly reseal everything so nobody's, they had nothing else to do. So, pyramids were used for other purposes. In fact, there's a book I really like. I don't typically recommend esoteric book, but that book, because of the research I've done in laboratory with some of the technology I've built, I believe is quite accurate. It was a book of a remembrance that a young woman had at the time. And it's called Initiation by Elizabeth Heisch. And I think it's a very important book because there's teachings in there. It talks about she remembered a lifetime where she was being initiated in the pyramids. And she's the only other person at the time that I came across that had recognized that this object called the Ark of the Covenant that's in the Bible was actually inside the pyramid and was the power source of it. So there's other monuments in Egypt that are very mysterious. The Sphinx. Most people think that the Sphinx is carved, is built. It's not built, it's carved. You'll see blocks on the Sphinx, but those are repaired. The Sphinx was actually carved directly out of the bedstone, in the Giza Plateau. And, if you were commissioned to build the Sphinx, if somebody asked you, go and build me a Sphinx in the Giza Plateau, you would go over there and you would carve it, right? If you were to carve it, you would have to remove blocks around the Sphinx to free it so that you could carve the body. When you remove those blocks, what size blocks do you think you would remove? You'd probably remove 100-pound block, 500-pound blocks, even 1,000-pound block, but you wouldn't remove huge blocks. Well, in this case, the Egyptian or whoever did this did not remove small blocks. They removed huge blocks. Okay? They're 200-ton blocks. 200-ton blocks. They're very large. They're removed right out of the enclosure, right out of around the Sphinx. Pulled out. Not only are they 200-ton block, but they're stacked on top of each other to make the Valley Temple in front of the Sphinx. So not only they remove 200-ton blocks, but they were stacking them. 200-ton is barely what we can lift with the largest land crane on Earth today. It's about 200 tons. It's big, very large cranes. And these cranes, they don't roll around the desert with 200 tons. Okay? They pick up these parts, they turn, and they drop them. They don't go around the desert. Okay? Now, if you look at the enclosure of the Sphinx, there's actually water erosion there. And the excellent work of researchers such as Dr. Shaw and Graham Hancock, but John Anthony West showed that this is actually water erosion. And water erosion of this kind could not have happened in Egypt since 10 to 12,000 years ago. So now you don't have 5,000 years ago Egyptian going around with 200-ton blocks. You have people going around with 200-ton blocks 10 to 12,000 years ago. Now that's a problem, because we were supposed to be, barely out of caves at the time. So forget about carving the Sphinx. Why am I telling you all this? Well, because it's important to realize that our origins might be a little different than what we have been told. And why would it be important to understand our origins? Because if our origins are a little bit different than what we've been told, maybe in that set of information, there's very important information for us today.
All right, so that was part 4. We will get on to part 5, which goes even further into the alternative history research. And I was just, from 2010, it's 13 years old, that right there. And so next you're going to see me, so far you've seen both the monoatomic material on the left, which I harvested, how it started to condense at the very top. Originally it was all the way to the top, and now it's made this exclusion zone about halfway down the bottle. Also in the active live reactor in the middle, that's all lit up and stuff is moving around. That's where you're going to see this coil, this double coil that is in front there, that I'm going to start putting in there and connecting. And then also outside, I am rinsing different the monoatomics for the agricultural work or experiments that we're doing and setting up. And then another use of the Keshe GANs and monoatomics is that he calls them the Keshe pain pens, or pads, sorry, these are Keshe pain pads, but you have the oxidized material on the outside inner sealed layer, and then the hydroxide in the very inner, and then I also have magnets in there too. But yeah, it's an interesting thing, and it does seem to work. So on that note, we will load up part 2 here of Cognos, part 5 of the Cognos Naseem Haramein presentation from 2010, and it goes deep into
that they line up more nice. These are like up to 100-ton blocks. 200-ton blocks, all stacked on top of each other. No problem. Those guys were supposed to not even have the pulley. They didn't have the wheel. They didn't have iron tools. Only copper. Copper does not cut rock. And on some of these blocks, there's no writing whatsoever in there. But in some of these blocks is this symbol. And these symbols are very strange because they're not cut. They're not etched. They're not carved into the stone. They are burnt into the stone, like if they were burnt by a laser. So now you have ancient walls, 5,000 years old at least, walls that have burnt geometry in them. Laser burnt geometry in them. You don't expect that from these ancient civilizations. Here's a close-up of this. Actually, now these pictures are more popular, but when I was researching this, it was extremely difficult to get those pictures. I actually had to send people over there to take the pictures. And this reason for not being able to find these pictures easily is because the archaeology community doesn't know what to do with this. So in general, they ignored it. But if you take that geometry and you make it 3D so that each circle is a sphere, well, guess what? You get 64 tetrahedron structure when you put the fundamental geometry of the vacuum in it. So where was that temple? That temple is called the Osirian Temple, and in Abydos, and it's behind Seti II temple, I believe. And it's actually where the fundamental myth of creation, the fundamental myth of the Egyptian mummification comes from. It's the temple of Osiris, where the wife of Osiris, Isis, supposedly revived Osiris with her magic. You have to understand that the technology I'm talking about, if you tap into the fundamental structure of creation, if you tap into the fundamental structure of space, you will start to be able to tap into the life force of creation. You can start doing things like being able to keep your biological system going because you can continuously feed back more information. You can keep recharging your system so that it doesn't run down. Because now you have access to the structure of space-time. Most people don't know, but there's pyramids in China. Those are actually Chinese pyramids. They're very large. You can see. And when you look at the Chinese pyramid, this is the pyramids in Giza. This is Titicaca, the sun pyramid, the moon pyramid, and another one there at the Way of the Dead. They all lined up nicely in the same way. And that lineup is the same lineup that you find for the belt of Orion. This is the stars of the belt of Orion. Now, these things are worlds apart. You think that's a coincidence? Never mind the fact that all of these people, all of these ancient civilizations have told us that all of their knowledge didn't come from them, that it came from sun gods, people that came from the stars. And most of them identify that the source of these sun gods as the Orion constellation. So this is almost a direct map to what happened. Now, I already showed you the yin yang. The I Ching is 64 hexagrams, right? And it's each hexagram has 6 sticks, and there's a broken stick, and there is a full stick. And if you cross the two, you get an X structure. Now, if you duplicate this X, right, so that you're using all the sticks in the symbols of the I Ching, then you can map it. And really, all you're doing is following the mapping that the I Ching gives you to produce the geometry of the vacuum. All you're doing is taking the number 1, number 64, and following the map that the I Ching give you, and you get all of this geometry coming together. And that combined with the yin-yang that I showed you, the two together gives you all the map of the structure of the vacuum and the dynamics of the toroidal field. So, let's see. And then you go to the city of the sun gods, right? The forbidden city. And the city of the sun gods is guarded in front by the Sphinx. In the ancient Chinese tradition is the Fu dog. And the Fu dog guards, just like the tradition of the Sphinx, the knowledge is guarded by the Fu dog or the Sphinx under its paw. It guards the knowledge. And what do you find under the paw? Again, the geometry of the vacuum, this intersection of the tetrahedron array. The guardian of the knowledge. Is there remains of these individuals? Is there remains of these society around the world? Is there information that says, yes, these sun gods were really here, that they were interacting with these people out there? Well, I believe there is. These are skulls that were found in South America. They're very elongated. I call them cone heads. They're not your average, skull. All around the world, from the Egyptian, the Mayans, the Incas, the ancient Indian, North American Indian, and in America, they all had this strange behavior, this strange culture where they would bend the head of the children to try to deform them. And in their tradition, it was said that they would do this to make them sun gods. They were trying to imitate something. How did they do that? Well, when the child was growing, they would tighten the band harder and harder. In some cases, they would put wood planks in the banding to push on the forehead to deform it. But you know, when you do that to a child, the volume of the brain, the volume of the brain cavity inside the skull does not change. It's the same volume. But in some cases, in these skulls, the volume is almost twice the human brain. So, it's very interesting. Now, there wasn't just one of those skulls found. Many of these skulls were found. Most of the time, very close to very sacred sites, like in temples and so on. They had different kinds. More pointy, less pointy. Here's the normal skull of a human, and this is the elongated skull. And now, can we have sound on the computer? You see, before they were found only in, let's see, let me make sure. We have sound on the computer? You know, before these skulls were only found in South America or around Mexico. Now they're starting to find them all sorts of different places. I think one was found in France. And these ones were found in Siberia, in middle of Russia. Actually, northern Russia. Unusual skulls, I would say so.
Вряд ли древние знали о нейрохирургии мозга, вряд ли, но, возможно, они пытались каким-то образом развивать отдельные нервные какие-то качества головного мозга.
Это группа людей, которые представляли собой, скажем так, живой прибор, определяющий наличие, например, опасности, или могли делать метеопрогноз.
You know, however, it's uncertain how they got those, right? So, you know, these skulls are found now in northern Russia. Very unusual. France. There's other skulls that were found in Mexico that look quite different. Now, this one was found in South America. I got this from my friend Cloud's Donor, which has done this exhibit of unusual objects that have been found all around the world. The first exhibit occurred in Vienna We're trying to get it to come to the United States as well. But he showed me this skull. This is from South America. I think it's in a private collection. Note here that the bone at the top of the skull is one piece, right? It's completely one piece. Now, this cannot be a human skull because our top bones are two pieces. So that is very telling. You have a completely different physiology. This is a very unusual skull. It actually has a larger volume than the conehead skull. This is actually the largest one ever found. You can see the hemispheres were quite separated. Let's see. Oh, it's the next slide. Just a second. Look at this one. This is called a star child. And interestingly, in this one, there was tests that were done. I've been waiting for a long time. For years, I've been looking at these ancient, skulls, wondering when are we going to get good DNA testing done. It's taken a long time because it's very difficult to get the people that own the skulls or to get the curators of the museum to allow for DNA testing and all this. So finally, DNA testing was done independently. And here's the result. You mind if I pull out the file? Let's see.
In early 2010,
we need sound on the computer.
Testing on possibly the strangest looking skull ever discovered.
Okay, let me start it over.
In early 2010, a team of geneticists in America began DNA testing on possibly the strangest looking skull ever discovered. Whilst trying to recover its nuclear DNA and matching it against the National Institute of Health database, they found a significant number of coherent base pairs that have never been seen before. This was an historic moment for science, as it proved beyond all reasonable doubt that part of the skull's DNA is not human. Since that result, the geneticists have predicted that when the final genome recovery is complete, it will provide science with the first record of alien DNA ever discovered. The skull's caretaker is Lloyd Pye. Lloyd, a researcher in aspects of human origins, named it the Star Child. It was found in Mexico in the 1930s, and through carbon dating, we know that the skull is over 900 years old. It has over 24 major physiological differences to that of a human.
These are the cuts in the skulls for DNA testing, and you see that the Star Child, when I've been saying it's half as thick, you see very clearly here. In some points, it's even less than half. And this is, in the skull. So, I mean, there's just no exaggeration. There is a complete difference in the bone throughout. Uniformly, it's different.
This is the biochemistry of a typical human bone. Its calcium and phosphorus levels are high, and its oxygen and carbon levels are low. But with the Star Child, it's quite different. The phosphorus is down, and the carbon and oxygen are up, indicating its biochemistry is more like tooth enamel than regular bone.
This is a scanning electron microscope view of the bone, and this is the way bone is created. You have the cortical layer here, and in here are the cancellous holes where the bone marrow moves. And coming out of some of the cancellous holes, but also embedded in the matrix of the bone, are these fibers, these very durable, strange fibers that nobody's ever seen before. They're in no other species, and we don't really know what they are, but we just know that they're really durable because the Dremel blade that cut this through here did not cut cleanly these different fibers. That tells you they have a high resistance factor to the blade.
It lacks frontal sinuses, has smaller chewing muscles, and is missing an inion. Instead, its neck connects on top of its frame and magnum opening, indicating that its neck is about half the size of a normal human neck.
And here we see one clearly embedded in the matrix of the bone on the surface. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. And you know what science says about this? You probably dropped it on a carpet and it picked up carpet fibers. You know, I mean, really, that is the answer that I get. It has to be just fibers off a carpet or something. This can't be, it really can't be in the world of mainstream science, but there it is.
This is a piece of upper right maxilla that was found with the Star Child. When one of the teeth was extracted, it was found to have very heavy roots, indicating it was an adult when it died. When the maxilla was x-rayed, a staggering 5 more teeth were discovered, waiting to come down.
The key is that normal human bone, when you die, there are bacteria in your body that scour and eat every bit of your marrow out, and they leave your bone polished, shining, just like this, just like you see. You could eat out of that just like the bacteria did. It's so clean. There is no marrow left anywhere. And this is the way it is with all animals when they die. With a star child, we see a big difference. And we also see a difference in the color too. It's much more milkier than that alabaster look of the human bone because it's got so much more collagen. But you see this red residue here sprinkled everywhere. We don't know what that is. Never seen it before, and it's not in any other species. It's not blood because when blood oxidizes, it's not our blood anyway, or our type blood, because when blood oxidizes, it turns black. So if that was bone marrow, that would be black. So those two things, the fibers and the residue, are just unknown in anything else. And here they sit in the star child, both of them, and yet science just says, you know. And this is what they say. This is what you need to understand about science. And all of these physiological differences that I've just pointed out, they mean nothing to mainstream science. They mean nothing. In January of this year, a geneticist contacted me out of the blue, and he said, I think you really might have something. And he said, if you send me a sample, I will take a new technique, a new shotgunning technique, which recovers much smaller pieces than the old primer technique. So he took it. About 6 weeks later, he got back in touch with me and he says, you're really not going to believe what's happening here. I don't believe it. I've done it enough times now to where I'm convinced that I'm doing it right, and we're getting some very unusual results. Some of it comes out human, sure enough. You see right here, this sequence of 265 base pairs long, 265, no question about it, part of the star child is human.
So this is a really important part. This is why I'm playing this video for you.
Except, next slide, some of the star child's DNA comes back with this incredible reading. No significant similarity found. 342 base pairs long. It's a coherent base pair sequence not found in the NIH database. I said, well, what's the answer? And he says, well, it could be, and here's where we go off the deep end. It could be that it's an alien, entirely an alien, born to a human mother. And I said, what? How would that happen? How would you get a pure alien born to a human mother? So he made up a slide for me and sent it to me. And he said, now understand, this is happening today. This is happening today. If a human female has mitochondrial disease, which means that her mitochondria are bad and are going to produce very, very flawed and dead children for the most part. If it's found out that she has that and she wants to have a child with her mate, her husband. What they can do is they can take her package, put it in a dish, you've heard about this, and mix it with her husband's sperm and create a zygote with her chromosome package and her husband's chromosome package. Then they take an egg, a good egg from a third party, a woman, take that woman's chromosomal package out, put the zygote in, put that egg in the first woman, and she will have a baby that will be her and her husband's genes, but it will have the mitochondria of the third woman. So he said we could have the same thing. You'd have two aliens getting together, making a zygote, and for whatever reason, taking the chromosomal package out of a female egg, putting it in, and then she will bring it to term, and it's a full alien, nothing but alien DNA in it, but it has her human mitochondrial DNA. Now, why? Why would they do that? We don't have any idea. We know this is a radical thing to say. We know that it's going to be met with a lot of resistance because it's going to prove that we don't just have a hybrid between a human and an alien 900 years ago. We have clear genetic engineering, clear evidence of genetic engineering 900 years ago. It's a much bigger pill for science to swallow. And it's also going to cause a much bigger revolution in thinking among everybody because it's going to be very hard to wrap minds around this. But this is where we are. This is what we think we can do. This is what we know we can do. We're now in the process of trying to get the money to start the process of sequencing the whole genome, because when you sequence the genome, at the end of that period, it's only about 3 to 4 months. From the time you start, 3 to 4 months, you have an answer. And you have a general idea of what that percentage is going to be, whether it's 15%, 20%, whatever. You can do it within, say, 5 points of error, just recovering the whole genome. And then you have the period of 8 to 12 months.
You guys get the idea? You know, that's very significant. And I'm working with Klaus Donner, which has access to these other skulls that were found, to start sequencing some of the DNA of the other skulls as well. Well, in these ancient civilizations all over the place is that fundamental creation myth where the sun gods have children with the women of man. It's, I think, even in the Bible, right? I think it's in Genesis 6th chapter. And the sons of God came to the earth and found the women of man pretty, or something along those lines, and had children with them. Now, I would like to say that what's really, the reason I played that video to this end is that in this discovery that was done from this skull, you can actually see, you can actually prove that there was DNA engineering manipulation that occurred. So, you know, it's most likely not like the sun gods had intercourse with women of man, but that they might have been, you know, DNA engineering to produce, you know, those results. These are physical evidence of this ancient, very powerful myth of these sun gods being here. And this might be why so many of the ancient knowledge talks about very specific geometries, very specific temple building, very specific set of information that may be crucial for us at this time. I think one of the most remarkable evidence of these people, you see, because if this information has to do with the structure of the vacuum, if this information has to do with this technology that can tap the structure of creation, that can produce gravitational field, then you would see things like this, where huge rocks were transported. Look at the size of this thing. I think it's like 1,000 tons. This is in the quarry where it was cut. You know? Imagine trying to lift something like that. And then it's stacked, you know, on top of each other. I mean, look, this is the quarry. Over there, the Romans built a temple on top of it. They used that. It's like, wow, look at those big rocks. Hey, they started something. We'll just finish it with one of our temples, right? So, you know, they built a temple on top of it, but you see, they were moved. This is approximately a mile away. Now, a mile is not necessarily a long distance unless you're carrying 1,000-ton block, you know? So, and so then you look at the ancient text and you look at the ancient information, you start to realize, and this is what happened to me when I was doing the research. I started to realize, wait a minute, if these sun gods were really here from advanced civilization, they left us really important information about the structure of creation. And there you see it, for instance, in this, you know, Babylonian tablets, some of the most ancient knowledge on the planet, you know, coming from the Sumerians. Look here, the singularity with the boundary of the event horizon, right? And the geometry, the evolution of the geometry structure, the division of the structure of space-time. If you look closely, you can start to recognize this. I did because I was used to looking at the 64 tetrahedron grid. When you rotate the 64 tetrahedron grid on its side, guess what? You got these exact same mapping. So they were telling us about this. They were telling us about this so we would have it on time, because these ancient people, they didn't just tell us about the information, they even gave us calendars, right? Saying, oh, by the way, here's the knowledge and here's the calendar on how long you got before you got to have this figured, right? These calendars are most known as the Mayan calendars. Here is in the Islamic tradition. This is the Kaaba at the center of Mecca. In there is supposed to be the power at the center of the faith, at the center of the power of the Quran, right? It's the creation stone. It was called the black stone or the black crystal. In the Quran, it says to have been given to man by angel Gabriel. And, you know, it's supposed to be in the center of the Kaaba. Now, archaeologists have said that that black stone is most likely meteorite that was found by a Bedouin in the desert. I assure you that you don't start the largest religion on earth because you found a black stone in the desert. This crystal, this fundamental crystal structure, we'll see a little later on, may have been this power source that was described in many different civilizations. Did you all know about this in Turkey? They found this ancient city in Turkey that is 11 to 13,000 years old. You know, 11 to 13,000 years ago, we were supposed to be hunters and gatherers. We were like basically just out of caves. And they found this city that has these huge rocks, these huge pillars that was sustaining most likely quite an elaborate roof system. And around them, they found all sorts of arrows from the hunters and the gatherers. From 13,000 years ago. But I assure you that they didn't do all this, the hunters and the gatherers. Where did it come from? So this leads us, just before the break, we'll break at 6. This leads us to the end of the ancient civilization part. I want to kind of talk quickly about this. This is the part with the Hebraic tradition, the, Old Testament tradition. When I was studying all these ancient civilizations, I kept the Bible for the end because, having been brought up in Catholic church and Catholic schools, I had kind of an allergic reaction to the whole thing. And so I was not so keen on studying the Bible. And but when I actually finally picked it up again, to start to study it, I started to study Old Testament. And I started to realize something. It's like, wait, the Old Testament talks about some object. When it says the word God, it's talking about an object. It's talking about something. They're calling the covenant of God, or the Ark of the Covenant of God, or the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. And when it represents that object, it doesn't show an old man with a beard and, a pair of binoculars and a baseball bat. It doesn't. When it talks about that, it shows like a tetrahedron sitting on a throne as the representation of God. And then it describes it as like God was the crystal sea. It was called the Ark of the Covenant of God. It was this incredible object that had all sorts of power. It was able to do all sorts of things. For instance, it was said that it would radiate, and if you didn't cover your face, you would get sunburned, right? And it was said that it would create a phenomenon that was called a pillar of light or a pillar of cloud above it, like a big vortex. Now I was getting interested. I liked the Bible all of a sudden. Because all through the research, as I started to elaborate how you would build this technology, I realized that crystalline structures would be very important. And I realized you would have to spin the field very, very fast to start to get the singularity to be produced. Basically, you got to reproduce those fundamental dynamics of the double torus for it to occur. For the singularity to occur, it would produce a vortex in space-time, and this is exactly what they would describe. This is what they call the tabernacle, where they would put the ark while they were going through the desert for 40 years. And when you read, the Bible, and if you read the Torah that describes this movement of the Ark of the Covenant through the desert, it talks about things like the ark would move on its own. This desert took only 6 months to travel this desert for all the Bedouins at the time. It took 40 years for the tribes of Israel to do it because they were following the ark. And it says that the ark would go on its own. And then where it would stop, they would stop. And sometimes they would stay there for years. And so they camped there for years until it would go again. And then they would follow it again. This is, some of the things that my grandfather did. My grandfather was a Bedouin. He brought people to Mecca, where another one of those crystals might have been. Actually, I think that the two were very much related, the Ark of the Covenant and the Kaaba. My grandfather was a Bedouin that brought people from Iran to Mecca because in those traditions, everybody's got to go to Mecca at least once in their lifetime. And if they can't make it, they have to send somebody with their prayer to Mecca. And they got to turn around the Kaaba 7 times with that prayer. So my grandfather was in charge of bringing all the prayers of the people that couldn't go. And then so he would guide the people that could go and bring the prayers of the ones that couldn't go. And it would take 6 months on camelback to go there and 6 months to come back. And I have an article, my father has an article from the Tehran press when my grandfather died. He was thought to be the oldest man on earth. He died at the age of 128 years old. Why did he die so old? I think it's because he went and spun around that crystal for a very long time. Because remember, and we're going to see this after the break, if you have a technology that's tapping into the source of life, the source of the organization of all things, now when you hang around that technology, there's a good chance you're going to live longer. And in the Old Testament, in Genesis, they keep insisting on the age of people. It tells you, and so was 735 years old and had 325 children. Dude, I have 2, and I'm like overwhelmed. Holy schmoly. And and so lived 800 years, and so. And the ancient Egyptian talked about the moment of initiation when the initiate would go and in front of this power, and they would come out of the temple as semi-god and live forever. And so on. So, this all started to sound similar. And then when you looked at the word God in the Bible, if you actually look at where that word is translated from, it's translated from the Greek, the tetragrammaton. This is actually at the forefront of your Bible in the preface. If you look carefully, it says the word God is taken from the word tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton, folks. Every time you see the word God in the Bible, you can say tetragrammaton. So when you go, oh my tetragrammaton, now you say, and for a guy like me that's doing my research, when I see the word tetra, I clue in, right? So tetra is 4 in Greek, and grammaton has been translated as grammar. So the 4 letters of God. Here's the 4 letters of God, the tetragrammaton. And they're in the Kabbalistic tradition, they're typically arranged like this in a triangle shape. And that is a good representation of the isotropic vector metric, which is, one face of it is 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. And, this grammaton part of the word has 2 roots. 4 letters of God, so it has the root grammar for letter, but as well, it has another root, which is the source for the word gravity. It represents grams or weight. So all of a sudden, you have a tetrahedron, a tetra, that has gravity for the word of God in the Bible. Okay? Most of you have read the Bible, right? No? Okay. Never mind. So, it's very remarkable, though. It starts to give you another understanding of why there might have been a distortion of our understanding of creation. The ancient might have been talking about geometry and technology, physical thing, and then it's got all mixed up into, dogma. And when each letter has a number, and when you add the numbers together, you get 72, which is found in the Bible everywhere, the 72 faces of God, or the 72 names of God. But you see, this is only the male tetrahedron again. It's only the male approach to God again. If we have another one of these that come together, now we double this number. 72 plus 72 is what? 144. 144 is found in the Bible in Revelation, where it says, and the crystal city of the ark will come back to the earth, right? And it has faces of 144 crystals, or something along those lines. Well, the part I forgot to tell you is that if you take 64 tetrahedrons and you count the amount of faces on the outside, you get 144 faces. And then they tell you, if you decode this geometry, which is called the tree of knowledge, the Kabbalistic tree, which relates to the tree of knowledge that's found in the Garden of Eden. Notice that many of these ancient civilizations talks about the time of revelation, the time where we're going to understand all of the mysteries that we hadn't understood before, and that we are going to ascend. When they tell us we're going to ascend, maybe they didn't just mean spiritually, but actually they meant literally we're going to ascend, right? when they tell us this, they say to us that this moment, this transformation is going to come from this understanding of the fundamental geometry of knowledge, the tree of knowledge. That if we can decode this, we will understand the principles of the universe, the mystery of all mysteries. But then they give you a warning. They say, many have tried, and most have gone crazy. When I came across that, I thought, well, you know, most people think I'm crazy already. So it's not going to make much of a difference. So I thought, wait, you know, I got to figure this out. And I drew the whole thing, and I was in my van still, and I plastered it on the ceiling of my van above my bed so I could wake up and look at it and try to figure it out. And so I looked at it. Oh, by the way, as well, this is related, the tree of knowledge is related to the tree that's described in Genesis as the tree with the apple thing, you know, the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden, which the ancient civilization tells us that when we're going to ascend, the earth will regain its state of garden. Well, that would mean that we literally ascend, not just spiritually, because if the earth goes back to a state of garden, that's because we took all the cement off, because we're not on it anymore, right? So, you know, I was thinking about this, and you know, this tree of knowledge as well in the ancient, in the book of Genesis is an apple tree, right? And the apple is like the knowledge. And so all of a sudden I realized, wait, and I grabbed an apple and I cut it in half. And if you look at half an apple, you realize you've got a double torus. Okay? With the seed in the middle, and each seed contains the potential of infinite amount of apples, because each seed can make the tree that makes apples, that make trees, that makes apples, and so on. So, you know, this amazing thing was coming together. I was really liking the Bible all of a sudden. And so I start to look at this, and I realize that obviously you have a tetrahedron on the bottom, and that on the top you have an octahedron, which is the two geometry you need to build the 64 tetrahedron grid. But I couldn't figure out this part here. So I eventually realized that if I took the top part and I slid the bottom part into the top part, all of a sudden it became a three-dimensional object. And all the vectors were there to produce the 8-star tetrahedron. So all the information was there. And then it was said in the Kabbalistic tradition that there is not only one tree, but that there's 4 trees of knowledge that are connected at the root. And that they have a mirror function. So there's not 4, they can be 8 if they're mirrored, if they're polarized. So if 8 of these trees come together and they decode to 8-star tetrahedron, then you get the 64 tetrahedron grid right out of it. And how do you know you've done it right? Because by the time you finish, you can plaster the Kabbalistic tree right back on it. You've got to full loop. And you can actually array it right around. So I don't know if I've gone crazy, but it seems to be correct. There's much more details to this structure. You can actually flip the trees around and get all the other tetrahedrons. And if you follow the actual Kabbalistic tradition, the roots become the crown, and the crown becomes the root. And the whole object of the decoding of the tree is to find this singularity, this point of infinite density that's at the heart of the Kabbalistic tradition, is the heart of God, the point of infinite potential. I mean, this is like literally describing everything I was describing to you in physics earlier on. And so a lot of this information is uncovering now. It's coming out. We are literally at that moment in history where we are recovering the information, and we have the knowledge base in science now to apply it, and to apply it to our external world so that we can transform our world, transform our technology, and ascend. Are we gonna make that step? You and me together, we will make that change. It's coming. It's a storm that's brewing that cannot be stopped. And we have a limited amount of time. There is changes that are occurring in our world that are going to have consequences on our capacity to move forward. We have to make that transition. We're very, very close. We need every one of you to become aware of the information, to take the time every day to connect with your vacuum self, to connect with your infinite potential, because in that point of infinite potential is your true essence, is your mastery. Every one of you is a master. You hold that within yourself, all knowledge. And I actually mathematically proved it to you today. Yeah. So we're going to take a little break, and after the break, we're going to do another hour to hour and a half where I'm going to talk about what was done in laboratory, which I usually don't talk about in public. And after this, we'll have question and answers. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, that was part 5 of the Naseem Haramein Cognos 2010 presentation. Trust me, the this next part 6 is absolutely epic, where he discusses his actual lab results. And this is 13 years old, and it's still, every time I watch it and listen to it, you get new information out of it. And especially what he's about to disclose in this last question and answer part, especially in regards to his plasma experiments, as well as supposed interactions with ET beings of sorts. And that at some parts of it, it even cuts out the video, and he's like, it can't be on camera, but you still get to hear it. It's pretty epic stuff. And yes, Space Case Adam, welcome, brother. Danico, everybody here. It's a good day, and I'd just like to point out how during this, from the start of the stream to now, how there's this exclusion zone that has formed just in the last 20 minutes, as well as, or half hour, as well as the orange from the white monoatomic to this orangish brownish color. All I did was add more. I changed the temperature, adding some hot salt water in, and it created the hydroxides now instead of just the pure monoatomics. And so with that note, I'm going to finally unplug it for a minute, add even more water to it first before unplugging it actually, and then I will disconnect this Lion reactor and put in this other coil that is right in front of us here, and change the anode that is zinc and copper just to a plain sheet of zinc again, and that it's the orange here. I've plugged in and unplugged the same zinc copper anodes that's made the majority of all of the material at the bottom there that has collected, most of it white, gray, and silverish in color. And then now, just with a little temperature change and disturbance, it's changed to this orange action instead. And that's enough of me mumbling and rumbling. I would also like to state how awesome the Lloyd Pie portion with the elongated skulls, as well as the Star Child skull, and the genetic mapping of it, and the alien DNA within it that Nassim had presented there. It's really huge information, and that Lloyd Pie was an absolute legend in cryptozoology, as well as primatology and archaeology, as well as anthropology, and a true, honest anthropologist. And that he actually had encased a real Sasquatch that he was showing off, as well as several of these different alien skulls and elongated skulls, actually getting them genetically tested. And then they tragically killed him off around, I believe, at least 10 years ago now, and gave him this rare form of cancer that developed in like no time at all. The exact same stuff that killed Hugo Chavez, and it was right around the time of Hugo Chavez. What are you using to film your jars? Just a couple of webcams right now, but I also use my Galaxy 9, and I gotta switch over and start using my Galaxy 20 to get the best quality. But the 4K, I believe it is 4K Zoom or stream cam that I'm using right now on the main camera. There we go. I can up it to 720. I didn't even realize it wasn't at 720. It should do 1080, but I don't. StreamYard charges more money for 1080, which I'm not paying $1,000 a month that I don't have just to do 1080 to StreamYard. But hopefully that did increase the quality a little bit better. Now it's at 780 on the stream cam here. And yeah, back to Naseem Haramein. And Cognos Parts 6, where he talks all sorts of crazy again. I desperately do need a digital microscope. Yesterday, I need a digital microscope, but I do have a non-digital microscope right there that I need to start using. Actually, that was really old.
Bueno, todo aquel... Perdona. Todo aquel que tenga preguntas, si podéis hacer una fila aquí, por ejemplo, si nos gusta aquí, la podemos hacer aquí, o si no allí. Y os dejaré un micro aquí al primero que venga. Mira. Y ya está. Y luego ya, pues, entre vosotros. La fila ahí en medio.
Could you talk a bit more about those changes you said that are going to happen from now ahead?
Okay. So the question is, can I talk a little bit more about the changes? Well, the changes are happening right now. They're not, in the future. They're, look in the world today.
I do have an old,
the economy is
really
collapsing.
old digital microscope that I need to
physical
start
consequences for many people
using. But I don't know if it even has the drivers anymore. It's so old.
Temperature change that are occurring.
It says 200x on this baby. Well, I probably
more
need like
activity
20,000.
that's
But
occurring
anyways,
in our weather systems, in our seismic systems, with more seismic activity all around the world. And we are reaching a very important point. And that point is a change in our solar dynamics. Every 11 years, the sun flips its poles. Did you know that?
Oh my God, I think this is the part where he actually talks about the sun now being a white pulsar and that it hasn't flipped its poles. So let's listen to this. All right, definitely do it. And yes, I need to try it out. It should work. Like, look at this bad boy. It's got a USB connection still. Yeah, look at that. USB, baby. Woo! So we'll see if this thing works. The thing is, I was given it, I think, while I was still a child. Maybe junior. No, I think it was before junior high. I don't know. We'll see. How old is USB? Jeez, how old am I? Ugh. All right. Anywho, back to this right here. And I think this is the clip that I have been trying to find for years since I first heard it. And if it is, I'm super stoked. And let's listen.
11 year, the sun, magnetic field flips. And when it does, the sun becomes active. And, this dynamic in our sun is this time very different. It's changed. It's behaving very much differently than the other times. And part of why NASA is realizing is because our heliosphere, which is a bubble that's generated by the sun wind, okay, the plasma of the sun, that bubble is being compressed because the sun is moving through a denser part of our galactic equator. And it's because the equator is a double torus. And so the sun is moving through that part of the double torus where the magnetic lines of force are very strong. And there's a lot of particles that are being accelerated from the galactic center. So we're getting hit by what is called galactic cosmic rays. So there's more radiation, planets are heating up, all the planets in our solar system. And so these are all the kind of changes that are occurring. How is that going to affect the Earth? It's already affecting the Earth. But, you know, you can imagine that we could have large earthquake. We could have, you know, volcanic eruptions like the one that stopped all the planes from flying.
Sorry, my apologies. This is not it. This is 2010. I just realized, and it was after 2012. The last 11-year cycle, 2023 being this year, being the next one to verify this. But yeah, so I think it was after 2013 that Nassim came out and stated the no longer pole flip or magnetic poles of the sun flipping, and that it started pulsing white instead. So this is not the clip because this predated that second from 2001, the original sun spot cycle that didn't flip. So 2012 being the second, and if 2023 this year being the next year to witness whether the sun's polar or magnetic poles flip or not, or if it pulses white again. So I will have to find that clip. This is sadly not it, but we will keep listening.
Not so long ago. We could have large tsunami activity, you know, meltdown of the ice sheets, which would raise the water, you know, in our oceans. All these things are slowly increasing and occurring as we speak. So we, you know, those changings are occurring, and at the same time, there's a change in our society that's coordinating because the way we've built our society is not sustainable. So like our economic system is collapsing. It has to be replaced by an economic system that's sustainable, right? So all of the structures are changing, and, you know, with that change, there's a lot of suffering. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of people in the US that are ending up in the streets every month because they're losing their house and you know, there's more and more people suffering. So these changes are occurring right now, and they're necessary because the old system has to fall for the new to come out. So we don't have to worry about breaking down the old system. It's breaking down on its own. What we have to make sure is that we have the new system in place so that we can replace it and move forward and go to the next level as the old crumbles. And that's what we got to keep our eyes on. We got to keep our eyes on the positive side of the change, on the possibility that's being offered at this time for us. And that positive side is that we recognize our true power, we recognize the fundamental principles of creation within ourselves, and we apply it to our technology to transform our world. The outside technology and the inside technology has to come together so that the outside and the inside is matched, and then we can ascend. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Quiero darte las gracias por compartir tu sabiduría y tu alegría de vivir.
Mike.
Me gustaría darte las gracias. He would like to thank you for your knowledge. No lo sé. ¿Están traduciendo? Bueno, es igual, no te preocupes. Ya vamos bien. No te preocupes. Dale ahí.
En junio de este año, en Alicante,
In June of this year in Alicante,
estuve escuchando al astrofísico doctor Paul Laviolette.
I was listening to Paul Laviolette.
Su teoría, su quantum kinetics.
His quantum kinetics.
Cinética subcuántica. Mi pregunta es si puedes decir algo, un poquito.
Can you talk about it?
¿Qué diferencias y qué coincidencias tiene su teoría unificada también? Intento de explicar el origen de la materia y el universo con tu visión.
What differences does it have with your theory?
Between the theory of Paul Laviolette and mine.
Yeah.
Okay. My theory is actually a unification theory that gets rid of most of quantum theory, so that actually we're dealing with the subatomic particles in terms of mini classical body, mini black holes, right? Paul did an excellent job at describing some of the dynamics there. I think it applies to what I'm doing. When it's actually going to be put together, it's going to be very powerful. But in one way, Paul Laviolette's theory, is still using principles that are in the standard model of the quantum world that I think are not correct or not accurate. So, but I think that what he touched on is accurate, is correct in that the structure that he's describing at the subatomic, lowest level of oscillation is this coherent structure that I'm describing in terms of black hole dynamics. So I'm coming at it from a classical point of view, from a classical mechanical Einsteinian way, and he's coming at it using quantum theory. So, I think we meet somewhere in there. The link is not so obvious yet, but I think there's a meeting possible there, and I'm hoping that we can collaborate on that at one point. Thank you. What were you going to say? Right, the ether mechanics of the quantum world. Right, you see, that's the thing, is that ether is a concept that had been there for a very long time prior to Einstein field equation. Then when Einstein was brought in, then it was said, oh, we don't need ether anymore. And they replace ether with space-time. But I think that the confusion there is very difficult, because ether, now you have ether, space-time, and vacuum fluctuation, which is space-time fluctuating at the quantum level. And I don't use the terminology ether, because when you say ether, right away physicists are thinking that it's that other thing, right? from before Einstein that you're trying to bring back in. Sorry. You know? So I don't use that because I think what people were thinking about when they were talking about ether is actually vacuum fluctuation in modern physics. So right. So she was saying that he's been trying to show graphics of vacuum fluctuation to demonstrate ether. I'm saying that the vacuum itself, the fluctuation of the vacuum itself is the ether, right? So that if you add an ether on top of it, then again, it's like when you add the strong force, or when you add dark matter, like it, you know, you're adding complexity, or instead of trying to find the source, right? And I think the source is these vacuum fluctuations. So, go ahead.
Well,
yeah.
As you say, everything comes from that net of the tetrahedrons, okay? And that net should be in everything, from the infinite little to the infinite big.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean the things on the galaxy are put it in exact place. So the events about the huge energy from quasar or something like this are not in the intersections of that net, or it's something that we can draw a map where we can move with that net of tetrahedrons. I don't know if you follow me. So if you draw that tetrahedrons in the galaxy, in each cross or each intersection should be there where it's located a big star or black hole or something like this. Is something that we can use to draw a map of the galaxy where we can move.
Navigate?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, if you were to look at superclusters, and that's very interesting, when they start to get enough resolution to be able to photograph superclusters, they realize that superclusters make huge octahedron tetrahedrons in the sky. So actually, you're right, it's actually there. Yes, the geometry of the vacuum gives you a map, a roadway on how to go through the system. And actually, that roadway is found in ancient tablets that were left on our planet. It's found in ancient tablets, like for instance, ancient Egyptian tablets that talks about how you move through the universe is to zigzag through the universe. And you know, that's what I was talking about before. You go through the center of the earth, to the center of the sun, to the center of the galaxy. That's the zigzag. Yeah. Yeah, we can. We can draw it. Very good. That's correct. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Is there any part of the body, the human body, that has a special meaning in terms of gravity? Because sometimes you talk about the heart, but in the magnetic sense. But about the gravity, I'm thinking about the Hara or Tantien or...
Yeah. So you want to know in the body if there is a gate, right? So a singularity. Okay, so it's in every one of your atoms, right? Every atom has a singularity in the middle of it, according to what I found. And all the atoms together produce another scale singularity that's in the middle of your heart. Okay, and it's actually between the two ventriculars of your heart is a power source of the heart, and that's why it produces a huge magnetic field. Electromagnetic field can be measured, 12 feet away from you, and actually this is still to be confirmed, but there's studies that show that when people die, 21 gram goes missing. That's the weight of that singularity. That's the mass of that singularity. It's actually 21 grams in E equals mc squared represent a lot of energy. Yeah? That's the information that you hold, right? And so, you know, that is your center. And when I talk about the meditation I was talking about reproducing that field in your body, I talk about, when I teach it, I show that you can, like the crown chakra is actually the entry point of the vortex. This is why the saints are represented with a halo, is because when your vortex is spinning really, really fast, it might actually light up. And, you know, and so it goes, and then the Kundalini rising is the vortex that's coming from the ground, and it meets at the heart, at the singularity in the heart, and from there it radiates the equator. That is your platform that defines your field in the universe. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Me gustaría dar las gracias a Haramein, aunque ya se ha adelantado Jesús. Pero bueno,
Thanks again.
gracias al cuadrado. Que quería comentar que me ha resultado muy curioso sobre el tema que ha hablado de la transmutación.
He liked the transmutation theme that you were talking about. Transmutation.
Okay.
Porque leí hace poco un libro que se llamaba Agua Vida de Victor Schauberger.
He read a book about Victor Schauberger that's called.
Y hacía experimentos con el agua haciendo vórtices y conseguía transmutar, o sea, el mismo efecto que
He did experiments with water creating vortexes and ¿qué has dicho?
Que conseguía transmutar usando vórtices de agua.
And he could, yeah.
See, my Spanish is getting better by the minute. I'm tapping in the vacuum, you know. There's enough Spanish morphogenic field around here, you know. Okay, so your question is it similar?
La pregunta es que a través del vórtice realmente es como se consigue la transmutación.
Yeah. Now I gotta translate that whole thing.
¿Qué decías? Perdona. Repíteme la pregunta.
Que si realmente influye el hecho del vórtice en la transmutación.
Does
porque ya
the vortex issue really influence in the
transmutation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
¿Cómo cuesta esa palabra?
vortices and makes the the transmutation, because remember I was saying how atoms are produced. They are coming out of black holes in the vortex, and the angle at which they come out produce the table of elements. Well, you know, if you now it's spinning this way, now it's one element, and you put it in a field that moves that vortex to another angle, now you got a different element, right? So you just got to produce a field that's strong enough to make the change. Now, you can do that mechanically, like Schauberger did it mechanically, by mechanically spinning the water, but it's not so effective. If you do it, you can spin the water to get these effects, or you can spin the electromagnetic field, you can spin the gravitational field, you can spin the structure of space-time, and the water will, or the elements will respond, right? Because it's the structure of space-time that's spinning these elements in the first place. Remember, atoms are little vortices of space-time itself, vortices of the vacuum itself. And so you can, if you're influencing the vacuum, you can change these angles at will. So when I have devices that spin in the millions of RPMs, I will be able to make very, very incredible elements.
Una cosita más te quería comentar. Me ha resultado curioso el hecho de ver la bobina esta circular, que sería como la pancake coil de Tesla.
I saw your, no sé cómo se dice bobina en inglés.
Coil.
Ah, I saw
My
your
coil,
coil and it
yeah.
was really, I liked it.
Tesla coil, pancake coil.
Ah, it seemed like Tesla's
Oh,
coil.
yeah, absolutely. These coils is like a combination of Schallberger, Tesla, and many other, like, you know, all put together. I came up with it independently from studying the structure of space-time, but when you look in history, many inventors had part of the geometry. For instance, Tesla pancake coils is the equator, but then the top part is like when Tesla built what we call Tesla coil, he built cone, not cylinders. You know, modern Tesla coils, but he built cones because he knew it was a vortex, right? So it's like the cone with the pancake with the torus, you know, all put together.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Hi, Nassim.
Hello.
Your talk contains a really positive message about sharing knowledge and advanced civilization and so on. But I'm afraid that the economic system that we live in will try to get your ideas, buy them, and get your inventions, and maybe in hands of multinationals or big corporations, all your inventions won't be shared so fast and won't be shared by so many people in a way that are cheaper to get or even free to get and share. Is there a plan that you have so that way we don't let everything be controlled by this
I
big
have
corporation?
a plan. Very good question. Yeah, it's been a challenge, you know. I've been doing this for 25 years. It's been a great challenge. I've had many meetings that were a little bit scary, you know, with agencies, three-letter agencies, you can imagine, right? And there is, you know, this is why I funded a nonprofit foundation. You know, I'm funding a for-profit as well. But, you know, at the end of the day, if I can get the support of the public, this is why I was talking like that, is if I can get the support of the public, then that's unstoppable, you know? If I don't have to go and look for money in, you know, support by corporation or by individual that wants to tie string to me. Many of the times that I lost funding is because I wouldn't allow strings to be attached, you know? So it's, you know, this is it's part of the plan. You know, I'm making sure, I assure you, there is things in place that make it so all the information is already available to the public. Thank you. Thank you.
Hola.
Hello.
Muchas gracias por tu trabajo, tu búsqueda de la verdad y
Thanks
es
for
para mí un honor estar aquí
your
delante
work
tuyo.
and your search of truth, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Bien, yo vivo cerca del centro geográfico de Cataluña
I live close to the geographical center of Catalonia,
Yeah.
y desde hace un par de años he estado observando unos símbolos grabados en la piedra.
and since some years I've been observing symbols that are carved on rock.
Bien, este símbolo es la semilla de la vida, que
This-
conoces bien.
The symbol is the flower of life that you know very well.
Oh, wow. Really?
¿Verdad? Sí. Y,
Wow.
y he podido observar que es del siglo XVII, está grabado en las piedras de algunas casas.
And I could observe that from the 17th century, this was recorded in stones of some houses.
Y bien, me gustaría saber por qué lo hicieron, qué grupo de gente lo pudo haber hecho y por qué este conocimiento.
I would like to know why it could it be done, who could do it.
Very great. Oh, wow. I was going to ask you, is there pictures? Wow.
Es una pequeña muestra, hay más casas aún.
There's many more.
Oh, really? Did you know that, like, those look just like it? You know, on the ossuaries, which are the tombs that the Hebraic community, like the first century Jewish community, just after Emmanuel, which eventually got called Jesus, right? Just after Emmanuel, you know, some people cut that, you know, is this symbol on the ossuaries, right? Of all the, you know, anyway. So I was asking you about this.
Me? What?
Yes.
When?
You should have known about this. What's wrong with you?
I don't know.
Oh, he's giving me the look. When I arrived, I said to Marco, I said, you know, Marco, I didn't have time to talk about this today, but the Knights Templar were looking for this object, the Covenant, the Ark of the Covenant, because they came out of the Catars in the south of France, which was the lineage, right, of Mary Magdalena, the blood of Emmanuel, all the lineage, the children of Emmanuel, right, all the way back to the first century. It'd take a little time to explain why this is here, but let me just try to do it quickly. Emmanuel, the part that's not so well known about him is that he was part of the Essene community. Now they're starting to admit that his father and his mother were part of the Essene community. The Essene community that was near the Dead Sea in Qumran was there to host the Ark of the Covenant. It was the B plan. If the Ark was in trouble in the Temple of Solomon, it was taken out of the temple and brought to the Essene community where the high priests there were ready to receive it. And that's why there's a scroll that was found out of the Essene scroll that was called the Copper Scroll. In the Copper Scroll is a description of the Ark of the Covenant coming to the Essene community, right? And there was born Emmanuel in the vicinity of this very powerful object. This is, you know, walking on water is a gravitational effect. When you have the ark, you can do all sorts of healings, including, you know, bring things back to life. I tried it myself. Right? And, you know, and Emmanuel made clear, you will do greater things than I, because he knew this knowledge, this technology would come back. The reason he was crucified is not so well understood, is because when he went to Jerusalem, where the ark was no longer there in the Temple of Solomon, he found the high priests were ego tripping, and they were they took the power, they installed a pagan idol in the Temple of Solomon that was there to host the ark. And he threatened them to bring the ark back. And the high priest didn't want the ark back because they had control now without the ark there. It had been gone for a long period of time already. And so that is why they plotted to get him crucified. They didn't want the ark back there. The Cathars knew about this because they had a direct knowledge, they had a direct lineage from the bloodline. And so they started the Knights Templar to look for the Ark of the Covenant because they knew that was the source of power. And the Knights Templars started the Crusades, going to Israel, going to Jerusalem, going to the Temple Mount, where the Temple of Solomon used to be, thinking the Ark may be hidden under there somewhere, that they could find the Ark. So they looked in that region for many years. They couldn't find it. Eventually, I spare you the details, they went all the way down to Ethiopia, where the ark had been brought there by the Essene because they had to make sure it was safe. This is why there's a large Jewish community in Ethiopia. And then they found the ark there. There's lots of evidence that the Templars were there and that they found the ark and they brought it back to Europe. That's a whole other thing. When turns out that these objects, there's many of them, because the civilization that was there prior to our written history, the civilization that built the huge pyramids, that built all these crazy temples with these huge rocks, that civilization had many of these devices. They had direct contact with the extraterrestrials. They had many of these devices. And many of these devices were left all around the world. And Edgar Cayce, do you know about Edgar Cayce? The sleeping prophet. Study Edgar Cayce. He was very precise about many things. And he talked about where these objects were left. And he talked about the one, in Ethiopia, but he talked about the one that was under the water, that was in Bimini, that was creating the Bermuda Triangle. And then he said that there was one that was left in the mountains, in the Pyrenees Mountains in Spain. And yes. And this is why when I arrived here, I said to Marco, do you know anything about something strange? Some strange symbols, some strange evidence, something around that would, and so I'm glad to find this. So I believe from the research I've done, and I'm skipping a lot of details, that the Knights Templar actually found the one that was in the Pyrenees as well, and that they moved it around and that they were here and they built many things and they left. I'm glad to see that they left traces of the information in Spain about this object, about this power. So I would love it if you could give me some copies of these or scan them and email them to me. Oh, I can keep those?
Sí.
You have copies? Yeah.
Sí, sí.
Oh, wonderful.
Tengo los originales. Si quieres, estás invitado, te lo puedo enseñar en persona.
I have the originals. If you want, you're invited. I can show it in person.
I would love that. So I'll have to make that happen. Maybe next time I come. Are they very far?
100 kilómetros.
10 kilometers.
Oh, wow. Is it getting shorter over there?
Así que hay más.
Thank you very much.
Te voy a mandar por correo más fotos.
I will send them to you by email.
Okay.
Cerca de Solsona.
Cerca de Solsona.
Thank you so much.
En Elche también está lo mismo. En Elche también está lo mismo.
Sí. Claro.
Hola, buenas tardes. Que en Elche, de donde nosotros venimos, en la provincia de Alicante,
In Elche, from where we come from, in the province of Alicante,
también está la misma geometría
there's the same geometry
de la semilla de la vida.
with the flower of life.
Y es toda la época de los romanos,
This came from
De la
the
época
Roman
de-
epoch.
templos de la época de Julio César, César Augustos, que eran grandes
Temples
iniciados.
from when Julio César, Julius Caesar, and Augustus.
Tenían este conocimiento y tenían esa figura que tú has hecho de cuadrados y tetraedros. Está en un templo enorme lleno de geometría sagrada.
They had this knowledge and the figures that you were showing full of sacred geometry symbols.
Wow.
Corrobora que a lo largo de este planeta todas las grandes civilizaciones doradas han mantenido el conocimiento.
¿Repites?
Que eso corrobora también que en general en este planeta todas las grandes
So
civilizaciones
this shows that all great civilizations in this planet had this kind of knowledge.
han mantenido el conocimiento.
Yeah, well, you know, so that would predate the Knight Templar, right? That would
Estás
predate-
invitado.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying.
You're invited.
This information was there prior to the Templars coming, but the Templars probably knew what they were looking for, so they follow all the symbols, all the information. That's probably how they found the one that was here in Spain. So it'd be interesting to try to map it all out and see if we can find it again, if they left it here, or at least find where it was holding. There must be a temple somewhere. There must be a chamber somewhere where it was put. Now, in the chamber where it was put, when the ark was at the Qumran community near the Dead Sea, that chamber was found. The real Indiana Jones, Vendel Jones, the Indiana Jones was inspired by a real archaeologist, Vendel Jones, which was the archaeologist that follow the copper scroll of the Dead Sea Scrolls that describe where they put the ark, right, in the caves of Qumran. And he found the cave. And when he opened the cave, NASA was there to verify and everything. When he opened the cave, there was a strange blue light that was glowing in the cave. It's described in the report by NASA. And it's really interesting because in the report by NASA, it says, it just blew my mind when I saw that, because it says this is the same strange blue light we found when we opened some of the chambers in the pyramids in South America or in Mexico. So that actually places the ark as well in Mexico and South America, or Mexico at least. So, you know, because when this object is in full power and you leave it long enough in one region of space-time, it leaves an imprint, right? And until that imprint is disturbed, it can stay fairly coherent. So there might be a place like that somewhere around here. I would like to go and find it. Okay.
Primero quiero agradecerte muchísimo tu trabajo.
Thanks a lot for your work.
Thank you.
Conozco ya 4 niños de entre 10 y 15 años que
I
están
know-
muy enfadados contigo.
I know like about 4 kids of
Entre 10 y
10 kids
15.
from 4 to 10 years old that are really mad at you.
Enfadados.
There's like 10 kids of ages from 4 to 10 or to 6 that are really mad at you.
10 to 15.
10 to 15 that are
10 to
mad at me.
15.
Muy enfadados
Uh-oh.
porque todo lo que tú explicas es contrario a lo que les explican cada día en la escuela.
Because all that you explain is just the opposite as what they're receiving every day at school.
Yes.
Entonces, quiero hacerte una pregunta para ellos, porque son nuestros hijos y nuestros nietos de futuro.
Then I want to ask you a question for these kids.
Yes.
¿Puedes explicarnos o enseñarnos a explicar los agujeros negros para los niños de 10 a 15 años, por ejemplo?
Can you help us to explain black holes to kids of that age, please?
Y otra
How
pregunta.
do you explain black holes to kids of that age? Is that what she asked? Oh.
Otra pregunta muy parecida, aunque muy
Another
distinta,
question.
es la importancia que tiene la geometría para nuestra salud y evolución. También necesitamos explicarlo a estos chicos.
We also need
Danos-
to explain the importance of geometry in our health
and evolution.
under evolution.
Yeah.
¿Cómo explicamos esto a nuestros niños?
So how do we explain this to our kids?
En 4 palabras.
In 4 words.
Some cool
Okay.
stories, hey?
Number
If it's
one.
all true, wow.
You take the kids out of school.
Oh, he's on it.
Or at least put them in schools that are alternative, that, you know, allow kids to be creative. Because, you know, at the end of the day, one of the biggest problems in a civilization is education. Education, the way we have it today, is not the solution, is the problem, right? Why? Because children instinctively know. You know, when you teach a 7-year-old, the universe, you know, came out of a big bang. The first thing they ask, where did that come from? Right?
Es más fácil a los 7 años que a los 15 o a los 14.
It's easier when they're 7 than when they're 14 or 15.
Ah, yes. By that time, a lot of damage has been done. So, you know, children have knowledge to give to us, but our educational system doesn't allow that. We assume they don't know nothing, and we got to teach them. Education, true education, should give the resources to the kid so that they can, you know, make their own decision. This is what we think. This is how we came up with this solution. This is the math we're using. We don't know if it's right. What do you think? Instead of saying, this is the fact. And if you don't repeat that fact, you will fail. You must be a sheep. You must follow all the other sheep over the cliff, right? Now, thank you. So how do you explain a black hole to a child? Well, I think you say to him, think about it. You could cut this piece of bread into a smaller piece of bread. And you cut this piece of smaller bread into a smaller one, and a smaller one, and a smaller one, and a smaller one. And then you could say to the child, do you think we can cut this to infinity? And the child will probably say, yeah, you can continue cutting. So then you can say, well, then that means there's infinite amount of pieces of bread in this bread. So if there's infinite amount of pieces, there's infinite amount of weight, infinite amount of mass. This bread must be a black hole, right? Or at least made of black holes, right? So I think using examples like that, it has to do with the geometry too, you know. Look at the geometry of a flower. Look at the geometry of the branches of a tree. See all the branches of your hand, right? This part is 1.618 smaller than this part. This part is 1.618 smaller than this part. This part is 1.618 smaller than this part. This to this and this to this, my arm to my... Why do you think that it's always the same ratio? Look at the flower, you get the same ratio. Do you think there's a fundamental geometry? Maybe there's a fundamental geometry that makes all this, right? Using nature, helping the child observe, look at the world around them, instead of drawing geometry on a piece of paper, you know, doing geometry outside in the world, looking at the way planets orbit the sun. Look, there's geometric octaves, you know, things like that. And giving them a sense that nature has these fundamental principles in it, I think is very important. And that's lost in our education because we try to reduce everything into some conceptual notion instead of the natural world.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Hello again. I got a conflict with the concept of vacuum because what I can't understand is how can we measure the distance in vacuum? Because if we have one thing here, one thing here and another thing here, and there's vacuum between them, they should be touching each other. And if not, you can just make a
one
fool.
atom here, one atom here. We have vacuum in between.
Yes.
How are they touching?
Because if there's vacuum, is empty space, so there's nothing between them, so they should be touching.
No, vacuum is full.
Ay, que no os he escuchado. Ay, que no os he escuchado.
I know this is very specific, very fundamental thing, but my brain can't make that up because I'm thinking about vacuum, and is vacuum is empty? It's
Okay,
empty
I'm going to
space.
help you with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So think of the vacuum as a pool of water, right? But you don't know there's water because there's water everywhere. So there's nowhere where there's no water. So you think there's water everywhere. So it's not anywhere that you can say there's no water. So you think there's nothing. It's just water. We call it vacuum, right? So in the pool, there's a little vortex. It's called a soliton in physics, right? A soliton wave, a little vortex. And if you look at this vortex, there could be another vortex over here. When you see, because you don't know there's water, you say, oh, there's an atom, and oh, there's an atom over here. But in fact, what you're looking at are two dynamics of the vacuum itself. There's not vacuum and no vacuum. There's just vacuum. And when the vacuum is spinning in a little vortex, they say, oh, here's something. Not knowing that that something is everywhere because the vortex in the pool could not exist without the water. Right? So what we see as matter is just a dynamic of the water. It's a dynamic of the vacuum itself. It's a dynamic of the ether, you know. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes y
Hello.
gracias por este día tan vacío. Diría lleno, pero...
Thank you for this vacuum day.
Y bueno, tengo dos preguntitas, una un poco más técnica que es de esta mañana, que hay un...
I have two questions. One is a little bit more technical, that's from this morning.
Sí, no entiendo bien, no he comprendido bien cómo un centímetro cúbico de vacío puede estar tan lleno.
I really didn't understand how a centimeter cube of space can be so full.
Well, okay. Well, let's see. Imagine that you were extremely large, right? I don't mean fat, but you know, like very, very big being. That you were so big, you were outside this local universe we call the universe, right? Right? So now you're extremely big, and you're looking at our universe from that size. You would see our universe and you say, it's just one thing. It's one kind of ball of light, little ball of, you know, look like an atom to you, right? But if you jump in there, you go, oh my God, there's all these stars and galaxies, billions of stars, billions of galaxies, da 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 da. Because you're looking from a different scale. Same thing with the vacuum, right? You're looking from a scale at the vacuum where you're seeing like a lot of space. But if you look closely, really, really close, it's oscillating. Lots of energy is occurring. A lot of vibration are occurring in that space. You see? It's a question of scale.
¿Era aquello que se llamaba Planck o...? No.
That you call Planck's distance?
Planck distance, that's right. Which is so billions of times smaller than an atom. So to you, it doesn't exist. You don't see it. You can't experience it. It's oscillating so small, so far away from your experience, you don't know it's there.
O sea,
So-
el vacío realmente no es vacío, es compuesto por Plancks.
So space is not vacuum, it's not space, it's composed by Planck's distances.
Space is oscillating at the Planck's distance, meaning it's not composed of something, it's just that it's vibrating at frequencies that are very, very, very energetic, very small, like very short frequency. Right.
Vale, ok. Bueno, no. Voy a la otra pregunta más curiosa, más...
I'm going to the other question more.
Okay.
Y gracias por tu esfuerzo.
Thank you for your trying.
Antes has dicho que el 12 es importante y lo relacionabas con la música.
You said before that 12 was really important and you kind of took it to music.
Sí, y bueno, la música es una de las cosas que solo ocurren en la cabeza, ¿no? O sea,
And music is one of the things that only happen in our head.
One of the things that what?
That happen inside of our head.
no se da en la naturaleza como un agujero negro, un árbol.
It's not given in nature like a black hole or something like that.
Not quite. No. Like the sun makes music. The moon makes music.
Vale.
They all oscillate. They all vibrate. They all have fundamental resonance frequency, right? We can actually record the sun and record planets. They make very specific sounds. In ancient time, it was called the music of the spheres, right? So nature does oscillate, and so it's a kind of music, right? If you heard all of the oscillations in the universe together, it might sound like a symphony.
Vale. ¿Y el tema de que sean 12, como los 12 tonos?
What about the 12 as the 12 tones?
¿Puede tener alguna relación significativa? No sé.
Can it have a significant relationship?
Yes. It's not my field of expertise. Music is not my field of expertise. But in ancient time, especially in the Mayan time, there was 12 tones to the scale, that were in like harmonic relationship to it, and then was renormalized by John Sebastian Bach, I believe, to the diachronic scale. But I think that there's a fundamental natural scale of tones in the universe that function with the geometry. I haven't studied it enough to identify exactly what those tones are, but they're most likely very important because, in the technology I'm building, it is a frequency against a radius that makes the scale. So when I build the technology, I look at the scale and I calculated if there's all the data points on the scale, right? Well, if I'm building a technology, I got to make sure that the frequency and the size of the sphere fits on the scale if I want it to work. You understand? And that's how I can mathematically calculate how I need to build the technology. My pleasure. Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing lecture.
Thank you.
First of all, I was looking on your website the other day and I was like, damn, I want to become a member now. Like, let me in. Pay. Where do I pay?
Right. I appreciate. Thank you. We're really working as hard as we can to actually get that going. It's taking us some time.
Okay, I'm like, watching my email.
Thank you.
Secondly, just to backtrack a bit. When I saw you in Malaga last year, you talked about anti-gravity and about devices that you've had preview of.
Right.
And I wondered if you could talk any more about that. Not really,
yes.
Or maybe.
Well, let's say that, there is technologies that are being invented by different inventors around the world, including some labs that are, more official labs.
Yeah.
But as well, many inventors that are getting gravitational results from these kind of spinning devices, spinning large high-density magnetic fields.
Yeah.
And so, it's advancing very rapidly. The tricky part is to be able to release it into the world. And, that's on its way. But, there's not much more I can say about that. That is, like, some of the results are very, very exciting. You know, you're talking about things literally lifting up, you know. In some cases, you know, devices lifting up and going through the roof of laboratories, you know, last time seen going towards the sun, you know. So, you know, there is technologies on their way to do this. It's a little bit tricky, but we're getting very, very close. We're approaching that time. And, you know, hey, I never finished that story about the Vatican. You know, this is the first time the Vatican agrees with me. You know, the Vatican is talking about it. They're releasing stuff about, you know, saying it's okay to believe in extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
Christians can believe in extraterrestrial. They're like,
Thank
you
God.
know, it's like, thanks, you know. But, you know, they're saying they probably don't have original sin. You don't have to run out there with your Bible and try to convert them. They're already saved, you know. And, you know, all these governments are releasing their UFO files and all this. The reason is that these guys know they're on their way back. Why are they on their way back? Because we're on the way to them.
Yeah.
So it's a meeting.
Yeah.
We're approaching that time where we're going to lift off. And when we lift off, we're entering a larger community. And, you know, we have to kind of play nice.
Yeah.
And so I think this meeting is about to happen. And so, but we have to make our part. We have to come up with it. We have to understand it. In the earlier evolution that was there prior to the cataclysm, that technology was given to man. And it worked for a while, but then it created problem because we didn't have the maturity to understand what we were dealing with. So this time, we have to gain that maturity. So, you know, it's getting very, very close now. Very close.
How far away do you think we are from having that kind of stuff, like, available?
It's in the next few years, in the next 5 years.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt.
For people to actually experience?
Yeah, for people to actually experience that level of technology. You know, it's not going to be available right away. Like, you won't right away be able to buy a car with a red button that, like, makes it lift off, right? But experimental crafts will become, not available, but like publicly known. Tests will be conducted. It won't be long after that when you get to the airport, it won't be tarmacs, there won't be runways. It will be a hovering ship that you're getting on. And it won't be long after that you will be able to go to the airport, get on one of those hovering ships, and go and orbit Jupiter for the weekend.
Sounds like fun.
Because it's not a big deal when you have gravitational drives to go and travel around your solar system. It's just a question of a few minutes to get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Second thing, have you heard of Valery Uvarov?
I heard that name somewhere, but
Like the Russian sort of director of the national ufology for the National Science Academy or whatever.
Okay, for the Russian Science Academy.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Right.
Security Academy or Science Academy. He
Yeah.
wrote a book, and he's done some interviews on with Camelot, Project Camelot, about regarding the pyramids. That they've been building pyramids recently in Russia, and he mentioned something which was that like a power source put in the pyramid creates a whole special effect, which resonated when you talked about the ark being put in the pyramid. And he talked about like a crystal, like he constructed a pyramid to certain specifications in his home, and he placed a crystal at a certain angle or something like that. In the middle of the night, it started glowing, that kind of thing.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's written a book about it as well. I don't know what it's called, but it's on the internet. You can download it in English for free.
Okay, can you send me a link?
Yeah, sure.
I would like that.
Will do.
Yeah, I mean, you will get those effects. You get the right geometry. You get the right material in the geometry. You know, the reason why crystals do that. I mean, you know, we use crystals in all of our technology. There's reasons, right? It's because the geometry of the molecule is a tetrahedral molecule, and so it interacts with the structure of the vacuum, you see, very nicely. And that's why crystals have this special power that, you know, people talk about, but in the spiritual communities, they haven't figured out it's not like some raw crystal you take out of the dirt and, you know, put on an altar. I mean, that has some power, but it's minimal. If you actually activate it and if you grow it in a laboratory, so it's extremely pure and, you know, it's a little more technical. But when you get it just right, you put the right ingredients together, you'll start downloading some energy from the vacuum. And like I showed today, just a little teeny weeny bit of interaction with the vacuum energy will produce pretty large effects. Yeah, very large effects. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Intentad ser breves en las preguntas.
Sí.
Sé que queda mucha gente. A lo mejor queréis utilizar parte del tiempo de saludar a Nassim para seguir haciendo preguntas. O...
We are in direct contact with Valery Barov. If you are interested, at the end of the event, we can talk.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you. You got unplugged.
Gracias por las 8 horas de hoy y las 27.000 que nos hemos pegado en casa cada uno con tus conocimientos.
Thank you for the 8 hours of today and for the 27,000 hours that every one of us looked at you at home.
Pues una cosa es que si todos estos conocimientos se saben o se sabían desde todos los grandes imperios, ¿no?
If this knowledge has been known for that long of a time,
Yeah. Si se saben y se ocultan o simplemente hoy en día no están disponibles. Y si aparte de que se oculten, se están utilizando en algún sitio.
do you think that they hide them, or that maybe we simply lost the knowledge, or that maybe they are hidden and that they're using them someplace?
I think that many of those things, I think that the advanced communities, what I call the Galactic Federation, you know, after the last cataclysm, said, okay, we need to take away this technology from these people because they need to grow. So I think many of these devices were removed and taken away and hidden. The ones that were left were hidden. And then there was a certain control on where they went and how they were moved. For instance, I think there was a certain amount of control about, you know, the one of those devices being taken out of Egypt. When Moses took it out of Egypt, that was a way to like make sure that the knowledge wouldn't be lost, and as well to make sure that the device was used properly. And then that was taken out to Jerusalem. And anyway, so many of these devices were still around, but yes, they've been hidden. They've been kept away from us because we were not ready to have this level of power.
¿Y ahora mismo se están utilizando? ¿Hay alguno en funcionamiento aquí? En el
Is
mundo?
there some of these in functioning right now? Like,
There is. Some of them are functioning. I believe the one that's under Mecca at the, the Kaaba is functioning. The one that's in Ethiopia is functioning. The one that used to produce the effect in the Bermuda Triangle is no longer functioning, but was functioning until fairly recently. It's no longer functioning because the government has, put a whole bunch, tons and tons of material on top of it to get it to stop, because they were trying to control it and they couldn't control it, so they got it to stop. I think there's one in the mountains in South America that's functioning. There may be one in China that's still functioning. So yeah, I think there's a bunch of them that are still going, but I think they're getting weak because, you can charge them and get them to spin and go for a few thousand years, but eventually they run down and you have to charge them again.
Dos cosas muy rápidas ahora.
too quick stuff.
Got a whole list of questions.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
¿En qué afecta la masa de agua a la rotación de la Tierra?
Does the quantity of water in the Earth affect its rotation?
Yes, it does. Like, for instance, when there was the tsunami, right, a few years ago in Asia, the tsunami produced a change in the Earth axis, a small change, but yeah, the quantity and the position of the water does affect the rotation of the Earth. Why did you ask that?
Porque hay mucha agua aquí y parece ser que fuera en los otros planetas no hay.
Because there's lots of water here and in the other planets there's not.
¿Quién la puso aquí?
Who put it here?
Then what?
Who put here the water?
Who put the water here?
In the Earth.
That is a good question. Well, one of the reasons we have water on this planet, there's other planets with water. Some of the moons of Jupiter have water. I mean, there's frozen water on Mars, there's frozen water on the moon, there's water everywhere we look. Actually, 15 years ago, when I was talking about life in other places in the universe, scientists always would tell me, there's probably very little chance for life to be somewhere else in the universe because there's not so much water in the universe. But since then, we've got really good telescope to look for spectral lines of water, and actually, we can't find any place in the universe where there's no water. They're finding water even between galaxies, just floating around in intergalactic space. So, there's water everywhere. It depends in which state the water is. Actually, did you know that water comes out of the sun as well? Like water comes out of sunspots, So actually water is being produced everywhere. There's water everywhere. It's very common. And the reason why this planet accumulates the water is because it's in the right position and for liquid water to exist. But on many other planets, it might just be frozen water, ice.
Y dices que se viaja a través de los agujeros negros, ¿no? Del agujero negro del centro del Sol al agujero negro del centro de la Tierra.
You say that through the black holes of different, like the sun or the Earth, we can go across them and travel?
Yes.
Que es un sistema para viajar que utilizan los ovnis, ¿no? Los UFO.
That it's like a system that UFOs use.
Yes.
O sea, que...
This is why for instance, in Mexico, you see, or near volcanoes, there's a lot of UFO sightings, you know, because the volcano is like a direct vortex to the singularity at the center of the earth. Or, you know, the vortices we call sunspot on the sun. Some of them are 13 times, 14 times the size of the earth. You know, you can channel through.
Y en ese viaje, por lo mismo que hay varias escalas, cuando un ovni entra en la Tierra y mide 1 metro de diámetro, si va hasta el Sol, aumenta su tamaño en la escala.
So when one of these UFOs, like, pues como que cuando se acerca a... Vale. So when you travel, for example, through the black hole of the Earth to a scale that's much bigger, does the ship like grow big or shrink or something like that?
When it goes
From a level like the Earth to through a black hole like the Sun, you know, towards a black hole like the Sun, like it's very different size. Does the ship go big, or is there some change in scale?
No, you have to think about it as information going to singularity, transferring from one singularity to another, right? So you're entering, it's like you're entering the net. Information, all the information is here, then all the information is here, then all the information is here. But the scale at which you're entering the black hole is important. If your ship is the size of Jupiter, you cannot go through the Earth, right? Because you're going to have an issue. So then you go through the sun, right? But if your ship is small, then you can go through the Earth to go through the sun and so on.
Is for that. Si las naves que se están viendo cerca del Sol tienen el tamaño de Júpiter, no es que cuando llegan aquí se hacen pequeñitas, ¿no?
No le he escuchado nada. Si todos habláis, no puedo.
Lo que digo es que las naves que se supone que se están viendo cerca del Sol son grandes como Júpiter o la Tierra, tal. Esas no podrían entrar aquí si no se hacen más pequeñas, ¿no? O sea, que no entran.
No.
Thank you, Nassim, to be
Thank you.
so patient. Well, there is people waiting, so I'll try to be fast because this is very complicated. Just really want to know, when you got your artifacts and you put the crystals on, and you had all the structure just going on, if you felt a link or connection through that energy, like a feedback.
With this technology?
Yes.
Yes, I did. I didn't talk about that, but yes, when this thing started, you know, I could actually, and I can still connect with it, mentally connect with it, like experience it, and then spin the field up or spin it down. So yeah, it interacts with your consciousness. It, you know, eventually that would be the way you actually fly the ship. You know, you would just think of moving in a certain direction and the ship will go.
Well, I was thinking in health, basically, because in the meaning of health, of healing, if you're going to give these crystals,
yes,
for the people, it's important to have a personal touch with the crystal,
right,
and not the communication to the crystal through other people, because that, you know what I mean? No, I mean that for healing. I mean if you're going to sell these crystals,
yes,
churches,
yes.
it's a personal work through the crystal.
Yes, it's a feedback with the crystal. Yeah. So, you know, and actually I was a little bit able to measure that like if I take the crystal and I put it in your hand, it pulses at a certain rate. And if I put it in somebody else's hand, all of a sudden it pulses at a different rate because it's interacting with you. So it's harmonizing with you. And this is why this is completely different technology than most of the technology you get out there, because the technology you get out there typically imposes a pulse on you. But in this case, it's just reinforcing your natural pulse. It's, you know, and bringing it back to its original state, to its original blueprint.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Hola. Antes hablaste de la memoria que en la zona de la espalda.
You were talking about memory before. No vayas muy rápido que si no me pierdo.
Ah, vale. Bueno, la memoria que en la zona de la espalda conecta con la estructura del espacio-tiempo.
You said that de la espalda.
Sí, eso creo que entendí.
No lo he escuchado. That the memory of your back connects
Con la estructura del espacio-tiempo
to the structure of
y
space-time.
cómo se puede cambiando la impronta de la memoria para liberar traumas y para así también poder modificar el futuro. ¿Podrías ampliar algo más en este sentido?
So how can you change your memory to change cómo cambiar la memoria para poder cambiar?
Sí, cómo cambiar la impronta de la memoria que tenemos acumulada de generaciones pasadas. Hablaste algo en este sentido y cómo esto puede liberar traumas y liberar energía para cambiando el presente poder cambiar el futuro.
Si me la haces en partes, creo que lo conseguiré. Venga, va, la impronta otra vez.
Did you answer the question?
No.
Perdón.
Venga, va.
Cómo cambiando la impronta de la memoria.
How if we change the memory of the past, of our past generations, okay?
Exacto. Se puede cambiar los traumas que pueden estar enganchados al pasado para poder modificar el futuro.
Can we change the traumas that are like linked to the past?
To make money as a translator.
Yeah, that's not my job.
Try that again. Okay.
Why she's asking that if we can have these memories of the past, how can we change them?
Okay, so these memories are embedded on the structure of space-time, right? And they're all linked through all the way to your present. Right now, your singularity is connected to all this information. So you have access to all the information. This is why your genes and all your memory is actually present. So you have access to that information. So you can go with your current memory imprint, you can go through that set of information, change it, and that will change the future from that moment, which is your present, and change your present, which will change your future. So, you know, how? With you going to singularity, with you going inside towards your singularity, that's your link to all that information. When you go there, you can make that change. I actually done it to change an aspect of my body, and it worked. Meaning, I actually found the gene through the memory imprint, through generation to generation, changed it, and it changed my body in the present. I was witness. Yeah. How did you know? Do you know about that?
¿Y cómo conectas con tu singularidad a través de la meditación?
And how do you connect with your singularity? Through meditation?
Yes, you do. I mean, meditation is a tool to connect with your singularity. You already is connected with your singularity. It's just that you become conscious of that connection so that you can start to modify what you need to modify to get into a higher level of coherency. So meditation is a good tool. So any technique of meditation that helps you go inwards towards that point of stillness is a good technique of meditation. Yeah.
Hablaste de que es tiempo de que salgamos, de que la humanidad salga al exterior. ¿También podrías ampliar un poquito esto? ¿Qué significa exactamente?
¿Que salga de dónde?
Oh, by the way, I just want to let you know, there's other, there is catalyst. You understand catalyst? Catalyst that can help as well find that point of singularity, right? Some catalysts could be peak experiences in sporting events. Other catalysts, I do in meditation. So peak experiences in or taking certain, hallucinogenic plants, like the ancient people did that. They would go through level of initiation. They take certain plants to help you connect with your singularity, or go in the vicinity of the Ark of the Covenant. If you have one handy, like you can, get close to one, then you will certainly connect with your memory imprint. There. So, yeah.
Sí, dos preguntas cortitas. Bueno, cortas para hacer. Dijiste que es tiempo de que la humanidad, de que estamos preparados o deberíamos estar preparados para salir al exterior. ¿Qué significa
We have
esto
to be
exactamente?
prepared, like to go to the exterior. You were talking before about that it's time for humanity to get up and go to the exterior.
Do we have to get prepared? Yes, you should. You should get prepared. And one way to prepare is to, first of all, be able to visualize that this is happening, to experience it, to know it's happening. Second is to, I've started to talk about this publicly. In the Galactic Federation, there is a program. Here on Earth, we have programs like Save People in Africa. There's a program in the Galactic Federation, Save a Human. They feel bad about us, And so when people in the Galactic Federation, and there's a lot of people, they participate in Save a Human program, they donate a ship. So there's a ship for every single human on this planet. There's a ship for every single human on this planet. And you can call that ship. So I suggest you start to call that ship. And if it shows up, don't run in the other direction screaming, because that kind of defeats the purpose. So, we are a ship, but it's very practical when you put your ship in your car ship to go, a few hundred kilometers. Well, if you're trying to go across the galaxy, you need, the larger ship to put your ship in so that you can go over there. So, so that's available to you. Actually, the crystals I'm going to start getting out are good communicators to communicate with your ship. I tested that not like a few weeks ago, where I charged some of these crystals and I gave it to a woman that had never seen a UFO. And I said, call your ship with them. You can call your ship with those. So one night she went outside and called the ship, and it showed up. So, yeah. So, you know, it is available. They are there. They are listening. So part of getting ready is actually realizing we're part of a larger community. And that larger community has been around for a long time, and they're trying to help. They're really trying to help. And all the stories about the bad ETs that want to take over the humans, that's all crap. Actually, those are stories manufactured, many of them by governments, to scare people so that they can justify the fact that they've been shooting at them since the Second World War, or maybe even the First World War. So, you know, because, you know, if there's bad ETs out there that wanted to take us over, it would be over in seconds. You know, it'd be like done, right? And the other thing is that there's a fail-safe in this universe because it's a feedback. So if you're a destructive race, you don't make it very far. You might make it to your local moon, but even then, you know. But you're just going to self-destruct because nature will eliminate what doesn't work. So any civilization that reach higher levels of consciousness, you know, is a civilization that's able to travel across large distances. These civilizations are peaceful. They don't have any reason to war. They don't have any reason to want to take over planets. There's billions of them, right? They don't need little planet Earth. These concepts come from people that are very egocentric. They think, oh, we're so great. They need us. You know? No. They're trying to help. Right? Yeah. Thank you.
Vamos a ir, como todavía queda bastante gente, intentad hacer una pregunta por persona.
I don't mind. You know,
Primero,
I can do this all night, but we're probably going to get kicked out, right?
Well,
You're going to kick us out.
maybe.
Yeah. I don't know what you said, but...
Bueno, primero darte las gracias por el día de hoy, más que nada por el día que nos has hecho pasar a todos.
Thanks for the day of today.
Thank you.
Y bueno, quería comentarte una cosa, porque yo tengo un conflicto conmigo mismo ahora mismo.
I want to ask you something because I have a conflict with myself right now.
Yo vengo...
Ask me something that what?
I want to ask you something because I have a conflict with myself right now.
Vengo de un instituto muy pequeño de Mallorca.
I come from a very little institute of Mallorca.
Y ahí si te llevas mal con un profesor, te llevas mal con todos los profesores.
And there, if you don't agree or don't like or like don't treat well with a teacher, that happens with the rest of the teachers. You know,
So
if that happens with one teacher, it happens like with the rest of the teachers.
Okay.
Y da la casualidad que con el profesor que no me llevo bien es el profesor de historia.
And the teacher that I don't like is the history teacher.
He's a history teacher, yes.
Bueno, sí. Este año lo vuelvo a tener y volveremos a tocar el tema de las pirámides, que fue por lo que discutimos.
This year, I'll have him again. I have this teacher again, and he's like going to talk about the pyramids, and like we argued because of this.
Yes.
Y lo que no sé hacer es si volver a discutir con él, porque sé que está diciendo una mentira a todos mis amigos.
And I don't know if continue arguing with him because I know he's telling a lie to all of us.
Y acabar otra vez en la sala de profesores, o bien tragarme lo que dice el libro y aprobar la asignatura.
I don't know if to kill all the teachers or... ¿Qué era lo tercero?
O si me trago lo que me dice el libro y apruebo la asignatura.
Or if to simply repeat what the book says and pass the class.
It's a sad thing, isn't it? Well, you have, you know, I know that the teacher thinks of you as the young person, right? But you have translation you can understand? Okay. You have to be the wise one. You have to be the mature one. You have to be the one that has compassion, because you're dealing with somebody that doesn't understand, that is not aware, right? It's like dealing with children, right? And so you have to actually, you know, arguing with him is no good. It won't work, right? What you have to do is accept that this is his reality, accept that this is his beliefs, that you have different beliefs. Now, if they need you to write on this piece of paper his beliefs, right? Then you can write on this piece of paper his beliefs. They don't have to be yours, right? So that they give you a test, you know, they give you a mark, right? The mark is marking the fact that you can repeat his beliefs, right? Not yours, right?
Bueno, le quería decir una cosa, rápido.
Venga.
Que hay en una red social, es sobre una red social de jóvenes, sobre todo. Hay una página solo dedicada a él, en la que solo en Baleares hay más de 2.500 jóvenes que le apoyan.
There's like a social network in the Balear Islands, Balearic, and there's like 2,500 people in that, and it's about you.
Que si crea esta impresión solo en Baleares, en España y en todo el mundo debe haber seguro que millones de jóvenes que le apoyan, igual que yo.
Otra vez, que me han distraído por aquí.
¿Qué digo? Si solo en Baleares hay más de 2.000 personas 2.000 jóvenes que le ayudan, en el mundo seguro que hay millones de jóvenes que le están apoyando como yo ahora. Y que la gente como él es la que ahorra un buen futuro para nuestro planeta.
Like, if people repeat this all along the planet, like many social networks are created, like dedicated to you, eventually there will be changes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your help. Thank you. I appreciate. That's what we need. But remember, when you get opposition, you have to be the wise one. Because you know, and they don't.
Muchas gracias. Lo primero, es un honor estar aquí.
It's a honor being here.
Thank you.
A ver, llevamos todo el día escuchando sobre el giro. Todo
We've
lo que has
been all day
explicado,
long listening about spin.
Spin, yeah.
el doble donut que giraba, nuestra singularidad que hace el mismo efecto, las espirales, todo gira. Entonces, nosotros giramos con el planeta, con la galaxia, pero realmente los seres humanos normalmente nos movemos en línea o nos estamos quietos.
She's saying that everything's spinning, like from galaxies, everything, but that here humans, like where's that spinning us? Like we move in straight lines and...
Pero
But,
normalmente nosotros caminamos en línea o nos quedamos quietos. Pero yo soy bailarina de ballet.
I'm a ballet dancer.
Yes.
Y llevo toda la vida girando.
And I've been all my life like spinning.
Yes.
Sobre mí misma.
Yes, yes, good.
Eso.
Yes.
Y yo me pregunto si girar sobre nosotros mismos a determinada velocidad tiene algún efecto sobre nuestro cuerpo.
The question is if the spinning on top of ourselves produces some kind of effect on our body.
Absolutely. This is why the spinning dervishes, you know, is a form of meditation, a way to connect to the center is the dervishes. You know about spinning dervishes? Yeah, they spin for hours and hours and hours, and they get into that place, you know.
Derviches.
Yeah.
Como los derviches.
Yeah, and that's from, you know, Rumi, right? Rumi. And so, you know, but I want to make sure you understand, you have never, ever, 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 ever walked in a straight line. Yeah. Right. Because you're on even if you did a very good job, you're on the surface of a planet.
Sí, se lo he dicho, pero no lo ha traducido.
And
Encima las culpas a mí, ¿no? She said it to me, but I didn't translate it.
And okay.
Estoy muy cansado ya, muy cansado.
Una cosa más.
And the spin, and although you say humans are not spinning, every atom you're made of is spinning at the speed of light. So you're spinning right now, like seriously spinning, right? It's just that because they're all arranged together in such a way so that you look like you're not spinning, that is not the case. You are spinning at the speed of light right now. You're a little light being spinning, right?
Pero si además giro a determinada velocidad, ya dices que sí tiene un efecto, pero normalmente la Tierra, bueno, normalmente no siempre, la Tierra gira en un sentido, la galaxia gira en un sentido, pero yo puedo girar en los dos.
She's saying that like the Earth spins one way, galaxies spin one way, but I can spin both.
¿Hay alguna diferencia en el efecto que pueda causar en un ser humano?
Is there some difference in the effect that this can cause in a human being?
Yes, there is. And if you want to have a most positive effect, depending if you're in the north hemisphere or in the south hemisphere, you want to spin in the correct direction.
¿Cuál es la dirección correcta?
What's the right direction?
Look at hurricanes in the south and the north hemisphere and spin in the same direction. And look at typhoons in the southern hemisphere and spin in that same direction. Spin in the natural Coriolis direction that nature utilizes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yo no sé si seguir, ¿eh?
Hello, Nassim.
Hello.
It's good to be here.
Thank you. It's good to have you here.
Much luck in your investigation.
Thank you.
And I'm just wondering, I have this idea in my head. I'm listening to you for the last hour. And I'm thinking, does it need to be a machine? Does it need to be a device? Can it be that we can build, that we can be a singularity device ourselves? Does it need to be something out of ourselves?
You are a singularity device.
But you relate your work plenty to natural sources, like you look for the way nature moves, nature happens itself. Can it be that we can find a natural singularity device that can act as a motor, like a horse takes us, like in a car? So
okay, so you know, this is what I was saying. I get spiritual people calling me saying, we don't need no stinking technology. And I'm like, you're talking to me on your cell phone driving your car, right? I hear this argument all the time. It's like the external world and the internal world are both crucial. One is feeding back on the other. You cannot eliminate one. They're always both there. The technology is just an expression of a higher level of consciousness. So for instance, you can levitate because you have a singularity. You are one of those devices. You can levitate. You might have to work really hard at it though. You know, meditate for like 25 years or maybe meditate for a few lifetimes and maybe you'll start levitating, or maybe you do it, you know, like I levitated a few times, but every time I didn't do it on purpose. I was sleeping, right? And I was caught off the ground, right? But it's not practical. For instance, you're just not gonna get the whole planet to levitate themselves off, right? The other thing is that you might be able to levitate yourself off the surface, but if you levitate yourself out of the atmosphere, you're gonna have other issues, like breathing, you know, in empty space. Well, not empty, but like without oxygen is gonna be a problem, right? You know, so there's all sorts. The technology, the external world is a fundamental principle of nature. It's not an artificial thing. Technology is not an artificial thing. It is a creation of creativity. It's the creation of a universe learning about itself. Oh, look, I can take this element and I can take this element and I can put them together and I can do this. And that allows me to do this and so on. Our level of consciousness has increased dramatically because we have technology. If we didn't have technology, you would be out there in the woods with a stick trying to get your next supper. You wouldn't have no time for philosophical ideas about if we need technology or not, right? So what I'm saying is that the technology I'm discussing is a technology that is much more harmonically linked with you. The reason people have a sense, oh, I don't want technology, is because the technology that we've experienced so far is very rough, it's very precarious, it's very male-oriented, it's very destructive, right? Because we only have 150 years of technological advancement. It's very short, right? Now we're getting into levels of technology that are becoming much more harmonious with us, like the crystals I'm talking about and so on. These are tools for our consciousness. I assure you, if I land in your backyard with a ship, a technological ship, and I put you in it, I pick you up and I bring you in the galaxy, right? To visit other star systems, to see other planets. Your consciousness is gonna go through the roof in its evolution. Why? Because a piece of technology brought you there. So, you know, that is the key, is the balance between the external world and the internal world. Is like no one should reject the other one, meaning the technologist should not reject the internal world, the world of consciousness, and the spiritual person should not reject the external world, the world of technology. The two are complementary, they're fundamental. And it's a very difficult thing to unify. It's like unifying both sides of the brain, but when they come together, then it's remarkable what can happen.
Well, thank you, which I don't disagree at all what you said.
Thank you.
But it doesn't answer my question. I guess I haven't asked it properly, which is, can it be that the core of a singularity device actually exists in the natural world as a device, like something we can tap on directly without building it?
Okay,
Same effect for the singularity
so
device? That was more my train of thought. Like, does it already exist? More than a conflict between technology and the inner world, and whether I am or not. It's like, does it might be that already happened, that maybe a celestial sphere, it is already a singularity device happening naturally in the universe? That was more the idea running through.
Yeah, you know, the Earth is one of those. You know, the Earth is, you know, Buckminster called it the Earth ship. You know, it's our spaceship flying through the universe. You know, we are on one of those natural device, if you want to call it that way. It's just that it's, you know, it's on its own course.
All right.
And
So no
you wouldn't want to take it
idea
off its course.
if it was playing
And
sound
so,
for everyone.
you know, by building one that's
Weird.
built for that purpose, then you can have it go where you want it to go, you know, and have the elements in it that you need so that you can go where you want to go with it.
Kind of makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chicos, lo sentimos mucho, pero si queremos que todo el mundo se pueda despedir un poco de Nassim, tenemos que dejarlo aquí porque quedan 20 minutos exactos y si no, os tendremos que echar aquí a...
So, on that note, we are going to show... I've rinsed the water out. This is the 7th time that I'll be rinsing these monoatomics. So I will be playing that along with the next, well, what was supposed to be the start, but for some reason my internet cut out, but of Chuck, and RIP to Chuck, shout out to Chuck's channel. Oh dear. Why can I never remember? It's CP apps something. It is in the description of the video. So
you're going to have clip.
Oh yeah, sorry. CF-apps 7865. That is Chuck's channel, and he's got over 2,100 videos, all epic alternative research. Sadly, Chuck died a year ago, but he is amazing, and this is a highlight video he made a year ago before passing of all of the epic different interviews he's done over the years on his channel. And once again, the link is in the description to his channel.
Today from talks with Scott Wolter, Ben from Uncharted X, Charles Koss, George Howard, Brian Foerster, Anyextee, the Serpent brothers are going to be in there. And I will leave all the links for these talks below in case you have not seen one or want to check one out. So we are going to get it started off here with Scott Wolter. The audio is a little rough in my first clip here, but we talked about the Kensington runestone, an artifact that seemed to have been placed in Minnesota in the 1360s, and Scott did a lot of work on it. So why don't we get it started with that talk right now?
Okay, now when you did the comparative weathering study, and this was really important to me because I wanted to know how old the stone was, because if it was modern, then what was on it was really inconsequential.
Right.
And you actually found out that University of Minnesota geologist a long time ago, maybe a century ago, ended up doing the same study that you did, and he found it to be an old artifact. And then this
found it to be authentic, correct?
And then this kind of got whitewashed.
Well, yes, and I'm glad you brought up Newton Winchell. Newton Winchell was the first state geologist of Minnesota, a man that had a brilliant career and basically was pulled out of retirement by the Museum Committee of the Minnesota Historical Society to do a forensic investigation. Now, I want to put this in context because this is really important. I mean, I knew who Newton Winchell was when I was in college. He is a giant in the field of geology. So I certainly knew who he was, and I knew his reputation as being flawless, right? But at the time I did my initial work on the Kensington runestone, I had no idea that Newton Winchell had worked on the runestone. I knew nothing about that. And it wasn't until after I had drawn my conclusion that it was authentic based on a relative age weathering study using tombstones as my control samples that I found out that Winchell had already done some work. And I got to tell you, I was nervous. I went, oh crap.
Yep.
What happens if he reached a different conclusion, right? I'm done.
Is the geology building, is that what I remember, at the University of Minnesota, named after
the
him?
University of Minnesota is called Winchell Hall.
Okay.
So we're talking about a giant in the field of geology. That's why I was concerned initially, but I just said, well, hey, it is what it is. Let's go check it out. So I went to the Historical Society, and I went into the files and I looked at Newton Winchell's work, and I read his report, and I'll never forget when I found his concluding letter. And basically what he said was this: the said stone is not a modern forgery and must be accepted as a genuine record of exploration in Minnesota at the date stated in the inscription. That's exactly what he wrote, and I've memorized it. I'll never forget it. And as soon as I read that, I just sat back in my chair and I wiped my brow and I went, whew.
Verified, yeah.
I was like, oh, well, he came to the same conclusion. But then I thought about it and I went, wait a minute. I had no reason to be nervous because all I did was independently replicate what he already did. And you know what? That's the way it works in science, and it worked here too. Even though I was able to replicate his work, we did have, modern equipment. We were able to take a little bit farther than he did, but I think that really underscores, his correct opinion. He didn't have the fancy equipment that we have now. But what I really want people to make sure they understand and remember, there's a lot of people that want to give me credit for solving the Kensington runestone, and that's just not true. The guy that solved the Kensington runestone was Newton Winchell. I just came along 90 years later, and he died shortly after, within about 5 years after he wrote that final conclusion. And people really couldn't attack his character. They couldn't attack the work, so they just marginalized him by not mentioning it, right?
Right.
And he just was sort of pushed into the shadows, and that was wrong. And I want to make sure that people don't forget who he was and the great work that he did. And he's the guy that deserves credit for solving the runestone, not me or anybody else.
Next clip comes from a talk I did with Ben from Uncharted X. We talk about the younger Dryas here.
Speaking of ancient floods and stuff, the younger Dryas, do you think, where do you think that research is going? I know you've talked to, Antonio Zamora and other people on your channel are great for people to hear their thoughts, but do you keep up with the current news, or how do you think that's?
I try to, yeah. So I'm a proponent of the younger Dryas impact hypothesis. I think at this point we can maybe start to move on from it being purely a hypothesis with something like 200 plus now, since 2005 peer-reviewed papers that provide some very solid science and evidence for, basically impact proxies and this massive, cataclysmic event that happened in that 12,008 year time period in the younger Dryas boundary. It's an interesting whole field of research. In fact, George Howard, who's one of the guys I interviewed on my channel, is going to be in Egypt with us next month now.
Really?
Next month. Yeah. So George signed up. I'm super excited to go and spend some time with George talking about. He was one of the original authors of the first paper that got into the younger Dryas, and actually I know he's working on another paper at the moment I know some of the details of this, and it's an incredibly interesting story. There are some clues to it in my podcast with George. If people want to go and watch that, I know there's some stuff coming out in the future here that will take this narrative a further step forward. But he's
George left a few comments on my videos I did at the younger Dryas, and he is the author of the Cosmic Tusk, which is all about that time frame. And I'm going to leave the link for that in the video description below. So that is something that is pretty important. People that just kind of research that specific time period, because it's something we know so little about.
Exactly. Yeah. And in fact, I should have, that's a good point to call out the Cosmic Tusk, because that's the place to go if you want to. They have Mark Young, who works with George, who's a student in Australia, did a lot of work. He's also a guy who authored a paper on Graham Hancock's website. Mark Young does great work in this space, but he put together the bibliography of all of those papers and includes the ones that are skeptical, of which there's not very many, and most of them have been responded to, I think, very solidly, I guess, or very thoroughly. So all of those papers are on the Cosmic Tusk, and you can get links to all of them if you're interested in some of the science. And of course, Martin Sweatman has done a series of video reviews of all those papers, just going through the science behind it. It's just, I think there's a ton of evidence for it now, and it's just, there's a lot. I mean, I guess it's the process. I'm not involved in it myself, but that inertial resistance to change like that. I don't know what it's going to take, but it seems to me like the evidence is fairly overwhelming that, okay, this is what happened, and it's the most of it really supports that idea of large cosmic impacts, and you've got these impact proxies from all around the world, North America, South America, even South Africa now, different locations. And the best story, I like this part about it, is that most of that evidence, particularly in North America, came from established Clovis sites and archaeological digs, because they had a good provenance of strata in the earth that went down to around that 13,000 year level, and so by analyzing those layers at those sites, that's where you get all your shock synthesized nano diamonds and extraterrestrial platinum and iridium and all these other proxies for cosmic impacts as we know it. So the science is solid. It's you've got a lot of mainstream resistance, I think, from archaeologists and anthropologists like Hoops and those guys. Lots of nuance and detail in all of that too, that I know I've gotten into in a few podcasts. But yeah, I see nothing that's working against it at this point. And now that you've got some mainstream guys, particularly in like South, I can't remember the name of the discovery, but there was a recent paper about South Africa. They found in the Wonder Crater, they found evidence for the same thing in the same time frame. So yeah, I mean, I got to imagine in the next few years we'll start to see this being a bit more Younger Dryas impact versus Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
A lot of people are becoming familiar with the idea, and for me, it wasn't like saying what exactly happened and trying to pinpoint something. It was throwing everything else out based on the evidence, and the impact really is the only thing that makes sense to me in the end.
Yeah, that's where I am with it too. It does, and then it has, obviously in my work, I kind of think it also has a lot of implications for civilization, et cetera, et cetera. It's the same, Graham Hancock talks about it in the same way in his books. But yeah, I'm of the same opinion. The science is going forward, and I do intend to do more a closer look at some of that science going forward. Particularly, I know some of this new stuff that's coming out. I will be taking a closer look at.
Next clip comes from a talk I did with Charles Cost last fall. I asked him about ancient Australia. He ends up talking a little bit about ancient America, and I also ask him for some book writing advice.
I have not talked a lot about ancient Australia on my channel. Did you get interested in the ancient people in your country? I'm very curious about that.
Yeah, there seems to be a growing awareness of an ancient civilization in Australia. There's a new author coming up. He's writing a book about this massive. We have our own Serpent Mound here. It's been demolished by the government in the 1940s in New South Wales, and it was basically it's a large hill and with stones in the shape of a serpent and surrounded by geoglyphs and stones all around, kind of similar to what would have been in ancient America. A lot of what in ancient America is destroyed, just like it's destroyed in ancient Australia. If only a few mounds here and there in America. And here in Australia, you see mounds as well in the countryside, but you don't know what's under them. You don't know if they're prehistoric or not, because farmers have just tampered with them and ruined them. Yeah.
Yep. It seems like we have a lot of different ruins in different parts of the world that all seem very similar, but they are not connected really by researchers. But man, there's a lot of similarities to ruins you see in different parts of the world.
Oh yeah, it's true. And you can clearly see there was one culture. Like when I was at the Serpent Mound in America, and I saw nearby there are barrows like you see in England. Like, wow, like found barrows. Wow, this is the same people.
I'm a little jealous that you've gone to Serpent Mound and I live here and I have not yet. Now,
fair enough.
But writing books, what advice would you give to somebody who has a lot of information in their mind and maybe wants to write a book someday?
Start writing, start putting it into a Word file, and start adding information, and just start doing that. Add information to the file whenever you have a spare moment, or write it into a notebook and then transfer it. It's a lot of work to do it, to keep adding information, but eventually when you get a lot of words and you've read a lot of other books, you can turn it into a book, and you just need to proofread it about 100 times over a few months, and boom, it's a book. And but it takes a bit of time to get it all right, and you won't see this. Yeah.
Is it possible to do it in your spare time, or is that something you really need to commit a lot of time to?
It's hard to. It's actually hard to do it in your spare time. So I had a few years off, so I wrote a couple of books. The reason you need to commit a lot of time to it is you want to read what the previous authors have said, and do a bit of what's called a historiography in the first chapter, which is covering what the previous authors have talked about. So before I wrote my pyramids book, I read, maybe 10, 20 pyramid books. And that takes a tremendous amount of time to do that,
Sure.
Next clip is a talk I did with Brien Foerster last fall. And there are still plenty of other people I would like to interview someday. Of course, who would not want to talk to Graham or Randall? But also Hugh Newman, J.J. Ainsworth, Martin Sweatman. There are a few others, Antonio Zamora, Matt from Ancient Architects. I'd like to talk to Matt someday. Even though me and Jimmy disagree, I'd like to talk to Jimmy someday. And there are a few others, the Nub guys, Andrew, Phil. I'd like to do a talk with them someday, because that is a mystery that I really haven't put my head around. But here is a clip from last fall, me and Brien talking about Baalbek.
Now let's talk about one more place here, Baalbek.
Oh.
I think my second video I ever did was on Baalbek, and I still haven't come to any good explanation of why they would carve those, 1,300 ton stones down in that quarry that are about 3/4 of a mile from the temple there. Just, do you have any explanation why they would use such large stones, and who was actually doing that?
Well, of course, I've been there twice. The first time we went with a local tour guide who kept going on and on and on about the Romans building it. And, you're talking 1,200, they just found one that's 1,600 tons. And they partially excavated it so you could see how big it is. And she kept going on with that. And, our group was, just going nuts. But I've been there twice now, and you can see there are 3 different time periods of construction. The upper area is the Middle Ages, so it's very roughly done because they were basically turning Baalbek into a fortress to fight off the Crusaders. And then below that, you have the Roman stuff, which is like pretty big stones, but not that tight fitting. And then you have the foundation blocks, like the Trilithon, where you have 3 stones in a row that are 1,000 tons a piece. And it's like, again, just this in person, you just sort of go, oh, okay. Also, there's the amount of patina that's on the ancient blocks make the stones much, much darker than the upper level. So there you're talking about thousands of years of difference in terms of construction. So it looks like whoever was initially building Baalbek made the foundation and then gave up or left or something like that. Probably cataclysm. Then 2,000 years ago, the Romans arrived. They have this beautiful foundation, so they built on top of it. And then they leave, and then in the Middle Ages, another group come and build. So it's a phenomenal place. The most fortunate thing now is the first time we went, we were limited in terms of what we could see, just because they had a lot of it like locked away. And so the last time we went, our guide Pierre, he said, "What do you want to see?" And I said, "I only want to see megalithic construction." So with his influence, we were able to see every single megalithic block in that. and it's it's huge.
And they are hoisted into place, right? They are on the second level of construction, those 1,000-ton blocks in the trilithon, correct?
Yeah, it's either the second or maybe even the third, because they're two massive. The trilithon, and then the base below that is huge, and then under that quite a bit smaller. The smaller stones could have been Roman repair work, which is what you see in Peru too. You see where the megalithic stuff was repaired during Inca times, like some of the foundation and things like that. But yeah, Baalbek is absolutely amazing.
Next clip comes from a talk I did with George Howard in March. He is the author of The Cosmic Tusk, and it was nice talking to George. I enjoyed it a lot. I've been reading The Cosmic Tusk for years, but we talked about the ancient site, Tal El Haman in Jordan. Seems to match up with ancient Sodom in the Bible. And something really bad happened here. Looks like a cosmic catastrophe of some sort. So here is a brief clip from that talk. All right, the subject of today, Tal El Hammam. I hope I said that right.
Yes.
Now, what got you interested in this place in Jordan? And you went there in 2014, I believe, originally, and did archaeological work there. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Just tell how you got interested in that and why you did that research.
Yeah, I went in 2014 and 2015. And I was actually contacted by a gentleman, an English gentleman, an older catastrophist, who sent me an email and said, hey, there is a dig team in Jordan that has found the largest city of the Levant, the largest city of Israel and Jordan and the Jordan Valley. And they believe that it exhibits signs of a catastrophe and a cosmic catastrophe, but they are not skilled in these determinations. Would your team be interested in talking to them? And at the same time, they, as one of those kind of coincidental things, they were also put in touch with one of the YD team authors and credentialed scientists, unlike myself, Dr. Robert Hermes. I believe he's out there in New Mexico, I believe Sandia or something like that. And so we had two lines of communication with them that kind of bolstered each other. And the team leaders, Dr. West and Dr. LeCompte and Dr. Bunch and some of the others, evaluated the opportunity to go over there and see whether we could add something to their investigation and use the forensic techniques of the YD team to perhaps show that the evidence was very strong that there was an impact there. So I took the opportunity to be the first one over there. So in 2014, I went over there alone and dug some. I did the real work of being down on my hands and knees, and did that about half the time. But I was lucky because kind of the other half of the time I could go walk about, which was nice to get off your knees and to knock the dust off. But it also meant walking alone through a lot of Bedouin fields in the Jordan Valley, which was an unusual experience, but one I treasured.
Well, I think it's a fascinating subject, and the fact that people didn't live there for 7 centuries after this horrific event happened,
right,
where the Iron Age is right on top of the Bronze Age. There's no occupation. It just, everything adds up to a pretty catastrophic event in the area, I think.
That's right. And then 700 years later, the first people to settle back down were Moses and the Israelites.
Yep. Well, that
amazes me.
Yep. That's all debatable, but the Bible is pretty clear on these locations.
Yeah.
And I just think this is a fascinating site. And the fact that the high levels of heat, the directional, all the buildings fell certainly in a directional way based on what I've read. I mean, if a place is sacked and burned and buildings are destroyed, everything's just in a big jumble. It's not in a directional.
Yeah.
So I just think this is a fascinating subject, and I really envy you for going there and digging an archaeological site and sharing the pics with me. I'm going to share these at the end, and I'll show that burnt layer and a few of the other things we talked about. I just learned a whole bunch on this, George, and I really appreciate it.
Well, Chuck, I'm glad you're publicizing it and popularizing it, because Tel El Imam has gotten a significant amount of attention. But to anybody that gets fascinated about this, it doesn't seem like enough.
Next clip comes from a swapcast I did with Ben from Uncharted X and Brothers of the Serpent, the Mountain of the West, investigating the Middle Pyramid of Giza. And this clip, they are going into the internal chamber in here. This is pretty interesting. And we all uploaded this, so I will leave all 3 links below.
I cut myself out of these damn footages, but you can get a sense of the height of the tunnel. The audio also screws up a bit here. I don't know why the microphone on the thing wasn't, it sort of drops in and out a little bit here.
I'd like to get a snapshot of that for measuring.
Belzoni.
Belzoni.
Wow.
Yeah, so in the chamber. So yeah, Belzoni discovered this. This is the A-frame ceiling of the chamber that's in here. The granite box is down the end, and you also have the only thing that's not bedrock in here is the ceiling, and the ceiling has an A-frame ceiling. You'll see it up high. It has, and this is the fine, the Tura limestone. Again, this is the limestone that has been brought in from a quarry that's a distance from Giza. I'm not sure how far, but you'll see that in the ceiling here.
The private chamber is covered in the bedrock, except for the ceiling.
Yeah.
The ceiling only is covered. The Torah part of limestone that looks like cement. The ceiling.
No, it's limestone.
That's a good comment. Like Henry says, it looks like cement. Like that's how it looks like a modern cement job. But nope, that's however many thousands of years old, fine Tura white limestone.
Like the casing stone. Very finely joined, yeah.
It's a cool space. This was only the second time I had the chance to be in here on this trip.
Ben, I know you've been to the pyramid, I think of Unis or Venus.
Unis, yeah.
Is that chamber in there kind of similar to those smaller pyramid chambers as far as what they look like, with that ceiling and stuff?
There's an A-frame ceiling in there, I think. Yes, I think it is an A-frame. I think, and we can look at Unis. I've been in there a couple times. I'm just trying to think from memory if it has the A-frame ceiling.
But that kind of reminds me of those, what you find under the pyramid of Teti and Unis and Pepi and those people, the smaller pyramids.
Yeah, with that ceiling, yeah.
So it looks like they tiled around put stones around the box there.
Yeah, it's kind of built into the floor. It actually sits a little lower than floor level, and then they did build up around it in granite. So you have the box here with its lid, which is pretty fine work. There's actually, and a real nice drill hole. A couple, the tube drill holes, you can see the striations on these. You can also, they're actually, I didn't realize this until the last day on the tour. We came in here again. There's also tube drill holes on the underside of the lid. So maybe it was doweled into play, or there might have been something to, like a pin. I think it looked to the eye like it lined up.
Is there a lip on the underside of the lid? It looked like there was a lip, unless that was the support that's holding it up. And it looks like there's a lip on the inner edge of the box there too.
Yeah, it might be looks like a little lip. Let's see if I can just go back here. Just here.
Yeah, there's a lip there, and when you were walking up and looking straight at the lid, you could see what looked like a
back up a bit.
You could see sort of under it. See that? Or is that the support that's holding it up?
I think you're right. I think that is a lip.
Yeah. So it
sits it plops down in there. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Final clip comes from a talk I did with Anyextee at Caesar's Palace about a month ago, and I know a lot of you have seen some of these videos already, but maybe there's one clip in here from a video you have not seen, so that's kind of the purpose of this. Once again, all these links will be left below for the full video, but it was nice hanging out with him for a couple hours about a month ago. We talked about life, ancient history, a lot of different things, and he is on a tour of ancient America right now, so if that is something that interests you, you should sub his channel. I'm sure he will have a lot of good videos coming from ancient America in the near future. But here is that brief clip, and I hope you enjoyed this video, and you all have a very nice day.
Yeah, just really putting science to it. And so a lot of these sites have been measured, and we know that there's different aspects to the site that bring about these different energies. And, you know, again, some people might be like, oh, he's talking energy, this is woo-woo. But I've watched grown men come out of the chapel of Sekhmet in tears. I've watched non-believers walk into that shrine and walk out deeply moved. And I've had amazing experiences there. So for me, that's like the most potent place in all of Egypt.
Yeah, I did a video a long time ago on the magnetite in your brain and how certain stone chambers would affect that. And they say that the magnetite, you have billions of these little cells, crystal cells in your brain, and they say that it affects your pineal gland.
Right.
So I wonder if there's a connection, and they knew something a long time ago that like the Great Pyramid's King's Chamber isn't some sort of something that's supposed to reset your mind or something like that.
Right. And then, I mean, you have that effect with crystals and quartz and you know, a lot of the natural elements that we find around the sites. You know, there's a lot of different ideas about how these mysteries could be resolved. You know, you have ancient high technology. John Anthony West actually would explain this beautifully. There's 4 different ways to explain some of the anomalies at these ancient sites, and it could be a high technology like the work that Chris Dunn has really pioneered and brought to the forefront, and you know, others now. It's become a very popular subject on YouTube. Shout out to Bennett. Uncharted X has done a bunch of amazing videos on this. Then you have what could be a soft technology, which may be something that's right under our noses, something that's more natural
like
and organic.
Polymer.
Sound, acoustics, water. You know, there's a lot of theories out there. There's endless theories, but I don't think anyone has it quite right yet. It feels like we're still missing some pieces.
Yes.
Why? I can't say. Maybe it has to do with the astrological, you know, the celestial cycles and long period cycles and the way that that affects humanity. If you think of it in the, you know, even the moon has an effect on water. We're mostly comprised of water. There's a lot more going on. You know, there's an influence from the celestial spheres. This is all well documented in Egypt, in the Dendera temple by the Ptolemaic Egyptians who have it all on the ceiling. And it would just seem this, you know, these understandings, the ancient religions and ontology, it seemed to be a universal thing. So we find a lot of the same parallels and similarities in Egypt, in Mexico, even here in the States. And that's why I'm excited about, you know, this upcoming trip to ancient America. But also now that we're, you know, last year we postponed our COVID trip. Every year I do an annual tour with Adept Expeditions. Actually, sometimes we do several tours a year. We postponed it because of the pandemic, but this year I'm really excited about going back with Chris Dunn, by the way. How many more times are we going to see Chris Dunn in Egypt? I can't say with certainty, but it's an honor and a privilege to be traveling with Christopher Dunn, you know, co-leading that tour where I typically do my esoteric Egypt tour. So we have the sacred science, we have the symbolism, we have Western esoteric concepts and you know, and how that parallels Egypt and how it's derivative. It comes out of Egypt. The mystery schools have their roots in ancient Egypt. But then we also have Chris Dunn there in the field to explain, and not just explain like we see on YouTube, but explain from 50 years experience, you know, in his profession. There's not many people that can, you know, that were approaching Egypt in this way. And when an engineer like Chris Dunn comes to Egypt and sees these anomalies, we have to take that into consideration. Right. Egyptology is important. I don't want to just, you know, dismiss it all as quackademia. I find so much value in the academic texts. I find more value in a lot of the academic texts than I do in about 90% of the alternative space. But I think both sides are both very important and instrumental in really trying to understand the bigger picture.
Oh, well, that ended abruptly, and rest in peace, Chuck, for those who are, here we go. This is the video that, here's Chuck's channel. Here we go. Chuck's channel right here in the live chat for everyone. Make sure to go subscribe. and keep the memory of Chuck alive and all the epic work that Chuck has done on his channel, looking into all the ancient history of the world. All right, so we are 5 hours and 38 minutes and 23 seconds in. And the amino acids help your gut. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Honey, especially. Honey is amazing. My neighbors actually have several bee houses, little bee farm and honey farm, and that in my backyard, my farmer Fred, my father, amazing individual, has several. I think we have about 10 different types of apple trees, 5 crab apple trees, a couple plum trees, 5 pear trees, several cherry trees, and they're all grafted. So there's several types of fruit tree per tree. And then with all the local honeybees next door, it makes some very delicious sweet honey, especially at this time of year with all of the fruit trees blooming right now. It's pretty amazing, and honey is one heck of a natural cure. And beeswax and the bees, the magic of the bees, copy and imitate nature, just like Victor Schauberger says and did, and so many other greats of past time. And the alchemy and Alchemist. So right here we can see these nanotubes starting to grow down from the new piece of zinc there, and they're forming along from the surface, and then the coil in the background there producing the hydrogen. I see if we can get a little bit better. Okay, yeah, so on the right side here, you can, of the jar there in front of the coil, you can also see those nanotubes starting to form. And then also this first rinse on the monoatomic zinc that I harvested earlier from this reactor before it started going orange, while it was still pure white. And how much it just looks like fluffy white clouds of plasma up in there, and that's essentially what monoatomics are these fluffy white clouds of plasma. And is that what is above us? And plasma everywhere, plasma barriers, is that what the firmament is? Is that what we see when we see these supposed rockets trying to burst out of the atmosphere into whatever it is above, the waters above? As Nassim was stating there earlier, that there's even water now measured coming out of sunspots of our own sun, as well as water existing in the dead spots between solar systems or galaxies or something. Just fascinating stuff. Water is everywhere. And I believe that the monoatomic here and the electrolysis process within water, especially when bumped up and you put the plasma arc through, just like is in the background behind me here. If I had that sort of arcing, which I eventually will plan on doing through my electrolysis experiments, that you will get all the powers of creation and nuclear, both cold fusion and yeah, endless possibilities. And I'm mumbling on, so I'm going to instead play the last video that I have listed for today in this epic stream, and it is O-Day Plasma Presentation by Bob Grenier of the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, mfmp. Bob Grenier on again very soon for the Real Science episode, as well as he'll be back on APEC with the relaunch of APEC here coming up in June. And that Bob is literally the leader of cold fusion and everything to do cold fusion, and an inspiration to so many of us in this community here. And yeah, so we'll do this last some portions of the Bob Greenier. Oh yeah, and APEC. Isn't it amazing? I love it. And we're gonna have Tim Ventura back on this weekend. Gerald, and shout out WPG Enlightened for Truth too, as well as Jeremiah join the Technicians, aka Exotic Propulsion. If either of you boys are on right now or still watching, and you'd like to come on, I can send you the link as we play Simon C as well, if you'd like a little bit of this Bob Greenier O-Day lecture on plasma physics, connecting modern today's backyard scientists that are doing plasma experiments and replicating the Hutchinson effect and so forth. And yeah, it's just awesome, epic stuff. As well as connecting to ancient deciphering of sacred geometries and so on.
Too limited. Prometheus is interesting. Remember, we saw Promethium the other day, it would appear, out of an ultra experiment. So it's all tying in very nicely. We began investigating a potentially best workable concept for fusion in 1973. This is this pattern. And have since continued that effort from just beyond the community's mainstream. The patent application described the compound plasma configuration, whose shared topology, this is the thing, was redesignated the Spheromac upon consultation with H.P. Firth. Initially, Spheromacs were experimentally formed within a rigid conducting shell, since a plasma conducting shell was too resistive, leaky to work. Our continuing work in progress finally led to the all-plasma version. This is important. All plasma version designated the Plasmac configuration. The physical embodiment is the hyperconducting Plasmac that has a fully compressible and impervious conducting shell. Impervious conducting shell that eliminates the wall problem and cyclotron radiation losses. Okay, what are we referring to? Something that started out with these kink instabilities leads to this domain wall, which they are then referring to as something that has a hyperconducting structure. I don't know what superconducting and hyperconducting is. Hyperconducting more superconducting than superconducting? Yeah? That has a fully compressible and impervious conducting shell that eliminates the wall problem and cyclotron radiation losses. This development, including formation experiments, is summarized, and Plasmac's important advanced features are noted. The conceptual and then physical formation of the Plasmac was very difficult to resolve. Eventually, the hypothetical solution, unlikely, conceived of a helical injection device, HID or plasma gun, that would result in the plasmoid's self-generation. Self-generation. Helical injection device, self-generation in an STP gas blanket. After a modification to the helical injection device, the plasmoid formed in the first series of 10 shots. The garage experiment was terminated with the first formation of the Plasmac, and we started the effort to build a blockhouse and experimental facility needed to contain whatever possible emanations might come from the continued low-level work. What possible emanations? Some of the evidence from that work is included herein. Our next step will be to produce Plasmacs of 25 centimeters in diameter with a lifetime of up to 1 to 5 seconds. Such Plasmacs could be inertially ram compression heated in a dense fluid blanket as a magnetized fusion target. Okay, so this is the structure of the Plasmac. You might have seen that in my presentations before. Magnetoplasmoid cutaway. And here are the formation principles, kink instabilities, joining together like that, all in a line. And you see it here. And these come together. The kink instabilities join together into one very, very intense torus in the center. It does not discuss the substructure here. Okay. And there we go. We have our main structure here, and that's what they're seeing it as in their experiments. La-di-da-di-da. And that is that. Okay, so what I'm arguing is if we can get charged toroidal structures and we shoot them in like this, their current, because they will be having this current loop, they will end up in a major loop and they will merge their power. And that's all in the pattern and stuff. Okay. Right. So I need to do something else now. And it's not here. It is here. What we're going to look at tonight is, and I will share a copy of the annotated version, is a document from the Italian Nuclear Energy Authority in Frascati from July 2001. But if you bear with me, I will get a video that shows that whilst this was what was being discussed back then, it is kind of one of the state of the arts in fusion research. So just give me a second and I will find the document that I'm referring to, hopefully. Or maybe not. How is everyone? Maybe I won't find this. Anyway, there's the tokamak, and you'll see that there are these more spherical type reactors. And if I find out where I put the link, I will get it for you later. But I can't find it immediately now. So that's a shame. Nope, I don't think I can find it. Okay. All right. Well, I'll have to give that a break. No, can't find it. What have I done with that? Okay. So, Protosphere. I've got a whole bunch of links in here, but basically this is a proposal document that's given by basically one of the principal Italian Nuclear Energy Authority labs by all of these people here. So this is a proposal by these four with contributions by all of these people. And it's quite a comprehensive document. The most investigated magnetic fusion configurations, tokamaks, are not simply connected a central post containing the inner part of the toroidal magnet and the ohmic transformer links and the plasma torus. The feasibility of simply connected fusion relevant magnetic configuration would strongly simplify the design of a fusion reactor. The Protosphere experiment, spherical plasma for helicity relaxation assessment, proposed at CRENEA Frascati, will be devoted to the demonstration of feasibility of spherical torus, where hydrogen plasma arc in the form of a new screw pinch SP fed by electrodes. So this is similar to what you're talking about with the Spheromax and the Plasmax, specifically of Paul Collock. Fed by electrodes replaces the central conductor. The the screw pinch and the spherical torus have a common magnetic separatrix. Magnetic reconnections will occur at X points, injecting magnetic helicity, colloidal flux, and plasma current into the spherical torus. A spherical torus. What are we talking about there? Right, I'm just going to go. I've got a whole bunch of links here. So the first is, from the point of view of the magnetic fusion energy research, the Protosphere project is in the framework of research of a compact tori, spherical torus, spheromax, field reversed configurations, FRC, and has the capability of exploring the connections between the three concepts. Okay. So it says here, Spheromax do not use a transformer, as in tokamaks, to produce the nested poloidal flux surfaces required for confinement. Instead, Spheromax are formed by the self-organization of naturally occurring magnetohydrodynamic instabilities. This is exactly what I was talking about in the Paul Collock work, which I was showing you just a moment ago. The self-organization means that there is not a unique way to make Spheromax. Listen, there is not a unique way to make Spheromax. This can occur in many systems. And indeed, several different methods have been successfully demonstrated, and there's a bunch of links there. Magnetic helicity, linked magnetic fluxes, plays an important role in forming and sustaining Spheromax. So this is what I'm talking about. You get the kink instability, you get a bunch of them, they have the same configuration so that they join together and they concentrate the flux. An initial configuration with sufficient helicity and energy will spontaneously relax into a spheromax. So if you keep doing this, if you keep producing these things, after a while, it'll relax into this self-structured thing that, according to Paul Collock in that paper from the early part of this millennia, said it does not need to have this containment. It will have this boundary wall given appropriate boundary conditions. Figure 1.3 shows how a magnetized coaxial plasma gun creates a spheromax. Okay, so in you get a puff of gas, then you've got this inner electrode and the coil here, stuffing field, blah, 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 blah. Spheromax formation, injection by plasma gun in a flux conserver. Okay, so this is creating a spheromax. And like I say, this is how they inject plasma into tokamaks, actually. Okay. It's well, not necessarily that hot, but this is used. So Simon Claret is asking, is this for hot plasma only? Define hot. I mean, there's a lot of different temperatures that plasma can be at. Okay, so spheromax, it's when you're talking about the actual temperature of the gas or the temperature of the kinetic motion of the ions and electrons in there. Okay. Anyway, so this is one way of making a toroidal and poloidal field in a spheromax. Okay. So that's the formation. Okay. So here, field reversed configurations is a compact torus plasma with a negligible toroidal magnetic field. It is never mentioned in here, but it will still have a toroidal moment. Okay, it might have a negligible toroidal magnetic field, but it will have a toroidal moment. Okay, that's my comment there. The next point here is time evolution of a separatrix radius profile of the flux function in a FRX. So anyway, the slow formation of the field reversed thing is using two merging spheromax with opposing helicity, right? Two merging spheromax with opposing helicity. And it has been demonstrated on spheromax merging facilities such as this one in Tokyo, this one in Princeton, and this one in Swarthmore. So, like, if you imagine what was being done by Bostic, he was creating kind of like a spheromax on one side and another side. So they're opposing each other and they come over in a magnetic field and they join together. Anyway, this is, in my view, like creating a minimum 2-Tor fractal structure. So like this, the 2-Tor fractal structure here. You've got them coming in from either side, one with one helicity and one with the other helicity, and it creates a spheromac with the colloidal flux. Okay, so it has one spheromac that way, one spheromac that way. These come together, and then you have the overall structure with the toroidal moment and colloidal flux as well. Okay. Okay, and an interesting observation is that the field reverse configuration plasmas produced in all experiments are more globally stable than ideal magneto-hydrodynamic theory would predict. Why? Why are they more stable? The field reversed configuration, magnetic configuration, has an ideal geometry for a future fusion propulsion using deuterium-3 helium fuel. So if you can get to the moon and you can get a lot of 3 helium from the moon, and you bring your deuterium on your spacecraft, then you might be able to get a very good plasma rocket out of this. Okay. This is a fusion propulsion system using deuterium-3 helium fuel using these field reverse configurations. So what they are saying is if you can achieve a system where you have at least 2 spheromacs approaching each other with opposite helicity, you will self-organize into a field reverse configuration plasma, and that will be a plasmac type protosphere, essentially. Okay, are we making these? I wonder. Are we making them? I don't know. Maybe we are. Spherical tori. So what is a spherical tori? Oh, hello. Look at this. The spherical torus with A equals big R over A is less than 2. So we've got big R here over. So the radius of the big to the center line here is equal to that divided by 2. Okay, so that's the ratio. Okay, so the spherical torus is basically in the middle here. This one's got an aspect here of 1.25. This has got an aspect of 4.5 based on this calculation here. Okay, was proposed in 1986 by M. Peng and D.J. Strickler, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, USA, as a modification of the conventional tokamak, from which it differs because of a much smaller aspect ratio. Now, we have absolutely positively seen in Vega experiments torus, and we've seen them even having crenellated iron-rich boundary layer, hollow. And we have also seen horn torus or spindle torus, which would be this structure. 100% certainly, I can say we have created these field reverse configuration spherical tori in Vega experiments. Different in aspect ratio between a spherical torus and a conventional tokamak. Conventional tokamak here with your toroidal structure and the spherical torus. I can tell you right now that the most advanced reactors are moving towards a spherical torus. Why? Because it's far easier to make them work. You have a lot less effort than you have to do in a stellarator or in a tokamak to contain the field and stop instabilities occurring. Okay. Peng and Strickler pointed out certain advantages connected with low A, that's the aspect, concerning, for example, the high value of ratio between thermal energy and magnetic energy. This thing here can be achieved. So you get a high value of ratio between thermal energy and magnetic energy. No dedicated experiment along this line was built until early 90s. The first explorations of low aspect ratio configuration were made by modifying what did I do there? Spheromac experiments with the addition of a central rod carrying a current ITF to produce a toroidal magnetic field. So, where have we seen this before? I think we've seen this before. And I think we've seen this in a Henk-Uren experiment. Which Henk-Uren experiment, you're saying? I know that's what you're saying. Okay, let me see if I can get it for you. We have seen it, in my view, in this one. I've copied the link. In Tungsten Chop Shop. Thank you, Henk-Uren. Watch out over here. Boom. It was that quick. So, I believe we have a metal wire, and this is tungsten wire, going through the center of this, what is, in my view, a field reversed configuration plasma, a ball of fire, a ball lightning type thing in here, and we know the current is flowing through because this is the anode. So the cathode is basically everywhere else. And because the metal of the chamber is also a cathode, but the main cathode is below, the closest cathode. And it's basically the current is going through here. So both of these are, in my view, effectively equivalent to the plasmac. Okay. And here you can see some configurations. And these are different experiments with the wire going through the middle, Rotomac, wire through the middle, Sphex, Rotamax, wire through the middle, and this one with a big wire through the middle, but all trying to achieve what Henk was doing here. Okay, very small experiment. Okay. Now, the magnetic lines of force in a conventional tokamak and in a spherical torus. Okay. So in the tokamak, it's also kind of spread out, and here it's like all the way through the middle. And our wire is going through the middle of this structure. Okay. The aim of the protosphere, the idea of the protosphere, spherical plasma for helicity relaxation assessment experiment, is to test a spherical torus where the central conductor current ITF is substituted by the current I driven by a plasma discharge, right? So this is around about 2001. This is about the same time that Paul Collock was actually doing this in his garage. It can be done in a garage experiment, which is exactly what Henk-Uren was doing. This central plasma discharge takes the form of a screw pinch fed by two electrodes placed upon the polar caps of the plasma sphere. Such a configuration has been devised theoretically under the name of bumpy Z-pinch or flux core spheromac. Okay? The scheme of the spherical torus, a screw plus screw pinch configuration rather. That, I believe, is what we've got here. But what they're proposing is exactly what was proposed by Paul Collock and actually done at around the time that this, or done before the time of this proposed paper. Okay. Formation of the toroidal plasma and the TS3 experiment. The formation of the spherical torus is obtained by the kink destabilization of a screw pinch through an increase of the longitudinal arc current. There we go. La 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 la, gets weaker, makes a screw pinch, then these merge together, their magnetic field lines, and they join together, right? Just what Paul Collock described in 1973. Schematic of a kink instability converting toroidal flux into poloidal flux. Toroidal flux here into poloidal flux, and then these link together, okay? And they do it and do it again. This is what I'm saying we will want to be achieving in the wind hex. And this is why I believe you will need charge in there at the very minimum. And then you will need to inject solitons with their poloidal charge, and they will be in line with each other and in the correct phase. And then it will accrete the power, and they will bind together and get stronger and stronger until it does the job. Sustainment of the toroidal plasma. The protosphere experiment aims at sustaining the toroidal plasma after the formation through DC helicity injection. So they basically keep on feeding it with this thing that forms these kink instabilities. The physical scheme of the DC helicity injection is shown in figure 2.5 here. Okay. And can be summarized as follows. The plasma with open field lines intersecting the electrodes has this, therefore that. Because of the twist of the open field lines, the current between the electrodes also winds in the toroidal direction near the closed magnetic flux surfaces. Resistive magnetohydrodynamic instabilities convert through magnetic reconnections open current field lines into closed current field lines, winding on the closed magnetic flux surfaces. Magnetic reconnections necessarily break through helical perturbations, the axial symmetry, blah, blah, blah. So that's how they are keeping this thing alive. And that is essentially what is described by Paul Collock. Okay. Then it goes into the helicity. Oh, hold on a minute. Where have we seen this before? Interesting. For two singly linked flux tubes. These are two singly linked flux tubes. Okay. Oh, we've seen these things before. A torus with this can be distorted into a figure of 8 in which lines of force appear not wound. Now, these are all from reference papers. The reconnection of two ribbons, both with winding number T1, it preserves the magnetic helicity. The difference in total magnetic helicity of the two configurations is independent of the field. Okay, right. What are we looking at here? I believe, and this is the paper that they are referring to, which is from 1983. So topological properties of magnetic helicity. 1983 from Harvard University by Mitchell A. Berger and George B. Field. And that's where you're getting these diagrams from here. Topological properties of magnetic helicity. Figure of 8 shapes. A typical field line is shown. And here, these are the kind of things we have seen when an EVO from inside the supernova reactor somehow got and collided with the wall. We see these kind of structures formed out of the material that was carried with it. But here you've got this sort of Celtic knot here. And then you have instabilities forming and magnetic reconnection. And then you have one magnetic loop, another magnetic loop around the outside, and you have these figure of 8 loops, okay, which self-organize. Technically, that's an unknot. Yes, I guess it is. And we got some more down here. Okay. And there's, is it this one? Yeah, this is the other paper they refer to. And this is demonstrations of helicity conservation during magnetic reconnection using Christmas ribbons. And this is from 1989, 27th of October, 1989. And they're talking about how you do this and blah, blah, blah. Oh, there's that diagram. 2 singly linked flux tubes. Okay. They can arrange themselves. We've talked about this before. They must arrange themselves. They can arrange themselves like this. There's our figure of 8s. Here is our knot here with another. So we've got our Celtic type knot here and another single loop here. And they're saying that this is not how these reconnect. This is erroneous picture of flux tube reconnection. It doesn't work like that. It works like this. It breaks up and you end up with the maintained helicity in the loop here. Okay. Okay, so that's how you can demonstrate this using ribbons. Now, I don't know whether I want to say this here right now, or maybe I'll say it later. Let's see. Where was it? Do I want to say that here? This whole reconnection business and these whole squiggly lines, I think, explain some very, very interesting phenomena we saw, bearing in mind that Paul Collock was going for a 25mm structure, or maybe it was a 25cm structure. But anyway, it was going, we have generated, Henk Uren generated a 15mm structure in his Vega experiment, amongst others. And we analyzed that to quite some degree. And I'm going to pull it up now. Okay. So I was suggesting back here that these kind of things that they were observing are a large structure of knotted flux loops that are forming here. But what I probably didn't make clear is that I think these things can reconnect, and they can reconnect instantaneously. And what implications does that have? I believe it fuzzy bit, which you can see here, this kind of fuzzy bit, this double layer, okay? On the actual separatrix here, the boundary layer here, I believe that we have what we are seeing in this. We have these flux tubes, and like it shows here, that these can break and reconnect. These can break and reconnect, okay? If you imagine the whole surface of this sphere is like that, and then you give it a little bit more energy, then 2 adjacent separatrix layers, their magnetic flux lines on, or tubes that are on the surface that are all reconnecting all of the time, yeah, okay? They, with a little bit more energy, wet into each other. And the way they're wetting into each other is, like Ken Shoulders said, they can organize at electronic speed. So an exotic vacuum object is an electronic structure that can be made at electronic speeds. Yeah? So the wetting process here is effectively, probably, millions, billions, trillions of magnetic flux, or whatever they are. Maybe they're not magnetic, but they're certainly flux tubes of something reconnecting instantaneously. And when the power drops, they self-organize again into another stable structure. And here is just, I'm changing the contrast on this particular shot. And this was turning the power on. Okay, so all through this area. And this is what I believe was also going on in the Vega Valley. If you can imagine, you had in the channel the ball lightning forming, and when that gets intense, it will form it will flood out between the 2 pieces of brass on top of each other, and they will wet together. And it is a magnetic fluid. It's a magnetic fluid. So this absolutely has a relationship with magnetism, but the boundary layer is this thing, and it is this reconnection process, I believe, that gives you what's going on here. I don't think this is as clearly described as I have been able to do with Henk Uren's work to date. I think this is an important moment in plasma physics to understand the structure of the separatrix, the boundary layer between ball lightning and its surroundings. Okay. So moving on in this. Magnetic helicity. So we've done this and how that comes together, and they're injecting magnetic helicity in here. So of what people current, it has zero toroidal current. As it starts to kink, it's still okay. So this is the reconnection of two ribbons, which we just looked at. This is this one. This is their helicity injection. Right. Relaxed states and compression. In order to obtain configurations of fusion interest, it is important to compress the screw pinch as much as possible. Okay? So they want to, by getting this, what do they mean by that? Well, if you look at the Paul Collock paper, if you compress the screw pinch, you'll get many, many, many turns, right? And the many, many turns will flux reconnect, and then the separate tori with their own colloidal moment will join into a very intense tori with very many, very much, a very intense magnetic field. Okay, and I was talking about in here at the beginning of the morning or beginning of the day, wherever you are in the world, where it was saying that they could lead to the colloidal rotation velocity would have to be extraordinary, and the stabilizing ring would have to be an extremely thin filament to keep the colloidal electron velocities well below the speed of light. The calculated energy densities within the filament would be greater than in a neutron star. Okay, so we are trying to get the screw pinch intense enough, and essentially what they're saying is to make this do fusion, you need to have a lot of these tori formed, which then self-organize into a very intense torus. Okay. Dynamo and confinement issues. In a plasma, the magnetic helicity is not conserved exactly, but is only dissipated at a lower rate than the magnetic energy. Magnetohydrodynamic plasma spontaneously relaxes to the lowest magnetic energy state consistent with the initial helicity inventory. The relaxation process typically involves magnetic reconnection as flux tube linkages are broken on the microscopic scale and then re-establish in a manner consistent with helicity conservation. This corresponds to a form of current drive because a configuration that initially had zero toroidal current relaxes to a state with a finite toroidal current. Okay, so what they're saying is if you have a discharge like that, it has zero toroidal current. As it starts to kink, it still even if it has lots of kinks, they still have no toroidal current. Even if the kinks are going round and squiggling, like we saw in that Paul Collock paper, still no toroidal current. What you need is the flux reconnection and then all of those loops to connect together to create the suitable toroidal current. Okay. The effective electric field driving this current is called a dynamo field and results from the nonlinear interaction of fluctuating velocities and magnetic fields. At the present time, these processes are reasonably understood in an average global sense, but there is very little understanding of the microscopic dynamics. Well, this isn't necessarily about the... I think what they are completely missing is the fractal toroidal structure that this will form. Okay, they're always looking at this for a single toroidal moment rather than the fact that it could be fractal toroidal. And I think that they are also missing the fact of the potential for where is it? The potential for the kind of thing that we saw on the other YouTube, if I could find it, this one here, on the separatrix. Okay. Okay. It would be useful to demonstrate why helicity is conserved during small-scale reconnection processes. The dynamo model shows how fluctuating velocities and currents provide an effective electric field. A magnetic reconnection model can prescribe these fluctuations. The actual dynamics of reconnection are very complex and bring together many of the most difficult concepts in plasma physics. Well, it's nice when you can see it happening. It's nice when you can kind of see it happening. Okay. Comparison between Spheromax, which is the same thing as Plasmac to a degree, and Protosphere. Spheromax are usually formed by magnetized coaxial plasma guns used as helicity injectors in presence of a closed conducting shell. Okay, so this is kind of like how you put things into a tokamak type thing. The main difference with Protosphere, as far as the formation scheme is concerned, is the magnetized coaxial plasma gun formation requires breakdown in small spaces with extremely high filling pressures and kilovolt voltages. So when you're making a plasmac, that's what you need. This means that big amounts of neutrals and impurities are released from the gun. After the formation, the Spheromac is accelerated and expanded into a flux conserver. This means that the field errors already present in the gun are amplified. Okay, so it's highly compressed in this area. When
we
it
can
comes
see
out
the
into the flux
plasma arc.
conserver, it is expanded. So you've got little errors down here, then they become big errors up here, which causes you problems. Okay, Protosphere will form instead at tokamak-like densities with very low voltages, 100 volts, and will not undergo any expansion because you already make them at the size you want them. Okay, and this 100 volts is of the same order of magnitude. It's in the hundreds of volt scale as what Henk was doing in his
she's a
Vega
hot
experiments.
tip.
And in fact, that's kind of what he is doing. He's creating a discharge.
Oh, that was hot.
Between a cathode and an anode in a whole environment. And basically whatever's made, that's what is made in that environment, right? Okay. The main difference with Protosphere, as far as the Q value is concerned, is Spheromac experiments have Q1 everywhere, and this means that there is too high magnetohydrodynamic turbulence can be present. Protosphere has instead tokamak-like poloidal field coils, so it makes its own field containment. Okay. Okay, the electrode experiment, they used hydrogen and helium arcs. The tungsten thorium alloy normally used in cathode where high current emissions is required has been substituted by pure tungsten. As a matter of fact, the temperature in the filaments rises to about 2,700 degrees C. This is an interesting temperature because this is the temperature at which 50% of the tungsten matter is able to produce relic neutrino like cold neutrinos, according to Alexander Parkhomov. As soon as the arc starts and exceeds by far the thorium melting point of 1730 degrees C. So that's why they switched to just plain tungsten. The final relevant result is that the breakdown produced at low voltage, 100 volts, is in the same filling pressure range of a standard tokamak discharge, which is 10 to the minus 3 to 10 to the minus 2 millibar. Okay. So this is their configuration and rough schematic. And this is the actual apparatus here. So you can see this is something conceivably that could be done in not too big a lab, but this is Frascati. Okay, these are still serious players. Okay, and you can go and have a look at this. And this is the kind of structure that they are able to form. And this was at a current of 600 amps. Okay. So the volts are low, but the current is high. Volts are low, but the current is high. And here's a whole range of things here. So protopinch is where I'm going next. Okay, where are we? Okay. The main results of the Protopinch test bench are the technical solution for 5 centimeter diameter electrodes are a directly heated AC tungsten cathode. So it gives the specifics here. I'm not really going to go into it. I don't think we need to do that. Right, 10.1. So there's a whole lot of specifics about this experiment and the type of anodes and cathodes here. These are like tungsten, mostly 95% tungsten and a bit of copper. And this is to protect the anode plasma injector. So this is essentially what was going on in the sapphire reactor. They had tungsten, iron, and kind of like or steel or whatever, and they have high pressure hydrogen going in, and it's proton conducting or diffusing through the steel component of this anode and leaking out through holes, and then the cathode was all the way around it. Okay, so it's kind of the same kind of thing, but they're effectively trying to build the ball lightning around the outside of it. Yeah. Okay. And it's many of them because it produces, as I showed you here, it produces little hemispheres on the outside. These are self-structured plasma, and they are what he has on the sapphire business card here. They weren't the first to do it, but they did the prettiest images here of the self-organized, what they call tufts. And then if you drive that harder, the tufts join together, just like the tufts are joining here together. Okay. And Hanks produced the same kind of thing in his apparatus. Okay. And so there's a whole load of specifics there. Magnetic reconstruction. In the flux core spheromat configuration, like the protosphere, the magnetic probes cannot be present in the whole of the spherical torus. So loop voltages and poloidal pickup coils must be located only around the plasma sphere. With this geometry of the magnetic sensors, it has to be clarified whether a magnetic reconstruction is still possible. In particular, with toroidal plasma current I be measurable in the absence of a Rogowski coil around the spherical torus cross-section. Okay? So they don't know whether they can measure the current is what they're saying, but they have to best hash at it. Okay. Now, this becomes very, very interesting here. And I think I've got another paper. Ejection of plasma toroids from twisted flux tubes in astrophysics, right? We've basically finished the Sphera paper here, and we're talking about some astrophysics type discussions here. The purpose of this section is to show that in astrophysical gravity-confined systems, unstable twisted magnetic flux tubes are able to produce, through magnetic reconnection, helically twisted toroidal plasmoids. The fate of these toroids is to expand and to be expelled from the generating gravity-confined parent systems. In this process, the system is able to eject helicity and to shed a relevant magnetic flux with a negligible loss of mass. These phenomena bear strong resemblances to the formation of plasma in a protosphere. Now, what they're discussing here could be the means by which there is strained radiation or the ejections in the Vega experiments of Henk Uren and David Lear. Yeah? Because what you're getting is we are getting these balls, but they're getting too much magnetic flux within their capability to store them in that local area. And you get an ejection. And we've even seen this in a case where the ejection comes out. It actually comes out as two twisted pairs, just like as in Bostic's experiments. But it comes out of the ball. Sometimes it comes out as looks like a little particle, but then it will join another one that's coming around and orbit around it. Very, very much looks like, you know, we've already described where it doesn't have, when you're in this field reverse configuration, you don't have this toroidal magnetic field around it, but it still has this toroidal moment. So if you understand where I'm going with this, basically everything is lining up. What they are saying in this paper is if you can achieve enough flux linkages of helicity to build into a significant enough toroidal moment, toroidal current, then you will get to the point of being able to do fusion. But I think that in addition to that, on the boundary layer where they can wet together, like you're seeing here, there is even more interesting things going on the surface of the overall structure. Okay? So they're saying what we are doing and have achieved should produce fusion. And guess what? It seems to produce fusion and fission and everything in between. Okay? I think that the experiments that Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto, which he concluded were ball lightning, which Ken Shoulders concluded was ball lightning, which Winston Bostick said it was the basics for everything. It's basically ball lightning, which Roitskev is ball lightning and did transmutation, which Shoulders said did transmutation, which a sadly departed Takaaki Matsumoto did transmutation. We are creating not just the conditions for fusion, but for fission, for nuclear transmutation, and nuclear decay. And what I'm telling you in this presentation is we are creating the conditions that Frascati Nuclear Institute is saying you need to do this. But we are doing it at the lab level, same as what Paul Collock was doing around the time that this paper was being proposed. It's not just fusion, it's the whole smorgasbord of things. And I think that's because they are missing the fractal toroidal structure. They do not see it. They cannot see it because they've not seen the physical evidence that shows that that is what's going on. And yet, in the fusion research of Winston Bostick, he literally has an example where you create two toroids and you fire them against each other and they come into a toroid of toroids. It's a fractal structure. From the get-go of this entire research, they just don't think about that. Even in this paper, it's talking about two coming together and forming a toroidal moment, okay? Or rather the poloidal currents and the toroidal currents. Okay. So, and then they are missing what's going on the surface because they've never seen this. They've never seen this. Something is going on where flux linkages are occurring. Something is going on where it can cut on the surface of the double layer. It can cut the steel. It can cut. It can do wetting. They are magnetic flux interactions here. Okay, back to the astrophysics. These phenomena bear a strong resemblance to the formation of plasma in protosphere, but occur at magnetic Lundquist numbers, which are much larger. This is in like interstellar type things than the magnetic Lundquist number of protosphere, SE to the power of 10 to the 5, rather than 10 to the 8 to 10 to the 13. Also, the range of beta at which these phenomena occur span a much larger range of values, blah, 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 in the solar corona and in collapsing magnetic clumps inside giant molecular clouds. And this is for protostar magnetized accretion disks. Nevertheless, an accurate study of a laboratory plasma like the one of protosphere could provide useful information on some of these phenomena, like magnetic helicity ejections. We've already done it. We've shown the videos. Thank you, Henk. Thank you, David Boutillier. We've already done it. Another common feature to all these astrophysical systems is the presence of plasma motions in the form of torsional alpha-Venn waves, TOR. These waves act in many astrophysical systems, either being injected from the outside or being produced inside as current drivers. What you are seeing here right now is that in 2001, the Italian Nuclear Energy Authority is accepting that the system of producing fusion is related to what goes on naturally in alpha waves. They are saying that it's an electric type process, okay? Contrary to what some people would have you believe, that they don't consider these things. As obviously there are no externally applied electromotive forces in the cosmos. That's where the electric universe might have an issue. The drivers are convective forces pushing the fluid whose motion that deforms that. The deformed that creates this and induces that. Okay. Solar flares. And it goes on about solar flares. And here it goes. The coronal field has not an infinite capacity for the helicity, so the injected helicity must be ejected into interplanetary space. The corona plays the role of helicity channel, connecting the sun and interplanetary space. So you've got some emergent twisted flux from the solar photosphere rather. And here, and this is beautiful, X-ray toroidal plasma here. I don't know if you can see that. I'll zoom in. This is the X-ray. So they're looking at this with X-rays. EVOs produce X-rays, right? This is an X-ray camera, and they're seeing a toroidal plasma in the X-ray. X-ray toroidal plasmoid arrows here and here. Ejection, so it's coming off here during a LD solar flare observed from your core soft X telescope. So it's soft X-rays. This is the type of X-rays we should be seeing coming from an EVO. Okay. The plasmoid-induced reconnection model proposed by K. Shibata postulates that an unstable emerging twisted flux loop produces through helicity ejection by magnetic reconnection an X-ray toroidal plasmoid. And here we go. And do you know what this looks like? And I might have to show some diagrams, but this is the same kind of structure that I showed you on the ball burn sample, on the 1986 ball burn sample of John Hutchison, which is also on the European Space Agency's sunspots, where you have this thing that's offset at an angle, okay? And you have this other magnetic flux loop coming over here that produces this ejection of a plasmoid here, but in an X-ray. This one here. So this here, they are saying is this, and this is what we see on the European Space Agency. And this is also the kind of like the two center points with the offset thing in the middle. And I called it The Sun Cannot Lie. Okay. So let me find that video. Why not? Okay. Get this for you. It's funny. We got a steady 33 viewers. Right. This is my video, The Sun Cannot Lie. I've received much mockery from this, but if you can see, we have these two fluxes. This is our sunspot equivalent here. And this is, sorry, and this is the off angle here. Now, does that look like, in any way, shape, or form, what is represented here? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? Your off-axis bit here, which is these two here, right? And by the way, this has a yin and a yang and a yin and yang, right? This angled structure here. Okay? And this is this bit, and this is this bit. Okay? So I would imagine that when John was doing this on the ball bearing sample, there were plasmoids being launched off the top of this. Ball lightning was coming off the top of this. And at the end of here, I show the European Space Agency image here mapped on top. So there we go. So you see the things off at an angle here. Then the two spots either side. Things off at an angle, two spots either side. There we go. So when I said that John Hutchison was creating the same thing and that it's scale invariant, because this is several times the size of the Earth, many times the size of the Earth, in fact. And this is not many times the size of the Earth. In fact, I think I even have it in my bag here. Let me see if I got it in my bag. I thought I had it in my bag. Maybe I don't. Yes, I do. There we go. Ta-da! There we go. That's the sample there. You can see the structure there. So you can see how big it is. It's about as big as my little fingernail there. Okay. So that is that structure there. And I believe that that structure there is that structure there. And that structure is producing a soft X-ray viewable plasmoid. And they're saying that this is the same thing, right? So like, this is what they're trying to create. Okay. This is the helical thing, you know, that's what they're trying to create. Okay. All right. Now this is interesting as well. So in small scale flares, the plasmoid collides and reconnects with the ambient field, generating a jet of torsional alpha waves, TAW, leading to X-ray jets and spinning, is that hydrogen or whatever, surges? I don't know, but okay. So here we go. This is the ejection that we just seen here. But if it doesn't quite do it, you get this and it unwraps and you end up with a twisted ejection here of X-ray jets, which contains something else. I can confirm what that is later. This could be exactly what is going on when we are seeing those extraordinary emissions from Henk Uren and David Butler. Okay. Let's hear these kind of ejections here from various experiments. This is one of Dave's experiments here. You can probably see some squiggles here. So these were the first ones. Oh yeah, you can see them coming off. Let's try. Okay. Yeah. You have a ball lightning and then you have this squiggle coming off. Yeah. And this is in Ken Shoulder's experiment. Okay. So I'm saying that this one that came off, this ejection, is this. Now, if you can imagine that it's coming from the equivalent, if this what does this here? What does this kind of gubbins? Yeah. What does this work? Okay. If that there, whatever does this, is on the so-called photosphere of our ball lightning, and bits of that break off, and it can do this to matter, okay, and it comes off as a beam, then it's not surprising that it's able to cut through this aluminium like this. It's doing the same thing that it did with that copper pipe. And I do believe it's like a subquanta, because when a ball lightning breaks up, it breaks up into lots of little ball lightnings. We've seen this in Rayskev's experiment, but we've also seen it in the Amasa gas on the 10 yen coin, where the subquanta of the subquanta ended up making the snowballs on cobblestones. So this is an ejection, and I think that ejection is very, very similar to this one, which is in David Boutilier's experiment. Okay. Here's another one from a David Boutilier experiment. Again, ball lightning, a toroidal thing coming off, beam. There's the actual structure there. Okay. Here's one in a experiment by Dmitry Baranov. Okay. And it's left this track here. Okay. And here's another one in a David Boutilier experiment, and it's essentially the same as one that was presented by Jean-Francois Geneste, former head of engineering, I think, at Airbus or EADS or something like that. But anyway, this is presented in 2010 and done by Claude Daviau. Okay, same thing. So this is in a very hard material here, but this is actually the thing that would cause this, in my view. And here's a whole bunch of them. And this is the example I was giving earlier, where you're actually getting the twisted structure coming off. Okay. Here's another one where you've got them orbiting around each other. Now, is this what is being described here, where you get an EVO, effectively, which has toroidal moment unraveling and coming off in a beam? What we are talking about is explaining that what we have shown over the last several years is how the sun works, can be done in a garage by you for low cost, and it is demonstrating fusion. The transmutation we've seen is likely real. It is the same as ball lightning. And I believe that over the last few years, we have described the process with physical evidence superior to what has been shown in the literature, with the proviso that I've read so far. I would like someone to go out there and see if they can find the quality of evidence that we have shared here of these effective torsional alpha waves being emitted from experiments. Okay? Has anyone shown this level of detail? Has anyone shown the level of other types of things that we've emitted? Has anyone shown the proof, of this, of these that we've shown here? Has anyone shown the intent, what happens at the surface? Has anyone shown the cutting at the surface? Has anyone shown the reconnection that I showed earlier, where you are getting these things reconnecting? I don't know, where they're self-organizing. I don't know if anyone's done that. But to say that we are not showing how fusion works, we are literally doing what they hope to be able to do. We are showing what they hope to be able to do. They're speculating that this is what's occurred. You can literally see it in these in these videos. It's on video. This looks like a torsional alpha wave released because an EVO didn't quite make it out as a full EVO. Sometimes we get the full EVO coming out, an ejection like this. And that has been demonstrated by Henk Uren and we've got the witness marks and the video of it actually happening. Okay. This is what John Hutchison did. It is the same as what's going on in the sun for the same reasons. We are creating, when we are creating these free flowing, we are creating what is termed as a plasmac, which is a self-organized structure where you have a discharge between anode and cathode in a suitable environment with torsion put into it. Helicity, rather, so that it forces the production of the toroidal field with the poloidal field. Okay. And when you get those strong enough, they will do fusion. This is literally what they're saying. Okay. Protostellar flares. There is a growing evidence that the ejection of plasma toroids from twisted flux tubes could play a role in star formation processes. I think we've discussed this before, haven't we? By allowing a fast shedding of the magnetic flux from a star condensation region. Giant molecular clouds contain weakly ionized mass condensations of scale length 0.1 of a parsec. Called clumps, they are sites of massive star formation. The gravitational collapse of clumps is opposed by strong magnetic fields, by alpha waves, turbulent energy, alpha magna, blah, blah, blah. Magnetized clumps can condense via ambipolar diffusion of the magnetic field, which decouples the ionized component of the cloud from the self-gravitating neutrals. Essentially, what I was saying is that we are creating something that has the equivalence of things that are going on at the star formation level. Yes, that is what's happening. And here we go. We've got two things that look our birdies. I actually was going to do a whole video on this constellation and how it represents, you know, our two structures coming together. Here, many moons ago, I was going to do on this particular constellation where you get like that. Like that. Yeah. Or like that. Yeah. You couldn't make it up. Magnetic pressure acceleration, centrifugal acceleration. This is the thing coming off. You're going to enjoy reading this. You're going to enjoy reading this. Okay. Solar flares, solar flares. This one here, protostellar flares, and burner parameters. Okay, here's the kicker. The burn parameters, the fusion performances of unrelaxed. So what they talk about is this. It's this paper. I won't go into it in detail, but it's Chandrasekhar-Kendall functions in astrophysical dynamos, right? Blah, 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 blah. I think what they're looking at here is this is the separatrix magnetic field. It says that on the visualizations on the periphery of the domain at 3 times the scale and small scale magnetic field. Anyway, you can see how the magnetic field here is a big mishmash. You could kind of imagine how if you actually physically saw this interacting with matter, it might look like this. With this, kind of look like this. Maybe it would. Okay. Anyway, they argue that they are trying to create such a thing here. And you can look at the details here, but they actually do calculations here for what they would need in the burner parameters, as it comes to it. Yeah. In order to achieve fusion for different materials. Okay. And you can look at this in your own time, but there's a chart down the bottom here that might be interesting to look at. If I can find it. Okay. Oh, maybe I missed it. Okay. It's back in the burner parameters. Okay, the fusion performances of this are studied as a function of geometric size of the plasma. The nuclear burning is limited to the nuclear burning is limited to the spherical torus, which has the following parameters. Okay, major radius 1 meter, minor radius 0.8 of a meter, elongations, la la la. So this is their particular design, and at some point in here, they tell you how much you would need to do. Okay, deuterium-3 helium burners, and they give you the specifications here for it. And then they go on and do, that's all deuterium-3 helium. Then deuterium-tritium burners. And then I think they have one more. No, that's it. Okay. So basically, they are saying that this will do the job. I believe that this is what we are creating. I believe that because you see, when they are doing a reactor, when they're only putting either 3 helium in and deuterium, or deuterium and tritium, the only real option to squeeze that into a small box and get an energetic yield is to get fusion. But in our systems, like in the work of Takako Matsumoto, and in the work of Ken Shoulders, and in the work of John Hutchison, and in the work of Aretskev, and in the work of anyone doing ultrasonic systems like Suhas Ralkar, or in the work of Roy Shinamaza, or in the work of Yul Brown, when you're getting these self-organizing structures forming, but you're doing it on tungsten, or you're doing it on indium, or you're doing it on other elements, okay? You've not got the option, if it's tungsten or say copper or indium, of gaining a lot of energy by squeezing it into a small box by fusing. The biggest gain is to fission or to nucleon decay. Okay, so it's not surprising that that's what you get. So yes, it is using the same intense crushing, fusing it, pushing it into a small box. But if it pushes so much matter into a small box, at some point, it's got to basically collapse, and that is electronuclear collapse, as defined by Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto. And when you've got all of that prima materia that are not any element whatsoever, then you can do fusion. And what do you get out of that? You get protons, you get helium, you do sometimes get tritium, and you do get things like carbon and oxygen. So it's first squishing it and into such a small box that it has to reorganize into things that occupy smaller space-time, and that needs to be, smaller atoms. And then if it keeps on going, it's got to do, as it says in here, neutron star-like pressures, as it says in here, that kind of same thing. And as was calculated by other authors, it does this neutron star pressure. Then you get the total collapse of matter, and then rebirth of matter, electronuclear regeneration. Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto, thank you. Thank you for having the courage to show what you saw. Regardless of what people said. Thank you. I'd like to ask everyone watching to give a minute's silence. Okay. David, Hank, John, thank you. I don't know if you caught at the beginning of my last thread, I reached out to Shishkin to ask if I could better visualize his work with corals and Dubovik, and he wrote back and said, well, I can work with corals with you, but he said Dubovik is extremely ill. I said, would he be able to ask some questions? I've got some questions I want to ask him. And he said, no, he's too ill to take any questions. I don't think we're going to have Dubovik much longer. There are two other people in the field, senior people in the field. One's got a good prospect from his treatment in cancer. I can't talk about it. And the other one, not good. They have given their lives so that we might understand this. And a lot of the work can be done in garages. It really can. It has been done. Even by Paul Collock, by Hank, and by John Hutchison, by David, in different ways, by Tony. Jaboni right now. We are doing this process, but it's not smashing little billiard balls together. We are working with nature. We are doing what nature wants to do anyway. All of the time, everywhere. Okay, I'll see if you've got any questions, and then I'm going to call it a night because I've got to do a lot of personal stuff next week. I don't know whether it's becoming clear to people, but I think really it's done. It's kind of like we'll only be able to look back on this and know that it's been done. No NDAs. Hi, James Vickers. Yeah, it's true. Scientific papers, despite the fact that a report found that over, I think it was 90% or something, couldn't be replicated even by the authors that did them. Well, I can tell you, our work can be replicated. Ultra can be replicated all of the time. And yet there isn't a scientific paper on Ultra yet. Well, I mean, maybe Binger and Huang's work, but you know, no scientific paper on that yet. But you can replicate it every time. Henk Uren's experiment, David Boutilier's Vega experiment, they basically do the same thing every time. Yep, that's replicatable. Yep. And I'm pretty certain that when the wind hex is running in the right way, that'll be replicatable. It'll do the same thing every time. This is why I'm focusing really on engineering applications of this technology. And, you know, people can debate the other 130 or 150 theories and just get on and use it. I'm going to show you something in the next, well, like I said, I've got a lot of things to do next week. I've always got more to show you than I can possibly get through. But anyway, it'll have to take a break. And I want people to critique what I've put out today and maybe find connections or challenge things that's been said. But, you know, there are industrial processes out there that are using this process. David Butelier is saying, have you ever spoken to Dr. Steve Greer? No, I haven't. Yeah. He does want open science to get tech out, but, you know, anyone can send him a video. Anyone. You know, David, yourself, that even working with a garage thing, it takes time and it takes money. And there's a lot of people that just want stuff for free. And that's okay. But someone has to do the work at some point, and it takes life. So, yeah. You got to strike a balance, but how many people buy coffee in a year and they could do with just one less coffee? Yeah, I understand he's working on disclosure. I'll be interested to see what happens next month. I mean, as I'm showing you here, this is an open access paper from 2001. It's a proposal. And it doesn't even mention at any point Paul Collock. Well, it might do in the references. Let me do a search. I'd be surprised if it didn't. But it might not do. And literally at the same time as this was going out the door, Collock had already basically done it. No result. There's not Collock is not mentioned in this whole paper. Right now, is that because they are deliberately omitting Collock's work because he's at the same time publishing the fact that he is producing something that does this, or are they just ignorant? And that could be it. They could be ignorant. Shanjak, I accept what you've said there. The whole world tripped and fell through the looking glass in 2001. Yeah. There basically isn't a single aspect of the event I can't basically fully explain now. And it's this process. It's this process. Oh, dear. What can you do? Yes, Simon Claret. The question is, do we care enough to act on what we know, or will we die thinking, oh, you know, I could have made a role, I could have played a role in making that happen. I could have played a role. But, you know, I couldn't find the time. There was too many great series on Netflix or, you know, whatever. I don't know. And that's okay. I mean, it's okay to enjoy life, do what you want to do. I don't understand how there is, on the one hand, this pretense about wanting to solve these problems, and on the other hand, I mean, I do understand. Literally, I mean, it says it in this paper. It doesn't mention Colloq. Right? And people that are only spending their entire academic life trying to fuse deuterium and tritium or deuterium and 3 helium together are not going to consider that if you had something that could do that, and it is this, what they're giving it a name, protosphere, right? Which is basically just a plasmac, okay? Which is a plasma-driven, you know, helical plasma-driven, what do you call it? Spherimac. You know, if they don't understand when they're in the field that can fuse matter, but why would it not break matter up? Okay, if they've got neutron star-like pressures in there, then, you know, it's bizarre. It's just bizarre. And then you got to think, well, maybe they do know that, and they are literally deliberately, the very few that actually have thought about it long enough to think that, oh yeah, that is actually possible. They are deliberately stopping it from being a discussion point. And, you know, you might have noticed somewhere else that basically if no one is allowed to talk about something, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. But it does exist. You know, you can be the only person you know that has the truth. You literally can be. (1984). Look at this. 1984. Yeah. Simon Claret. They won't invest in this, but they'll tax you for breathing. Very good. Yeah. And that's another thing. DIY projects with charities, people don't have the time to see others' lives. No, they don't. They don't even have time to read other people's papers when they work in the same field. S. Martin 17773. We know people lie for their bread, paid not to notice or think about what they know. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hoaxing science by peer review negation. Daniel Foster. Yes, I agree. I have to give it credit to the ICCF 25 committee this year. They have accepted my paper on oral presentation. Now, if any other year is a guide to go by, I do expect my paper to be presented on the graveyard shift, which will be the last morning of the conference, probably early in the morning after the banquet the night before, which is normally the session that no one turns up for. And then I'll have a collection of people in the auditorium that will either say I'm talking too fast or I'm talking too slow, and they will cut me off. So I need all of your guys' help to like really hone this one. to get it right, because we are literally doing what they say they want to do in this paper, and what is, you know, everyone's moving towards this fusion, and you can do it in your garage. You can literally do it in your garage. Don't know who that guy is.
Hello, Jeremiah.
James said, perhaps the Action Lab YouTube channel would be interested in demonstrating something.
Yo.
Should there be something which is easily demonstrated and understood in that format? I don't know, but most YouTubers are trying to go for, let's put it this way. For 1,000 views, you might get, if you're lucky, $10 in ad revenues. So typically they go for things that need to get 1 million views. So for every 1,000 views, $10. Every 10,000 views, $100. 100,000 views, $1,000. 10,000. If you get 1 million views, it's meaningful money. So that's what they're doing. They're not interested in something that's just like, oh, that's interesting, but like they want something that looks cool. That's the problem. Okay. All right. So James Vickers, this guy likes science and has a very large audience. I recommend the channel too. Okay. Some of it looks cool. Yeah. I think now it's pretty clear that we are creating the same effects that are the big effects that define how stars are born, how matter decays, how matter is born, alpha and wave ejections, all these things. We've literally got them on video. And we've got, in my view, what ball lightning does in that left-hand part of the frame there. That's what it does to copper, you know, on the boundary layer. And we've shown all of these processes on video. I mean, the number of papers I see where, you know, you're just seeing a glowing thing, and it's like, well, it's a glowing thing. So's the light bulb in my house. It's like, what is it doing? And there's rarely any attempt to see that it's doing anything. And to be fair, what they're doing in these fusion experiments, they're trying to see whether when they put in deuterium and helium-3, or whether they put in deuterium and tritium, they end up with helium coming out. And ideally, because they like these kind of things, neutrons. Okay. They're not looking for physical changes to things which tell you a story. And that's what you got right in front of you on this page, you know, on the left and on the right.
All right, there we go. I'm back, and that was one heck of a long lecture between Naseem Haramein and then Bob Greenyear's epic work right there. How are you, good Jeremiah?
Well, I missed like 90% of whatever you were streaming. Was interested in a few parts that I did catch and thought, gee, wish I could divide my attention in 3 different places and simultaneously absorb all of this information, because I did not see any of those Nassim conferences that you were airing or any of the stuff in the beginning if it was the same conference. So I'm like, look, this stuff definitely it's turning on the doorstep of the right technology, the right idea. It's very generic in its presentation for the most part from the parts that I've seen. Like I said, I've only seen about 10% of it. But what I've seen, it's very generic, it's very unspecific, it's not technical. It's sort of like in the same way you ask any of these guys in the ufology community or the psychic community to get really detailed, and it's always going to come down to some other reason why they can't. Or they just simply will ignore the question and answer it in like, limited detail. But ultimately, some of us want to build stuff. That's where I'm at. As an engineer, I want to build it.
Building is where it's all about. And I was quickly going to show here a little bit of the red cold state metamaterial that I believe I have in these copper coils outside. But before I do that, is there anything you're working on currently you'd like to discuss here?
Oh, you bet. There's always stuff that I'm working on, dude. Wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't. And since my job comes with no boss and no employer and none of that other stuff, it's pretty much do the research and report the details one way or the other, but at least pump them out there into the public. Technically, your streams are disclosure for these little things that we drop, and that's because they're entering the public genre. I get that they're not in the academic community's scope vision, that they're not being published in scientific journals or going through the peer review process. All that stuff is to come when I am sufficiently satisfied with the calibration and the accuracy and the experimental results of consistent and repeated tests. Some of those we've already done. Collaborations with my fellow researchers in Canada, which quite a few of them are in Canada. Wayne has done amazing research. He's replicated some of the stuff that I've done. He's discovered a lot of new things because he's patient and will sit there, and best way to say it is he has the patience to watch paint dry, to see if it loses weight as it's doing so and how much, so he can get a profile of that kind of thing. Like, that's the level of patience that he's got. But he's noticed a lot of weird effects. We've replicated many things, and I'm personally working on now today something that's pulled out of Thomas Townsend Brown's notes in notebook number 2. And, I'm combining it with another patent that I've read called Electron Field Generator. And I don't have that pulled up at the moment, and since I can hear my computer fan is running at full bore right now, my guess is it probably won't handle me trying to share screen. So I'll avoid that for now. But this Electron Field Generator, it's basically like a parallel plate capacitor. And inside of it is a mixture of epoxy and silicon carbide. He does mention the mesh of the silicon carbide. I think from memory is 325, could be wrong on that. It's a pretty coarse particle. And silicon carbide in this form you'd normally find used on sandpaper. But he mentions that if you put this stuff into the epoxy mixture and you form a disc, like a normal, disc ceramic capacitor, that if you apply a high frequency alternating current voltage or flyback potential, he doesn't clarify the circuit for which he uses. My guess is it would be a false flyback potential. That this weird effect will happen. The area outside of this parallel plate capacitor made of silicon carbide and epoxy at the right ratio and with the right amount of potential across it will produce these spontaneously large emissions. And as a result, they will cohere in the space around it and literally rip electrons off of atmospheric gases, producing what he calls an electron field. And this apparently, in his description, talks about how the electrons then will ionize aerosols and other molecules floating around in the air, causing them to become attracted towards all grounded points, which are the walls and the floor of the room, or even the collector inside this machine. But what he really amazed me with in this patent for electron field generator is it operates over 30 centimeters distance from this capacitor device. And since it's only running about maybe 20 to 25 kilovolts maximum of alternating current at somewhere between 10 to 60 kilohertz, which would be a reasonable frequency for a flyback, its ability to tear off electrons from the valence shells of atmospheric gas molecules is nothing short of miraculous. And what do we need for a flying craft using EHD or MHD technologies, our classic saucer? Well, we would need some way to make the air conductive. And how can we do that? An electron field generator, perhaps? So today I've been working on the electron field generator again, and I discovered a really interesting property with the silicon carbide using carnauba wax. And that's what I've been playing around with.
Really? Are you shaking buildings yet or opening portals, Mr. Electron Field Generator in the sky?
Well, I am not going to cover that on today's broadcast. We'll say
so that is an unequivocal, most likely yes. But not today, sometime in the future, because it already happened in the past. And that's just how it goes.
I think a lot of these technologies are a long time coming and should have been here already. You know, I think about the Jetsons car that my parents were promised, right? Not like he really would give a darn whether it happens or not, but I do. And a lot of folks out there have heard you're going to have flying cars and all this technology, and you'll be able to go to the airport and quickly get anywhere in the world in 30 minutes or less. We're supposed to have all this stuff. And we certainly do in the form of intercontinental ballistics, which can literally fly from one country's landmass to another in a matter of incredibly short periods of time, running as high as, I've seen patents for stuff as high as Mach 13. But there's still no way to apparently give this to the civilians, even if it's a higher technology like no one's building a Boeing 747 in the backyard. But it's not that expensive to ride on one and get to where you want to go at 500 miles an hour. And since they actually offer like an internal display that lets you see your live speed in knots or miles per hour, I'm like, dang, we're at 30,000 feet or something like that. Actually, I think we got all the way up to like 40,000. I was surprised at how far up this plane went for this long trip journey. And we're flying at 500 miles an hour. This is freaking awesome. And you can feel the rumbling, of course, of these huge engines and watching the effects of like the thinner atmosphere cause tiny little discharges on the surface and looking at the inrush of the air breakdown and seeing the moisture come off the back end. You can analyze it all. The point is, jet engine needs fast spinning blades to make that plane move forward and relies on the Bernoulli principle for the most part and some more advanced aerodynamics that aren't part of that. But they're more basic neutral air friction devices. And with this other technology, we can make the air so conductive that it's as if it was a fluid, meaning our craft can swim through it, paddling with its electromagnetic fins. Not a physical thing, but coils.
Before you continue, how interesting I've always found it that most anti-gravitic technologies and physics have to do with some sort of fluid dynamics and buoyancy principles, essentially, always, right?
Yeah, and these are really, really core basic things. EHD, or electrohydrodynamic technology, and MHD, magnetohydrodynamic technology, are both very well known in the physics. You can follow the basics of Lorentz force for most of your low speed calculations, but where you really get into the interesting stuff is gravitomagnetism and the gravitoelectric effect. This has to do with Einstein's general relativity theory applied properly to the Lorentz transform and compensating for a new factor that's not in either equation, nor is it in the magnetics or electric equations of Maxwell or Faraday, and this would be your variable refractive index. The number wasn't known at the time that Faraday and Maxwell had both tried to tackle this thing. They knew that it was variable, they just didn't know by how much. So they added fudge factors to make it easier for people that were trying to calculate. And unfortunately, those are the ones that are remembered, not their more advanced mathematics. Both Faraday and Maxwell used a system of quaternions. Well, Maxwell technically quaternions, Faraday. Still, he's got this 4x4 chart. And these are for all the variables in free space and then this other variable, which is what you're going to change in that refractive index. Well, let's just say some materials do this already. Silicon carbide, I think, is one of them that can modify the refractive index by allowing a change in the electric permeativity of that region where it exists. So by charging it up to 30,000 volts and suspending it in wax, which is what I'm testing now, I can control whether it's lighter than the wax or heavier than the wax, even though the weights don't change on the scale. I can make it move all the way to the top or all the way to the bottom, and it'll stay there, hold its charge. So that tells me there's a really interesting relationship between these two fluids. Wax is about, the kind of wax I'm using is about 0.99 grams per cubic centimeter, and the silicon carbide powder I'm using is about 3.21 grams per cubic centimeter. So it's more than 3 times heavier than the carnauba wax. It should always sink. The fact that it's pulling up to the surface when I apply a positive charge of 30,000 volts, and that it stays there for the rest of the cooling process, I think that's pretty awesome. My oscilloscope also tells me when I bring the probe close to it after it's cured, even still in a borosilicate lab glass, you'll see the voltage rise and fall on the scope probe, and as you move it faster, you'll get a higher voltage change. You can produce a sine wave, very strong electric field. Big electrodes, you can actually light up LEDs or neon bulbs with it. So it's an effective electric, but more so, it could be in the center of a flying craft or a hoverboard or whatever you wanted to put it in realistically where you want to live. So that's soon what we're going to be testing out to see if we can get impulse drive out of these monocharged nonlinear materials. I don't know if you're talking, Bernie, but you're muted.
Sorry about that. I was just typing the reply to the amazing Walter Bosley as I just checked my email very briefly here, and there was one from him stating that we are going to be booking the next interview together with him and Joseph Farrell, myself and yourself, and hopefully Jeremy Reese can make it as well. But that will be coming up in the next 2 to 3 weeks by the looks of it here.
Well, cool. We'll see how that all rolls out.
I definitely look forward to that. And Joseph Farrell, as well as Bosley, both of them have extensive knowledge and research in alchemy as well, right? And the different types, as well as over unity and anti-gravity free energy. Well, more Joseph Farrell on free energy than Bosley, but it'll be an excellent, great discussion for sure.
Well, I'll definitely want to bring up all those 4 major points. Anti-gravity.
Oh yes, Taryn, you know that this is 100% going to be re-premiered as a new episode. Probably be called Real Science 33.333. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Well, am I? Anywho, we are 7.5, almost 8 hours in. I do need to get some rest as it is, oh my god, almost 1 p.m. I guess I could get a 3-hour nap in now. Any last or any more major things to discuss, good sir, while I get the little red state matter together?
Well, sure, I guess I'll mention a powered self-driving inertial balance is a complete pain in the arse. I've already observed differences in the inertial response and gravitational response of materials, but the changes are small. They're down on the 3rd digit past full weight. So I made a bunch of different materials. bismuth, gallium, and lead so far are the only three that I've done, and that's because they're all low melting temperature metals. So they're all these little discs, about 3/4 inch wide, that sit directly in the center of the inertial balance and swings them back and forth, applying a constant force to them back and forth, and measures the response and frequency output of how long it takes the balance to swing back and forth. So the period changes due to the spring constant of the suspension springs, and I've seen differences down to that third digit, and I would still consider that not to be extremely significant because it's just not enough to tell it anything forward. But it's there. I mean, it's a real effect, and it's consistent. I've repeated the test 4 times now, and every single time I add or swap out one of these elements, the same one gives me consistent readings that are basically within 0.02% of each other so far. And I'm sure I can perfect that process with temperature stability, which I haven't added. Even right now, like, it's been consistent results. Definitely, let's see, I got my chart here. Yeah, so, gallium had the largest inertial response increase, slowing all the way down to 8.2316 hertz, whereas the highest was so far the pre-tested bismuth, which was all the way at, it was actually lead, sorry, at 8.2374 hertz. So we got 8.2316 versus 8.2374. Again, it's not a huge difference, but it's still a real difference. Inertial mass and gravitational mass are not identical in all elements. And this is one of the things we're going to be mapping out for a huge variety of elements and seeing what those differences actually are. Remember to unmute yourself while you're out there. It's all yours, man.
Okay, looks like I'm unmuted, and let's see if we can see the red. Maybe not quite. Bad angle. Well, we'll just pull this little contraption out. Oh, that guy's in good red state. So are these ones. And these guys got some good blue and red. And the red is usually underneath the oxidized crystal there. Or the black layer as well that forms. It's not really working. The lighting sucks. Gotta get my other camera going. Anywho, and that is some purple zinc oxide as well. Copper hydroxide. Anyways, didn't work out. Or it just needs natural sunlight to actually get to capture the color.
Just so you know, you're buffering pretty badly.
Figured as much. All right, well, I guess that does it for that.
You might want to unmute, buddy.
Yay, buffering. Yay. All right. So, sorry about that. Whenever I'd unmute out there, it would buffer like crazy. And sadly, the sun is not out today, but actually, it's good for Alberta because it's raining. So, hopefully, some of the forest fires have been put out or at least more under control.
It's about time.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, just ridiculous. So in this coil here, you can see at the very top of the jar there, or the screen, that it's got the toroid within a toroid within a toroid, the bagel coil by Bob Greenier there in this 5-volt little jar of salt water. And what looks like one giant cloud of zinc monoatomic or zinc copper monoatomic floating there right next to it.
That reminds me, I've got to finish desalting some of this monoatomic gold powder that turned a little bit pinkish. Don't know why it tends to turn pink. My guess is it's probably not really monoatomic at this stage, and I'm not sure what to do in order to process it to that point, but we will find out. I'm thinking about plasma burning it in the vacuum chamber to see what we can get out of it.
Nice. Interesting, right? And yeah, that it If it's purple, I think it's like hydroxizing. And Liberty Under Attack, good to see you, Shane. And yeah, it's about capturing it. And so all of the ones out here on that we're looking at, all of on the experiment camp, are being rinsed from salt out of the salt water right now. And there's a couple that are pure white. And on this camera, yeah, you can see to the very right here. There's another one that I've just started rinsing the salt out. It's on its second rinse right now, and it's still maintaining its full white color. And when it grows in the nanotubes, a lot of the time it's in the pure white colors too. Strange stuff.
It's kind of like a really, really slow, strange-looking lava lamp.
Right? I know. And then, so that's why I want to get a Variac and like start combining like the Vega experiments, because they pretty much have the same materials, just with the salt water in between, and get the electrolysis going, extra density into it, and it'll take it to the next level, I think.
You're killing me with the Vega experiments. And I'm going to be doing that too, but I'll just let you know, if you want to do Vega, you're going to need a vacuum chamber with a...
Well, jars are essentially vacuum chambers if sealed properly.
Oh yeah, you're going to need a powerful high voltage supply. If you take a look at what Vega used, it was ridiculous. Bob did have a video out there. I originally posted a comment on one of his videos about some of the Vega plasmas inside that screen mesh, where the plasma seems to penetrate straight through the foil clump and, on the inside, and will just immediately eat huge chunks out of it and leave a glowing hole behind. Anyways, it's pretty wild watching it go, and electrodynamically it doesn't make a huge amount of sense unless you consider that it's likely a fusion event. And then it makes perfect sense, because just like a far and split fusor, it happens on the inside of this electric field restricting mesh, which can only be accessed through very high energy, high velocity particles. So those can initiate and cluster together a transmutation process through fusion. This fusion is effectively transmutation. You're taking two different elements and making a new one, sometimes more than one. That Vega can do that, but what he did is take 6 microwave oven transformers, each of those things rated for 1,600 watts apiece, and weighing about 10 to 15 pounds apiece. Stuck those all 3 on the top, 3 on the bottom, inside of this little wooden rack he built, and used a resistive load to kind of damp the rest of the output kickback that Vega would generate. But from the output of these daisy-chained microwave oven transformers, we sent it to a full bridge rectifier, and these were high-voltage microwave oven diodes. Then gave him DC output going to a direct set of leads into the chamber, and on the input of those transformers, he had power factor correction capacitors. And with the second configuration, he did actually smooth the DC with these huge high voltage capacitors that were good for like 5,000 volts. So every time it would fire, it would release its energy and it burst. That's why the ball was glowing so brightly. That's why the particles had the acceleration potential to get through that screen mesh and into the sample in the center. But you're going to need all that stuff, man, if you want to do Vega.
Yeah, exactly, right? But it's going to be a work in progress, and that'll probably be for next year sort of thing. In 2024, BurnEye doing Vega. But I look forward to Jeremiah doing some live Vega on Real Science in 2023, yet to be. Exactly, right? See, just synchronicities are meant, and we got Walter Russell we will do an episode actually on Walter Russell coming up, and along with some sacred geometry, making sense of it, kind of ties it back into some of Naseem Haramein that was covered today in this epic 8-hour stream. I'm going to have a nap. Then I'm probably going to be moving my mom for a couple days as it's almost the end of the month, at which point we will be back Thursday and Friday, and the next Real Sciences shall be done then. And yeah, we will have Bob Greenyer on again soon too, and looking forward to the relaunch of APEC and all that entails with that as well.
No rush on Bob. You can get him on there when I have that whole Vega chamber set up, and I'm sure he would love to see that live and be able to interact with like they do this.
Exactly, and well, Bob's a very busy man, and I'm now on his. I now made the. Oh my goodness, remote view. Mailing list for the Zoom, so I'm going to make sure to catch the next Zooms with them for sure, and the whole team, because the work they're doing is just next level, and I look forward to combining it in with our own and all that's happening.
Oh yeah.
And shout out Shane, Liberty Under Attack, more great work with the Vanu podcast and all that you do with your free energy research and channel and show and whatnot too. We will be working together another episode soon. And on that note, I'm tired. I need to take a nap. Love you all. Thank Jeremiah for joining in. I will edit this up and re-premiere it because, well, there's all. Shout out to the 30 souls that have made it 8 hours in, and we will see you all on the next one. That's how it's all.